Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Game changers.
It's about competition.
Pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Wow, what a paranoia from Ion. Gonna come for him, and it is not a game. No respect. Valor through the smoke, and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic right from above. A bit awkward for Timo, has to get off that line.
A equipe da Team Solid passou primeiro, quis cobrar, espreia bom, conecta. Pega ali o Coreano, senhora SW, DG! Chega junto, DG de novo!
Cara, as expectativas são sempre altas, porque a gente treina bastante, a gente abdicou muita coisa para estar aqui, então também não foi fácil garantir a vaga do zero, porque a gente não tinha pontos nenhum, então a expectativa é sempre alta, a gente sempre quer vencer. Claro, o VALORANT é meio que imprevisível, assim, acontece algumas coisas, mas a gente vai se adaptar bem, como a gente tem feito nos treinos. Aconteceram muitas coisas que, pô, foi meio que tirando a gente desse sonho, mas a gente foi muito resiliente ali, acreditou muito, não desistiu em nenhum momento. Então, acho que é aquilo. Eu aprendi uma coisa antigamente, que as coisas já estão escritas, você tem que só dar seu melhor. Acredito que a gente vai vir para isso, dar o nosso melhor. Se Deus quiser, pegar esse troféu e fazer diferente lá fora.
A verdade é que, como eu tive visto negado para jogar o Alan que a gente teve no México, meu time teve que jogar com um complete, então eu tô com muita vontade de jogar essa lanzinha, os moleques do time estão com muita vontade de jogar a lanzinha comigo, sabe que vai ser diferente, então a gente sabe que a Solid é um time muito bom, mas mesmo assim a gente tá com a expectativa muito alta e vai fazer valer a pena. Pô, Team Solid, nada contra vocês, mano, mas vocês vão ter que pagar o preço de eu ter ficado de fora do México, mano.
¡No puede ser! ¿Qué hizo esa carcasa de pinturas? ¡Draculía!
La verdad es que no hay mucha expectativa en el partido. Sé que son un equipo que tienen un estilo muy único y propio. Sé que son jugadores muy habilidosos individualmente, pero nosotros también vamos a ir a imponer nuestro juego y la verdad es que siempre el objetivo es ganar, da lo mismo el rival. Y eso, la verdad es que me lo estoy tomando con harta calma y nada, estando confiando en mi equipo, yo sé que las cosas van a ir bien. Último recanto de juego, con cuidado, vayan con cuidado.
My expectations are to go against them and win and hopefully beat them by like a lot, and hopefully myself plays like very, very good and impresses everyone. Try to stay calm and stay confident, and I think we can catch them off guard if like we show them how confident we are. I think they're going to be a little nervous to go against us. And if we stay confident, we should be able to beat them.
4 out of 8 challengers teams across all Americas begin their journey today to make it to the very top. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Ascension Americas. I'm your host for today, Dryad, and I'm joined on desk by Roy and Ash. And guys, just 2 days ago, we got the chance to see the play-ins. We were on the desk, and we got the chance to see 2 of our teams make it to this official Ascension. Unfortunately, that meant that we had to say goodbye to Red Cannons. But today, the real deal starts, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see a brutal day one for the play-ins, right? It was between Winthrop University, 6K, and Red Cannons. It was brutal. It was sick. It was a lot of great Valorant. Obviously, we have to say goodbye to Red Cannons, so there's that. But, guys, I think now we're going into one of the most stacked Ascensions tournament that maybe we've ever seen. I'm not really sure. I don't know how to think about all of this, but the level of stackness that is going on in this event is crazy, guys.
I think that's what the insane part is. There's no like worry about it being like super top heavy like it has been in other Ascension tournaments. And I think that even those play-ins kind of gave a taste of what we're expecting. Like that last matchup between Winthrop and Red Canids, the way that Red Canids were able to turn it up. And there was a world where we thought they were even going to win that series despite not being able to qualify, says so much about how close that competition has been creeping up.
It's been really insane to look at. Just we think about the first year of Ascension, the guard was a clear winner. They made it through. We take a look at last year, and it was, you know, we had our favorites, but it was still very top heavy. And now we go into this year, and like you guys are saying, we don't really know who's going to lift that trophy. We don't know who's going to win it all, Ash.
We don't at all. And it is also a grueling format that these teams are going to have to go to. But the fact that we only have 8 teams here for the group stage of Ascension, it means that Swiss stage looks a little bit different. These teams only need to win 2 games to qualify into the playoffs, and if you lose 2, you're out.
It's very scary, especially for the teams that they haven't played yet. The 4 teams that we're going to be seeing today, it's a situation where, yeah, you might have a little bit of experience yet. Some of them have a lot of experience, but still going to this first one with all their nervousness, everything that you can feel, Roy. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and I think the really cool thing too, guys, is the fact that one, this is a completely random draw, so seedings didn't really matter too much going into the Ascension side. But what does matter is the fact that there are no regional matchups. So there's going to be teams exposing themselves to completely different playstyles, you know, things that have they're not really accustomed to, or different compositions, or like, you know, just different approaches. Because like obviously every region kind of has their flair, and they kind of have their own pace and kind of tempo that they play at. So I think this first round is going to be crazy in terms of like, you know, the different clashes of play styles and kind of teams adjusting to each other, and them adjusting on the LAN environment as well. It's gonna be very interesting, that's for sure.
So we're going to focus a little bit more on the matches that we're going to have today. We have 9Z going against Envy, and then Team Solid going against Shinden. For Envy, if you guys have been watching Challengers, or if you have any sort of information of Challengers, you know that Envy is that favorite team in North America to win it all. They have been insane throughout the year. But on the other side, 9Z is, you might not know the name of the team itself, but Ash, you definitely know the players.
There's no doubt that you know the players. Like, you got that core from Crew Esports in Klaus, Delzik, and Nags on this roster. And then on top of that, too, you've got Takolila. If you were watching Leviathan previously from 2021, 2023, you know his name. So it's incredibly stacked. Taco and Sooth are also returning from last year's Ascension when they were playing on Rita Esports. On top of that, these are names that everybody's going to know, and it really is that conversation of the old guard versus the new.
You spoiled a little bit of those names that we're going to be seeing today, but I mean, it's just incredible that we get to see them once again in the stage. A lot of them, you know, they already made it to the top. They played at VCT Americas, they played international events, they made it 3rd in champs, and now they find themselves here trying to make it once again, trying to feel that victory once again, but it's not going to be easy. So as we talk about 9Z, you look at these players. You know, I know you mentioned 3 of them have been in Crew. Technically, Takolija was also part of Crew for a little bit for an off-season tournament. So just the fact that we have such a stacked roster is insane, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think just to sum it up, this is one of the most distinguished rosters that we have in Ascension. There's just really no other way to put it. There's 4 out of 5 players that have had VCT experience within the last 2 years. Or, I mean, really the only one that doesn't have a lot of Tier 1 experience on this roster is Soother, but dude, he has an insane track record. His stats look great. Yeah. He's definitely a force. He's definitely VCT ready. I think for me, this roster is most certainly I think the most well-rounded overall. Like, they have a lot of firepower. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of confidence. And I think ultimately this is one of the scariest matches. And the fact that they're going up against Envy in this first round, I mean, we're just getting an absolute banger for the first matchup. So this is going to be really, really sick to watch.
One of the players that we absolutely have to talk about is Klaus. Back when he was still playing for Crew last year, he was criticized a lot because of his performance. And now coming into this event, Ash, he is the best performing player, not only of his team, but of the entirety of Latin America. The improvement and the growth that he's had since he won and started playing for 9C, started playing in Ascent or in Challengers is insane.
It definitely is. He's a player that's always had so much impact supporting for his team. And the fact that on this 9Z roster as well, he just gets to reprise the exact same role that he had when he was playing with Crew Sports. It's just the fact that he's had this opportunity and so much time to really refine his role as an initiator. And there's a reason why he is so well known. And I'm so excited to see what he's going to bring to the table. There's so much familiarity with him to play with as well, considering the rest of the roster.
Yeah, he was talking about it in social media when he once back-to-back was having insane performances, just saying that he was back. He was back to the form that we used to know him for a few years ago when he was making those international events with Crew. And now he has the potential to do the exact same with Envy, but another player that we also saw in Crew a few years ago, and we really haven't heard from him since, is Delsic. He didn't even keep competing when VCT Americas started. He actually went to, I think, have an engineering job, and now in the past year and this year he's back in the game, bro, and he's better than ever.
Bro went to cook it up in an engineering job, and now he's cooking on the Omen one trick. You've got to respect it. You've got to respect it. And I think this guy's been, not, you say we haven't really heard much of him, but he's been such a solid player for this roster. Like he is an Omen one trick. Crazy to say in this economy, to be honest, but he's also just absolutely insane. I think what we can expect from him, guys, is the fact that he has a really good macro mind. He's very good on the Omen. He's very good on the controllers. So when it comes down to the utility, when it comes down to smokes and kind of the timing, whether it's on the retakes, whether it's on the executes, or whether you need someone to sort of make a play for the roster, we're going to be looking towards Delsic for that.
And I think you look at this roster, and it's really hard to pick out a player where you're going to be like, okay, this is kind of like the ace up their sleeve. But for me, Delsic is that guy. It's the way that he goes for a lot of that map control, some of the risks that he looks to take on this controller role as well, that lends so well to the game plan here of 9Z. He's absolutely one of the players that we need to keep an eye out for.
He has always been one of those cool, calm, and collected players that you've seen in the different rosters that he's been part of. So I'm very excited to see him on that controller today. But we also got to hear a little bit from Klaus and his thoughts on Envy. Let's hear him.
Creo que va a ser un partido interesante también porque, o sea, creo que al nosotros ser un poco no tan medio caótico a la hora de jugar, no creo que tampoco seamos tan tipo caóticos, pero dentro de todo algunas veces tenemos nuestras formas de jugar media que nos adaptamos al medio juego. Y ellos también son medio así no son tan estratégicos, medio como que juegan el feeling del partido, y creo que va a ser un buen partido, y creo que el que mejor mira ese día y mejor tipo jugando, no sé si individualmente, pero como colectivamente, como equipo en sí, proponiendo y estando libre a la hora de jugar, creo que va a ser el que gane. Pero son gameplays bastante parecidos, así que va a estar divertido.
It is another player that we hear saying, we have to play our own game, and whoever's, shooting first, whoever's feeling better that day is going to get that win. Roy, how much do you think that affects going to a matchup like this one? Not only is it the opener for Ascension, but you also want to make sure that you're playing the way that you've been playing and you're comfortable on stage.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice, to be honest. Like, there's been too much of a downtime for you to rely too much on like anti-stratting or anti-strategy. Like, I think the most they can do is kind of just study the style, kind of like understand the tempo that they play at. But guys, I do want to remind us that many teams have made the mistake of thinking that Envy is not a strategic team, okay? But they are. The micro's been studied. People know that there's layers to the way that Envy plays. There's some elements to, there's like some kind of element to the chaos, right? Like there is a recipe that they play within. So I think, obviously the only thing they can do is just rely on their own strategy, kind of play to their own strength, not really fall into the way that Envy's playing. But I think Klaus is in the right direction for sure.
I think to add on to Roy's point as well, where he's talking about that the importance of not just focusing on your own gameplay, but because of the circumstances surrounding Ascension right now, it also leans into the fact that the Swiss stage, it is only like those 4 rounds, right? Where you're looking at either having to qualify with 2 matches or being out in 2 matches. Very different format from the regular season, where these Swiss stage games, every single one matters even more than before.
And I'm so excited because not only we have a 9C where we know all the players, but we also have an Envy team that we need to talk about. We've seen them throughout, you know, since last year, since the end of last year when they were able to win that stage 3, and going into this year, continuing to be a team that is just doing whatever they want and always getting away with it, Roy.
Yeah, and they've been the most dominant team in NA. They've had one of the most consistent performances we've seen from beginning of the year all the way to the end. They went from underrated to rated, and now our bar is just set so high. And I think despite the age of this roster, they're an insanely strong powerhouse. And guys, don't be fooled by their age, okay? If you're in the crowd, I'm not talking to you guys specifically on the desk, but in the crowd, don't be fooled by the age, because this team does have land experience under their belt. They did take a win at Red Bull home ground. I think their playstyle will most certainly hold up in this environment.
Definitely will. And I think that the conversation as well around them just being so consistent throughout the year, I want to add the fact that they've also grown so much throughout the year. Like the attitude that this team went into stage 1 of challengers with is completely different from stage 3. Do they still get sometimes prone to, I guess, like the ego and the pride that has happened during the 3rd stage, but I feel like that has changed so much too. They're much better at keeping themselves in check, but it's also with their ability to maintain a lot of that fun. And so much of that lends over to their IGL, their captain within Pop, and the fact that he's able to find the calm within the chaos and lead so many of these youngsters alongside the help of Inspire being that secondary caller and the most experienced player on this roster, I think says so much.
He has been insane. And again, like you were saying, Roy, it's not that they don't have any game plan. Like, they're not strategic. They're very strategic, and you really see it in the way that Poppin is making some of these calls, the way that they're going for these executes, that it seems like it's chaotic. It seems like they're just running it down, but there's multiple layers of utility, multiple layers of how they want to take control of these sides that allow them to have the success that they've been having before.
And I think I last time I compared them to like not compared them, but I contrasted them to M80, where I said M80 had like some of the best macro that we've ever seen. They had some really crazy ideas when it came to, you know, big game plans. But I feel like for me, Envy is the micro masters. Like when you watch their micro, the way they play off each other, even in like high chaos moments, it almost feels like they never skip a beat. They're playing every scenario perfect. Like those thousands of hours that they have in ranked are actually paying off in a team environment. And I think that is where Envy's magic happens. And that's where a lot of teams go wrong against this team, because they are so good at controlling chaos and they're so good at team fighting, and they usually come out on top doing them as well.
And one of the guys that is in charge of that team fighting is Exter. It doesn't matter what meta it is, he is going to be on that Yoru, and he has proven to do that the entire year. He is incredible, not only mechanically, but in the way that he utilizes this Yoru to its full potential. It's really impressive, and I'm wondering, Ash, if 9C is going to be ready for it, because everybody says that they're ready for it until they go against Exter.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy part, is like the meta lent so well into his ability to be that Yoru specialist, but he truly is on a different league of his own on this agent due to the reps that he has on it. And we've talked about the evolution of this team as a whole in Envy, but Exter's his role as the Yoru has also changed so much too. Previously, it felt like he was constantly this player who was looking to be that kind of Yoru support almost to Kainzera's duelist, but now he's shifted in stage 3 to be more of the spearhead of the team. We see him even picking up the operator, which was not something that was happening during the first 2 stages of VCL. He's grown so much.
Yeah, I think that for me, the opping, that's where he's probably grown the most. Like the way he uses the op on, even on a macro level, is perfect, right? Show here, TP, op here, like the way he's controlling the flow, the way he's kind of keeping teams guessing. I think it's a big part of Envy's defense, to be honest, especially when it comes to applying pressure, getting people to run into Kainzera, run into Inspire's traps, which always seems to be stacked on one side of the map. So I think honestly, every single piece of this roster is very important to the way that they play, and obviously Exter as well.
And we were talking about the way that he plays, but we also want to hear what he had to say again about 9C and how that match is going to go down today. Let's take a look at this video with Exter.
This is going to be the first game of the tournament, so I'm just hoping that everyone on my team is like feeling it. We get like a good warm-up in. I'm not too worried about 9Z. It's really just all about us. Like we have we know we can win the tournament, so we're just got to like prove it step by step, like warm up into the tournament.
Once again, focusing on yourself, and that is something that Envy has been doing throughout the entire year, Ash. So you don't really expect them to change it going into Ascension. Like you guys were mentioning before, they already have that LAN experience, and now this is just another step that they have to take.
Definitely is. And I think that for this squad as well, the way we've always described them is just marching to the beat of their own drum. Like, forget even their opponents. Like, if we even talk about the meta, what they were looking to play composition wise, they did not care what was going on around the world. It was always whatever worked for them. And I think that's where this conversation in the head-to-head gets a little bit interesting as well, because Kainzera's role has evolved a little bit too. Like previously, mainly being on this kind of like off duelist, off meta duelist, and now he still does take that role, but then slotting into like the Brimstone at times, playing a little bit more flex up against a Taco, who he himself has also been leaning into some of the duelists that haven't exactly, aside from the Neon, been as meta within recent history of competitive Valorant.
This is really the old versus the new when you look at Kainsera, that very young player that, you know, is underage playing this tournament as well. And then you look at a Takalija that has had so much experience, you know, from 2021, 2022, and then going down and playing in challengers. So you see the contrast, not only, you know, with the differences in age, but also in the mainly in the way that they play. Takalija has always been this very flexible player that when he was in VCT Americas was struggling quite a bit. And now it seems like he's back, but also Kainsera has been keeping his form, Roy.
Yeah, Kainsera's form has never gone away. I think at most he's had like 2 bad matches in a row. And I won't say bad, but his bad is like at the league average. So I'm not sure how bad that really is.
He's still good.
But yeah, exactly. But for me, I was going to talk about a little bit more about Takulia. Like he's such a disruptive duelist. He's always willing to make plays through smokes. We've seen it so many times. I'm thinking back to like Ascent. There's a play that people call the Taco play where he walks off cat, opts into tiles, like on defense side. Like that is the Taco style, right? Where like you interrupt a lot of the defaults, you kind of find your flow, you kind of wedge yourself into this sort of tempo that a lot of these teams, you know, have played into. And I feel like Taco is in a very unique position because he has played a lot in the NA. He's gotten so many scrims against NA teams. Like he understands the NA pace. And I feel like if he kind of finds his footing, he finds his tempo and kind of wedges himself into the way these teams are playing, he could be a real problem for Envy.
He has always been a big problem for teams that he's playing against. I still remember 2-3 years ago when Leviathan was playing against Evil Geniuses, and Evil Geniuses did like 7 different counters to Takalija when he came down to the utility on Pearl. So that is something that even if it's not going to be directly a counter or specific things that Envy is going to be looking for to do, there's still a lot of ways that they're going to try to make sure that that duelist, that Takalija, is going to get shut down, Ash.
That there definitely are. And I think that that's where we've seen like the additional layers coming out from Envy, how we've seen like the chaos that they're definitely able to create in those micro situations. But it felt like somewhere along the lines of like early stage 3, they really locked down on a lot of their discipline as well with how strategically and how carefully they're using their util. Beforehand, it used to be like, okay, let's throw things out there. Yes, layered carefully as to Poppin's calling, but I think going a little bit more for those firefights. But now it's been a bit more of a conversation of like how they're looking to control the map instead of surviving in the chaos.
And something that we're going to see for sure, though, is going to be chaos between these two teams. We know the Latam style, no matter what, they like to get a little bit chaotic. And Envy, they like to do just the same with their double duelist composition that we get to see over and over again. But I think the maps are ready, so let's take a look at what the maps are going to be for today, because that can also guarantee where this series could be going. Roy, any predictions here before we see it?
It's going to be really hard to predict. I imagine at least some of the good maps are going to get banned out, but I think we're going to go to some maps where like both teams are pretty strong. I don't think they're really anti-shining each other, so I think it's safe to say that we will see maps where, you know, both teams are relatively strong. Yeah, there it is, the Lotus as the first map pick. I think this one is kind of interesting, guys, because when you look at Envy's track record on this map, they have looked phenomenal on this map, to be honest. A lot of teams have, you know, thought they've had counter to their compositions. They said, oh, they're playing a util low, you know, comp. They try to play into it, and they just can't deal with the mid-round, you know, fights, and they can't deal with a lot of the duels that Envy likes to take. So that first map's going to be really interesting, especially when you start on that defense side of Lotus.
On top of that, considering the composition that they're pulling out, like one of the few teams to ever be using really an ISO on Lotus as well. is something that I'm going to be curious about, if that's going to be a comp that Envy are going to be carrying forward, or if we're going to see a lot of changes because they've shown their hands so many times with the compositions that they've had on the maps that they've played. Overall, though, the Lotus, it's going to be a lot of push and pull on the side of 9Z. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye out for Nags as well, with the space that he's going to be looking to take. He's always also playing that push pull, especially on defense, looking for those opportunities to walk up on the flank, and that's something that Envy is going to have to be looking out for.
For most of these players, it's the first time that they play in Sao Paulo, Brazil, except for Takuliga, Naxet, and Klaus, who played Lock-in just a few years ago here with Crew and Leviathan. But everybody else, first time on stage, first time playing Ascension as well. See, the emotions are high. Everybody's going to try to play their own game, and something that I'm thinking of, Roy, as well as everybody's trying to, or everybody's setting up here, is something that Poppin said in one of the earlier interviews when the team was struggling a little bit in that stage one, is that they were nervous sometimes, and they needed that experience of, you know, if they're down, how they're going to be coming back. If they're winning a lot, making sure that they're able to close it out. Do you think that the experience that they've had is enough in case things get a little difficult today?
I think it's enough, but the track record shows that whenever Envy is not having like a great start, or whenever it feels like teams are doing to them what they usually do to other teams, they tend to struggle a little bit. They can't really get, find their footing and get things going. Now, I don't know if that's going to be a factor here today, but what I do think, guys, is that early momentum, that early, like the first four rounds are going to dictate so much, especially when it comes to the confidence, especially when it comes to their nerves as these teams settle into their seats and kind of settle into this matchup. Again, there's so much pressure for 9Z on this defense side Lotus. If they can't find a flow, if they can't kind of find, figure out how Envy's playing, or kind of, play up to their pace and play up to their tempo, that first half, we've seen so many teams just lose Lotus just purely not being able to get enough defensive rounds.
And I think taking a look later down into this map, Veto, here as well, Sunset, definitely a strong map for both sides. I think 9Z most recently had a couple of struggles over in LATAM South during stage 2, but they were also relatively close matches, up against Love Academy. That was an overtime. Ascent is where it gets really interesting, because I feel like that's where these teams have both had the most mixed results. Envy have either had really great games on Ascent, or they've been shut down, and the track record there for 9Z hasn't been great there either, within that, I think it's like a 1-4 loss ratio there for their second stage of LATAM South.
Anything can happen between these two teams. Do you guys feel like it's going to be a close series? Because to me, honestly, these are the two teams that I would put in the grand finals. Roy, how close is it going to get?
I mean, okay, I just want to remind us that 9Z is the winners of LATAM. These guys are insane, by the way. And Envy has looked like the most dominant team throughout the entire event. Yeah, they didn't have the strongest finish towards the end, but dude, they've been so insane when it comes to that. So I think I agree with you guys when you guys say that either of these two teams could be in the grand finals. And I think we're watching possibly one of the best matches of the tournament off rip.
And looking at the compositions here on this map of Lotus Ash, anything that catches your attention, anything that we should be focusing on for the first map?
Well, I mean, we've got some major changes to what we're seeing here on the side of Envy at the very least, especially with Cainzera locking in on that raise, shifting away from the ISO that we've previously seen from him on Lotus. So that's definitely going to be something that I'm interested in. He's looked good on the raise historically, but isn't one of the main agents that I think we got familiar with for him. And then Poppin slotting into the fade here as well. I mean, that's the same thing, despite the fact that we are seeing the highlight as if it is a change that is coming through this squad. I think what I'm interested to see is also going to be on the side of 9Z. Naxit on the Vice is a great change to see coming in. Previously, I think he was leaning onto that KJ during some time, so it'll be fun to see those interactions between him and Inspire.
I'm so excited for this opening of Ascension. Is 9C going against Envy on our first map of Lotus. Is also the veterans against their rookies. Let's see who gets this map win with your casters. Is Shift and Vance.
Really good opening matchup here. Yeah, very excited to get into this one. I think the desk hits on it right there at the end very nicely. 9Z not to be underestimated, even though they are playing up against the organizationally heavy favorite in terms of watching through challengers this year. Envy has been kind of the spotlighted team out of North America, but that doesn't guarantee anything. And we've seen that actually be the case for Envy, not just across the season, but also very recently in stage 3.
It is definitely going to be a huge match for Envy fans across the world because this is a big test for them. The first time that I sit on the stage where they have to play against such a storied team in terms of the experience that a lot of the players from 9Z brings from Tier 1 back into Challengers. But Envy, we can't really toss them aside. They did win a LAN themselves when they qualified to the Red Bull home grounds in Dallas, Texas during DreamHack. So they do have some sort of stage experience, but against Tier 1 teams or different playstyles from different regions, it's not there yet. So Envy has to come in prepared. Exer talked about starting slow. It can't be that slow. They have to come out hot, which is why now King Zira switches into this raise and they go for this battle in front of that B site.
Well, opening shot good for Suthers. He's able to find Kane on the opening peek through pillars. A little bit of aggression being shown early for 9Z. Opposite side of the map, though, Envy making moves over towards A, including clearing out tree early. So opportunity to get on towards site and really keep your eye on what Inspire might be able to do on the cutoff through stairs.
That's a huge insert too, but they're already feeling it from 9Z. They had to play soft across the site, which is something that they like to do from the side of 9Z as well. They like to play these flood retakes. So Envy, if they stay on site, they still have good util to fight with. They have a seize to delay, and then their guns to work with.
Well, paint shells will come through. Spike will be planted. And now it's just down to how do you crack the code of this post plant. And it might just be by way of Inspired. He gets overwhelmed, not able to find the first shot. So now the defense has some level of entry back into the site. You block off the long rotation through the front side at A. Everything else now comes into the site itself. Right clicks are landing. Nag able to find one up top, but Ion and the rest of the crew locking things down on the low ground. Last one left alive is Suther. And, you kind of got the intention of how that finished before we got there. Envy take the pistol.
It looked like he even looked away before he even died in the server. So if anything, though, it's a nice little reply back for Envy. Playing on site, we just talked about it, forward positions. You like to play foot retakes for the side of 9Z. Then you like to go toe-to-toe because they talked about a chaotic matchup at the desk, on the desk, just prefacing this series. So the fact that the paranoia didn't really hit too much on the foot retake on the side here of 9Z, but it was beautifully countered by that seize of Poppin. Look at how many players get decayed. 2 of them, easy kills right after that.
Yeah.
And now Envy scores first in this series.
Counter utility's pretty darn good. Now we've got extra weaponry on the table for Envy, and Egg will find the first shot. And I will say, and I don't think this is really maybe hit as harshly maybe as I would have figured the desk would have, but there are some times where Envy feels like you live by the egg, you die by the egg. And so far, already finding an opening shot's good news for Envy fans.
Yeah, and it already changes the playstyle a bit from Envy's side too. You're looking at the amount of utility you want to throw in as a team, but they're activating good lurks now from Inspire from that pick. But as you're going for entries, look at how the spacing goes in for Envy's side as well. So another reason why you're going in potentially with this raise. Now you have 3 agents on the side of Envy that could satchel, that could TP, and just get through sites right now to just flood into these trades. So beautifully done, and 9Z will have to expect this going on into the later rounds. Although economical damage is the name of the game for the remaining players of 9Z, and they've done quite a decent job so far. If they could drop Inspire here and also force at least some armor buys off some players, they should be in a pretty good spot for the bonus round of Envy to play against the bonus round of Envy.
Yeah, see what happens though. It looks like this is going to be one of those sacrificial moments to finish off round number 2. Inspire pretty far back, should be safe to make sure he keeps his life and more importantly keeps the weapon. So 4 will survive, and you're right. I think there is, you know, some consideration regarding the ISO versus the raise, as we've seen Envy before. It definitely feels that the ISO brings the more survivable entry just by being able to pop the shell. More importantly, I think it's you can hit the undercut, make players vulnerable, so you have to back off defensively. Whereas this is, of course, the more categorical side of what we see on Lotus, which is burst, blast pack, flash, get in, get on quick, get the plant down as fast as possible.
You have to think about the preparation too against 9Z. They're also like to deathball a lot on pistol rounds, like to play 1-3-1s and then go for 4-0, 5-0 slams. So that C's name could be very, very potent. Maybe the reason why you're going into this slight agent change on the side of Envy, so you could add a little bit more. But we'll cross that bridge once we get there. Once Envy plays a defense, they're still in control here of the attack. Once again, doubling up to take control of the front B side. A 2v2 on that spot, but Poppin has that spike, so it's a dangerous fight to take.
Yeah, and this is just a feel-out tactic. You saw that they were able to throw the boom bot in, plus also committing a prowler. So it keeps the defense a little bit more interested, while Inspire was creating some noise at A. So a bit of early confusion has 9Z really kind of stacking their resources in a bit more of a split decision. 2-2-1, and The Vice will now all of a sudden find themselves in a heap of trouble. Has the utility to try to survive a little longer, and actually Nags is going to go a little bit deeper onto the site to try to contest, knowing the Viper's nearby. So this is just about, can you hit your opening shots? And so far, Klaus and Nags are able to find a 2-for-1 exchange.
Although there is still a lot of space to work with, so an opportunity to move in, a 1v1 here that Klaus will decide better to fall back here, wait for his teammates so they can play players on that retake.
Good deep paint shells, lots of damage coming through. Puts Kanzera down to critical health, taken care of quickly. Haunt denied. Post plant still staying on top of the site. There's your breakdown with the poison cloud and the dark cover to block off the front. Paranoia coming through. Inspire finds the first, but Exeter cannot get away. And now it's just on to if Inspire can hit more shots in outside of the first one tap. Not much else to follow. A pretty punishing bonus, though, all things told, Vance.
Agreed. This is a pretty decent bonus round for NV side. You saw what they brought in. A couple of marshals, couple of outlaws, and then just keeping the bulldog in the hands of Exeter. So you're trying to leverage him as the entry, and the other ones are trying to go for long-range picks. That said, though, I saw that Kane kind of backed down and backed onto nades being thrown on a defensive flood. So a little bit of shakiness going on and onto the stage, because that's unlike King Zera. Usually you see him pushing forward, you see him go for the fights, disrespect the utility. And now it seems as though he gave a little bit too much here and too much space for the side of 9Z to retake on that 3 versus 2 in the end. But we talk about that rifle round. The bonus pretty good on NV side. Now they're playing rifles against now the Odin of Soother holding towards that tree. So Odin now prominently used since champs. You're starting to see here the value that Soother's trying to do with this Odin buy into tree control.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a mimic because they're actually able to get that afforded in round 3, but Soother, and this is what everyone's been talking about, it feels like the Odin has just turned into a beefier Phantom. He's able to find one, but it's still a 4v3 nonetheless. Better trades for Envy. Paint shells causing a bit of deterrence to the post plant setup over towards drop, and Taco's able to find a shot through the smoke to land on a Kanzera. So now we've got even numbers 3v3.
Still only satchels and a flash, though. At least a vulnerable could be nice, but it missed. It just tries to clear out towards heaven, so they don't have too much to flood retake with.
Little extra peek from Egster. Doesn't find what he was looking for, so Heatgate crashes back. Time becoming a bit of an issue here for 9Z. Definitely some urgency has to come through. Poppin finds beautiful timing, earns himself the Nightfall, and immediately pops it. Taco will be hit by that. The tethers will reveal both, actually, as Klaus is traded, and everyone knows that Taco's playing on the low ground somewhere, so just use the clock as your biggest ally, and the first full purchase for Envy comes through successfully.
And becomes very clean. You're seeing also from the side of Envy, they, I mean, just the meta in itself, you're looking at this recent, we're not playing with the latest patch, we're still playing on 11.07, which then you're thinking about what happened towards champs here, and a lot of analysts and coaches are talking about where, you know, it seems as though there's a lot of like these 5040 slams on sites. But the thing here that Envy are doing quite well is continuing with the inserts and also a little bit of default at the very beginning to keep some players onto like anchored spots on that B side. They haven't shown too much over C yet, so there are still some gaps that you could try to take here for 9Z on the defense, and they're trying that right now. 3 players found on that side as they're on an eco, but now they're greeted finally by a change of pace from Envy, Wing into the C site.
Yeah, and why not? You've got lesser arsenal in front of you, but Klaus does well to catch one and stays alive for a little bit more damage and actually turns that into a second elimination. That makes this plausible in terms of how Thrifty works, but Inspire is quick on the pinch. Nags currently watching for it. The dark cover will be, pardon me, the dark cover, from the shadows will be used to get over to A quickly, but this is weapon collection time for 9Z.
Thing is Inspire on the insert, so he hears the rotate from Soother. He's going to hear the second one from Nags very soon. He's already pinging it towards that spawn, so everybody's going to play individual places for Envy. Try to go for that big play. Hopefully here, the Ion, worst comes to worst, only has to play a 1v1.
Yeah, Inspire just needs to get the information. Soother looking, shoulder seen, opening opportunity comes through, and Inspire has an opportunity to take down both, and little pop-off saying, what are you shooting at? Envy take away, but still, again, you talk about 9Z, they're battling, and most importantly, they do that right there on an eco.
And I thought they were going to identify that already when Inspire had that insert during that pistol going into that B side. The thing is right now is you're seeing what we're just talking about at the desk too. The experience the whole team brings over from 9Z, yet it's Soother that goes into the staircase and peeks back out knowing that there's going to be a late lurk and Inspire is going to peek out. And the one that actually gets caught is experienced Nags with the knife out trying to meet up with his teammate. So a little bit of a fumble there that allows Enemy to really run away now with this first half of attack.
Well, interesting setup here. Yeah, you're going to get a quick burst out of Taco. with the boom coming in towards A. Trades over at B, though, has Envy looking to try to get a spike down, but the Nightfall may delay this a touch. Nags just outside the dark cover, waiting for maybe just a little bit of extra help. And now that it's here, he's going to make his move, but Ion and Exter have done all right. Gives Poppin and Ion now a 2-on-1 versus Nags, who's seen on the jump up. Oh, looked like 9Z had read that just about perfectly. The Showstopper blocks off the play to A, the Nightfall to guard on towards B, but the shots just don't land.
This is such an interesting look that we're currently seeing from Envy's side. When you're looking at how some teams sometimes play on site on the attack, and there's chaos that happens, once all that trade finishes, you're stopping for a bit. You're trying to see if anybody else is going to peek from an angle. But what's different here from Envy is like, hey, we have the spike. We know where the open gaps are. Let's just bring that spike already to a different spot. You play the solo, and then you cut the rotates. And you could trust so much into your teammates and Envy to be able to do that. Especially to what Roy was saying. When they were playing as the rankers, before they got picked up by Envy, it was just so many cool individual hero plays that was coming out with Envy that was breaking the ankles of every single one of the challengers teams that were playing against in North America for at least 2 splits until they actually got picked up by Envy and then finally lost in the playoffs because you get the signed organizational curse going into the playoffs. But now, you know, as you listen to the interview, was what was said before by Takalia, yeah, we're not really afraid of how they play, but they're soon realizing that inside the server going toe-to-toe, it is kind of breaking their ankles themselves here on their defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, how would you evaluate though? Because like first looks, I wouldn't say that 9Z is getting outgunned and just flat out losing this half by way of individual skill gap. This feels more like foundationally and from a game plan standpoint, they aren't prepared for this Envy team to be playing with this much burst, and they just don't feel like they have an idea or handle on what they want to use to either pause or not use, and either to be able to kind of overinvest into trying to find retakes. It just feels like they're kind of caught between, you know, a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, we'll have to see into the next rifle round that they'll bring here for 9Z. So far in this eco, you're going for the rubble control, but I think that could be a good game plan moving into the next one because they still have good util to stall towards that C site, and they still fight for good rubble control. The only thing is that your TP from Exter baits the util, he TPs away, and then it just becomes easy for them to overtake a site right after because they're still playing a 4vx on site. So I think for 9Z, they got to push somewhere else.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is interesting because you get that lurking pick onto Inspire, just jumped the gun a little bit too quickly. Has a rifle moved over to the hands of Taco, but the problem is, as this post plant scales deeper into the halls behind C, 9Z have to essentially win out some gunfights up close and personal. And to be fair, Delzic's able to find 2 with the Stinger. Traded away, though, as Ion, last surviving, gets Envy quickly to 6.
Yeah, and sorry, I was yapping because it felt like it was going to be an easy round right after here. Even if they lose Inspired, they already had the sight for the side here of Envy, but they pushed towards that spawn, and it looked like it was almost really good for the side of 9Z, sorry, for the retake. The only thing, a small mistake that came out for that paranoia that was thrown by Delzik, it actually missed the first player just by the double boxes, and it became free kills for them to take. Sorry, I chuckled on that one because I love how Taco just kept shooting the body just to say, hey, it doesn't matter if the scoreline, we know we're still very confident on this map and on our own map pick here against Envy in that they could still take this series to the distance.
Yeah, but a pretty trepidatious start right now for 9Z. And you're going to get Dimensional Drift for Exter early. And honestly, that Vine doesn't really stop the ability for Exter to get a read on where this defense is going to be set up. Viper's Pick going to be used very late in the round. Showstopper to counter. Does not hit fully, though. Klaus still alive, but only for a small time. And with that, now you've got a spike plant, and 9Z are going to have a really tough time cracking through halls and waterfall at the same time.
I mean, look at Envy. They're just fighting on different angles. The waterfall fight's about to happen. Nags is at least able to drop them both.
And now you've got the Steel Guard now. Poppin will be affected by that. He does see Takolila, and wow, he misses the opening op shot. Nags follows up for their third. Inspire, the last one left. Able to get a tag, at least closer towards where the spike is. He finds 1v3 for Inspire, and the clutch comes through, and that's a pop-off well warranted.
And he even stands up to the play. This man's feeling it right now in the server. We talked about I needed them to have a hot start to say, yeah, this is a team that's Envy, that's no joke. And for him to do that in the clutch, Nags was doing such a great job to retake the site individually for the team until Inspire. Look at how he places the camera. He sees one on the left. He gets information. He breaks the flash, goes back into a burst. There's a miss there, a misplay, a little bit of a jiggle, but not a wide enough swing for the side of 9Z to guarantee a trade. Now back into the action, though. 9Z onto a different buy. They're buying whatever they can here to try to stay in the game. But man, that is gonna have to be a round here that they're gonna not like.
Yeah,
when they're gonna rewatch the VOD tonight.
That hits on your mental. Not only that, but that was the last shot for Inspire before a reload would have had to come through. So unreal stuff. Delzik shuts down the play towards ropes. Ion looking for a quick flank, but shut down as well. And hold on a second. How crucial could this possibly be for 9Z? A couple of weapons will be collected, but the Nightfall allows Poppin to follow up 5-2. Stuck in pit, though. Gets traded. And here we go again. Inspire, 1v2 situation. Both players are 9Z with rifles in hand. Cam goes up. Instantly deleted. Inspire, try to play around the flank. Trigger on towards the spike. This time Klaus comes through, and what a response from 9Z.
Oh man, in a 2 versus 4, even throwing out the Nightfall for the side of Envy. That shows the confidence that they have right now. There's already been 2 versus X's, 3 versus 4, 3 versus 5s that they won earlier on in this half. So they definitely do feel that they have full control of the pacing of the game so far, that they could allow themselves to go for these type of plays. But just unfortunately there on that 1 versus 2, a little bit off on the mark when he rotated around on the back of the site for Inspire. Right there, Klaus is able to redeem himself and help the team get the second one into this first half. And now we're going back into the rifle rounds. What we're going to try to do here, look at how passive they're playing. They're playing full retake on the A site with util and looking to just crunch and fight for a C control.
Love this. Get a little aggressive if you're 9Z. Commit to it, though. Showstopper comes through. Now you got the fight over towards pillars, but Klaus cannot handle it. Nags gets one on the trade, but is weak. Good damage to Poppin, so the trades continue to go pinstripe in the kill feed until Suther turns the tides, and it's 9Z in a 3v2 early.
Yeah, but the thing is, they drop Spike, and look at how things are going to be played. Extra is going to pick this up right away, then TP onto the A site to go for a plant. The only difference right now, though, is there's no insert from Inspired, so they are going to be very separated in this post plant, and it'll have to come down to these hero plays again.
Well, the defense will take their time on the rotation. Post plant doesn't have much in terms of tools to hold anything off outside of really just the intel gathering from this spy camp. So if you're looking at this from Envy's perspective, you're hoping you catch some intel, and really the longer this takes and the less information you see, the more you actually know this is probably going to be a hit over towards ropes.
This is the issue for 9Z. They're afraid of these inserts and these lurks, so they're walking the whole time. So much precious time lost.
Shoulder seen on Delzik. Eggster tried to cause an issue. Page shells to push him back. Inspire hits the tree toggle, and how has Eggster just gotten away with that? No help, no follow-up. Shot through the side, working, but it does not matter. Eggster was down to critical health, and he's still able to find the final 2.
Inspires at the same time. Hold on, my door's opening. I'm gonna be there very soon as I can. And Nexter is just like, you know what? Don't worry about it. I got it. That's crazy how many types of kills they're getting through smokes too when you have somebody getting on it on the side of 9Z and all ready to put themselves at a loss. But you see how they were so pressured and rushed to fight into that tree because they had to triple walk all the way back, clearing B slide back towards tree, then finally realizing, okay, well, nobody's inserted, we're gonna have to make a lot of noise now, and that noise allows Extra to isolate all those fights. And again, another momentum breaker as you just won a 2v1 on the side of 9Z the previous round.
Yeah, and that one feels, really not just that one, but the 1v3 earlier from Inspire, and that's the rounds that kind of almost make me eat my shoe, where it's like, okay, maybe there is a little bit of a skill gap at times, because we just gotta trade those.
And your shoe hurts because you wear spike shoes when you play golf.
That's true. Opening shot from Kane lands nicely over the top of Mound as we're dealing with a staggered buy situation here from 9Z. A couple of the hero rifles on the table, and I guess why not? If the pistols are landing, maybe you can turn that into more immediate rifle work, as Klaus will find at least our initial trade for 9Z. Pistol backside sight for Delzik, not gonna land, and that'll open the door for a plant.
And that's the difference here. The players that are playing solo across the map for 9Z are not winning these 1v2s, these 1v3s, are able to do these hero plays. You're seeing the difference right now, that the firepower between both Envy and 9Z. And again, I want to highlight it again. It's the experience from Nagzet, Klaus, Delzik. having experience on the Tier 1 stage, international stage at that, when they were playing with Crew back in 2021. And if you think about that crew, it's a crew that went pretty deep here at Champs, that lost that 18-16 banger on Bind against Chronicles Ace at some point, and that was a highlight reel. And then you would think that that experience helps here against different types of playstyles, including Envy's in this matchup. But Envy's rank play is just good enough to play against the top of the world.
That is one way of looking at it. Well, 2 rifles will be saved. Should be enough to manage a pretty solid purchase here for 9Z to try to exit this first half. But for their map selection, Vance, I mean, again, you looked at like the first 6 rounds and you're like, all right, we got ourselves a pretty even battle. You know, a couple of foundational differences where it does look like Envy's burst going into the Raze instead of the ISO was working out nicely. It kind of caught 9Z in a little bit of no man's land of like, are we committing to playing a little bit further forward? Are we saving to play for more of a committal off of retake? It did look like they were a bit split on decision, but over the last 4 or 5 rounds, this has turned into an Envy stomp fest. And with full purchase coming through, it looks like 9Z is going to try to go a little bit more aggressive, but a dimensional drift will scout this out.
That's how you stop it. Now you just have to fight TDM style. Who wins it? Of course, it's the rankers.
Yep. Although Suther, almost able to manage himself behind and through the toxic screen. Not going to fully work out. And we've got ourselves a 3v2. Nags is close to a Nightfall, though. Could help out. Or pardon me, a Steel Garden, which could help out. But at the moment, you still need to find an elimination first before we can really consider it.
Oh, we get a plant 2 for the Showstoppers, so they are making sure here that they're guaranteeing the round as much as they can for Envy side. Showstopper immediately comes out, though.
Doesn't connect. Klaus still stays on 50 HP. 9Z trying to split the difference of how they want to try to get back in, and Nags is going to find the opener. That's enough now for the Steel Garden. Can they get out of the vicinity of it? Sure seems that way, but it's a lot of space granted and voluntarily given away to the defense trying to make their way back onto site, but it doesn't make a difference. The individual gun skill too strong. Envy way ahead in a 10-2 half.
2 individual 1v1s, one on top of that, and even the radius of that Steel Garden was not enough here to really push Envy as far back as we can. But you have to think about it again from Envy's side. They're no slouch on this map of Lotus. They've been very good in the North American challenger scene, where a lot of OT games, close matchups on this matchup was against Cubert Academy, one of the other favorites to should have made it at least to into winning the finals regionally, if not second place against this very team of Envy. Of course, because they can't even play Ascension. But the Envy was able to take the top and take their number every single time, and even beat Winthrop, who's currently playing at this Ascension stage on a very one-sided affair. So 9Z, I think they're getting their eyes opened right now.
Yeah, a little bit. This is eyes open, foreheads peeled back. I mean, this is, you know, again, like I really need to harp on this. Like the first 6 rounds, I don't think we really could have justified or classified, you know, as much of a skill gap as I think we started to feel in those last handful of rounds. Like the 1v3 from Inspire, pretty unexcusable. You also have Eggster with a little 1v2 moment. That one was even more inexcusable. And then even there at that last final fight, like Toxic screens up, gives the defense a bit of an advantage in terms of how they take the gunfights, but just bursting into the play and being able to connect with headshots. It does feel like Envy's coming with something a little bit different, and this is not good news for 9Z. On your map pick, going into what will be maybe a very quick map number 2 that Envy is going to feel very prepared on, it doesn't feel great, and you need to respond with this opening pistol in the second half if you are 9Z.
Now it's going to have to come down to the preparation on the side of Envy. As I mentioned before, in these pistol rounds, usually here for the side of 9Z, they like to just go for a full-out death ball. If Envy is going to be ready for that one, they have Util to work with. Now with the change from Kane Zero going on to this Raze, and they also have that firepower that's been displayed across the board throughout this first half. Now, what are you going to try to do for 9Z? Are you going to try to default a little bit more? I don't think so. I don't think you should, because at the same time, if you're trying to go with the mentality that you want to play your own game and you want to disrespect your opponents and not think about what they do, then you have to stay as that death ball, and you have to bring that confidence into your gunfights. If you're thinking about, at least for me, in perspective of their defensive round, they did still do pretty good for 9Z in terms of the macros, placing the players at the right spot, trying to fight into the right spots, but just couldn't trade well enough. And then it's the mid round where everything started to fall apart. Now we're seeing here for 9Z, looks like potentially a split into the B site with a lot of noise made towards A.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of this, just to, again, know that you're going to be getting some aggression out of Envy immediately. They've got a lot of rounds to play with. They could do something crazy if they wanted to, but if you're 9Z, you need to establish some footing, some control, like flat out. Just get something going out of your playbook to force Envy to throw some respect. So you call it properly here, Vansili. A little bit of noise, a little bit of utility thrown towards A, quick rotation back in towards pillars, but look at the position from Egster, already deep over towards Mound, means that, yeah, the defense can just stack here on this cross, and Kane Zera is able to connect first. Egster follows with the following two, you boop him back with the blast back in. It's all Egg all the time. Envy looking good for the pistol.
And that's how it starts. I mean, the re was perfect from Envy's side. Make a lot of noise, stop the stall, stop the push from the A side. Season A was going to get so much, if anything. Well, hold that thought, though. Klaus is going to try to clutch a 1 versus 4 as he's moving towards that spike.
Well, try you may, but Ion's already on the close corner. No problems there. And, well, Vansili, now you have to force buy, I think, if you're looking at this from 9Z, and they found 1 elimination and no plant, so...
Hopefully still enough. I think you'll still be able to get a couple of stingers, maybe small shields instead of going for a lot of util behind it. But I wanted to add that extra layer from the setup from Envy on that defense. The double push towards Mound. When you're seeing nobody's moving on that side, you're taking forward position, and it allows for you to pincer back from front and back to retake that B site. And 9Z was not ready for that. So now they're going into their pistol round, staying as a 5-man stack, rushing and fighting towards Mound.
Yeah, but that's great. Egster does not initially hit the gate crash. Instead, stays a little bit longer and gets some really good information. Has the decoy out just past the traps of the Cypher. And this has just been great stall tactics. Now, all of a sudden, you've got popping on the cross-through door if they commit, which it looks like they're about to. Inspire in the corner, runs out of ammunition, but Egg up top will shut it largely all down. A couple of trades from 9Z get them on site, but it's a 3v2 in favor of Envy's defense.
We'll have to talk about the little details in a second here from that Cypher play of Inspire. But here's that forward push towards that spawn, but looks like we want to decide differently. Tap the spike, bait out the shots, bait out the swings, and try to fight toe-to-toe.
Oh, Ion will have to hit an outlaw shot. The Arc Rose is placed. Doesn't reveal too much. Haunt will be deleted. Now the counter. Pistol shots from Kane work out, and whoa, I think Ion thought he hit that. Doesn't make a difference. Kane is able to connect 12-2, and we are in the, well, ballpark of capital W-O-O-F. Woof.
Yeah, but it's not the same type of woof. They're not barking on the side of 9Z, especially with this type of scoreline displayed by Envy so far. But look at this detail. The fact that Inspired never needed to move and was able to get 2 kills out of that one was thanks first to the trip that he placed on that mound. It stopped the first Prowler from the fade. And then the second one was actually the clone thrown by Egster that the second Prowler hit. So they thought the left side was clear because it was just supposed to be a clone and nobody else. And then he picks up 2 kills out of that one. That's just unfortunate slides from 9Z. The pressures for mounting on trying to perform well here on the stage as their first game in Ascension. Unfortunately, it's not the case, but thankfully, it is still a 3-map series, so they have a chance to maybe turn it around on Sunset.
Yeah, this is wild. I think, again, this is the way the Death set this up. Like, this is LATAM's #1 team out of 9Z. They really showed some consistent success across the year as well. Same could be said for Envy. A couple of stumbles maybe early on in the year that was maybe kind of against the expectations that everyone had for the team overall, but they've shown up and shown out, and this is a statement and a half to all of those that are watching right now, not just online, but of course in person, that are waiting to possibly play this Envy team. Good patience here. 9Z with the, again, possible last purchase of this map. Need to be very cautious. Toxic screen up, and they're trying to make their move, but I don't think that Prowler sees the raise, and now all of a sudden you've got the angle, you've got the Vice Wall, and Envy just don't care about it. They're going to find all 3 first eliminations.
That's GG. That's 2 dogs lost here in a 5v2. There's still trips on the site. That is just unfortunate.
Sheesh.
A flawless at that.
Well, I mean, Vance, what do you say?
I say this is definitely the Envy that we wanted to see if you're an Envy fan from across the world. Again, a slow start that they had on Split 2, or a slow finish that they had on Split 2 when they lost here in the playoffs quite early, but came back with a vengeance on Split 3, and this was the big test. Exter mentioned that they're potentially the team that's supposed to be able to win it all, and they definitely displayed this on the first map with just better firepower than their opponents.
Absolute DoorDash speed run. Map number 1. That's 9Z's map pick too. What are we talking about? Not great news, as Envy is absolutely punishing on a brand new composition that we really have not seen from them on that map. Sunset, map number 2 is what we have coming up next. Any final thoughts, or precursor thoughts, I should say, Vans, before we toss over to a break?
Yeah, if anything, there's still a chance here for 9Z to bring things forward onto Sunset. They're still testing out that map. They've came out with different compositions, playing a bit of a Breach Neon. Maybe that could be the thing that could stop here the heavy pushes on the side of Envy, and hopefully they have more preps into the layers of what they brought here on Lotus.
Well, that's Vans. I'm Shift. Welcome to the first match of Ascension. And, well, if you're an Envy fan, you're loving what you're seeing. We'll head back to a break. When we come back, map number 2, Sunset. Don't go far. Now the counter.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Trust into Ion.
Going to the evening.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ascension Americas. And if you missed that map of Lotus, let's just say that if you're an Envy fan, you're having the greatest day of your life. And if you're a 9C fan, things are not really going your way.
Yep.
That was insane. It was 9C's map pick of Lotus, Roy, and they lose it 2-13.
Yeah, I mean, the first half is brutal. There's just really no other way to put it, to be honest. But I will say, that being said, there were so many opportunities for 9Z to make that first half like insanely favorable, to be honest. It felt like they lost every single favorable situation. They lost the 2v2s, they lost the 2v3s, or sorry, the 3v2s. They lost the triple kill in tree. Like, there were so many opportunities for 9Z to actually have had a very successful first half. And I feel like had they survived that first half in kind of a decent way, I feel like the second half they would have had more room to kind of like, showcase themselves. But I think the 10-2 half plus the Envy the second half pistol, I mean, that just doesn't really leave you with much to work with.
No, and I think some of the awareness and then the spacing on the side of 9Z is where that was going wrong, right? Vance called it out about like some of the experience, who's actually looking for that backstab that they're anticipating. And then just these moments where they should have been able to get some of those trades. Like Egster getting that 3K in tree that we keep talking about shouldn't have
this right
happened.
Here too. Oh my
that
God.
One was insane. And like I actually, my jaw dropped when I saw Inspire do that. I was like, there's no way he just won that 1v3. Like, it is crazy how many multi-kills. Every single player on the side of Envy had at least one 3K except for Kane Zera. And that just says so much about how they were able to convert those rounds where they were finding that deficit when 9Z did manage to get those initial advantages.
And guys, honestly, I was a little skeptical too when I saw Kane Zera on the race, because I mean, it was kind of a curveball even for me, and I was kind of expecting everything, and I was still a little bit shook off. But his race looked fantastic. He looked great on it. And now I'm thinking, why hasn't he played that even beforehand? But I think for 9Z, the weird thing for me is obviously this is their map pick, and they kind of went into a meta-ish comp. Like, it's not like they played some wacky NV composition. It was like kind of meta adjacent, and I feel like this was the situation where they should have been, a lot more comfortable, a lot more familiar with the way Envy was going to be playing. But I mean, 13-2 on your map pick, that's harsh.
Yeah, and imagine them feeling confident with the comp that they had been playing and found so much success with during the LATAM finals too, right? But then you've also got an Eggster that's going 20-10, that's dealing with that Vice utility from Negs so skillfully as well, like being able to bait out to the wall, ensuring that those vines are going down early. Also, Envy just doing Envy things, not really caring about the Thorns. Like, they're happy to jump through to guarantee that they're going to get that trade, even if they're going to take a little bit of that damage. And it really does seem like 9Z maybe underestimated them heading into that matchup from what we heard in that interview, where they were talking about, okay, like there isn't like crazy strategy on the side of Envy, and you called that out, Roy. It's those layers, those moments that you have to be prepared for.
It's so insane. Again, it is your map pick and you're just barely able to get anything done. And Roy, like you were saying, there were some advantages, whether it was the openings or the late rounds for 9Z, but they couldn't close any of them out. Do you think, as a player, if in this kind of position, is it easier to reset because it was so one-sided, or is it even more tilting knowing that it was your map pick, that you were confident that you were gonna get that win?
Oh, that's really hard to say. I'm not really sure how I'd be feeling, to be honest. A part of me can just brush this off. Like, when you lose 13-2, obviously a lot of things just did not go your way. And I feel like if you're 9Z, you're thinking back on that and you're like, okay, well, we were in a lot of favorable situations. So as long as, we tighten up in those situations, we can have more, more favorable outcomes, or at least more respectable score lines. So I think they should be able to reset. Obviously, we're dealing with seasoned professionals here and veterans. Like, these guys should have the capacity to reset. But I mean, hey, Lotus defense side, you get swept. It happens. We're going into Sunset. It's a little bit more balanced. It's a little bit more opportunities for you to display yourself and showcase. So hopefully they can bounce back in the second map. And it's something that happens sometimes where you get the enemy's map pick and the other way around, going to map 1 and map 2. But our next map, Ash, is going to be this map of Sunset. This is Envy's pick, and yeah, I came into this match and I told you guys that I felt like it was going to be very close, that we were going to the third map, but now I don't know if I feel that way. What are you thinking?
I'm scared, Dan. I'm really scared. Heading over to Sunset, I think you think about the fact that, like, for Envy, the first time that they played it during stage 3, it was a tough game up against Q-Bird Academy. But once we saw them playing it during playoffs, they were absolutely owning on Sunset. And it's the complete opposite story for 9Z. We actually didn't see this map from them at all during the LATAM finals. And during stage 2 of LATAM, 9Z was not having the results that we wanted. We saw them go through 3 different compositions as well, a little bit of an identity crisis on this map. Maybe the silver lining is that Envy don't really know what to expect out of 9Z, but Envy, again, they focus so much on playing their own game.
Yeah, and I would also like to remind us that Envy has about a 92% win rate on their defensive side on this map over 3 matches. That means they've closed almost 100% of their defense rounds. That is crazy. And they're starting on the defense side. They're coming off a very hot first map as well. I mean, this is most certainly an uphill battle if you're 9Z. I'm hoping they can bounce back. I'm hoping they can kind of get things rolling and sort of, you know, set the tone on their attack side.
But also on the other side for Envy, this is the kind of result that a lot of people were expecting. They were expecting this team to continue to dominate in the same way that they did in North America, to dominate against the other regions here in Ascension. So they are doing exactly that with the 13-2 that they got in that map 1. But going into the second one that you guys are saying, it is going to be tough. There are some opportunities. There are some answers for 9Z, especially because we haven't seen this map in a long time, Ash. But no matter what, that confidence for Envy is something that you need to shut down early into this map.
Yeah, and having them start off with 13-2 on the last one, it's something that's going to be hard to shut down from 9Z. But I am glad to see at the very least that there are smiles on the 9Z side as they prepare to head into Sunset. That's a really good sign for me as we get into our second map of the day. And I do want to see that hot start that you were talking about, because if they get any sort of vibe in the Envy camp that they're going to be able to do what they did on Lotus on Sunset, I would be terrified.
Oh, they're going for the infamous PRX comp. I like it. I like the pivot for 9Z, to be honest. I think the Sage is really good on this map. I like their composition. I think it has a lot to work with. And I feel like you have enough tools with a double controller to push and pull Envy in the right way and hopefully punish the aggression that might come out from the Raze, or sorry, from the Yoru and from the Neon as well. So for me, what I'm looking towards is how 9Z is going to get things rolling on this attack half, because Envy's defense has looked flawless. So hopefully they've done the tape. It should feel familiar to what they've played before. Obviously they're swapping over the controller a little bit from Omen to Clove, but I don't think that changes too much for the Envy side. So hopefully 9Z can get things going in this first half. It's going to be very important, guys.
Yeah, I wanted to shout out that Clove to Omen pick there for Ion as well, because I think that it just tells you how much more respect they're giving this Ascension run as well, to not be playing that Clove, not seeing Ion taking those crazy risks that we've seen on Sunset previously. I can't wait.
I also can't wait. Both of the teams bringing some changes into the second map of Sunset, and we need to see if 9Z can come back out of that disaster of map 1, or if Envy are going to continue to dominate against the LATAM squad. Let's find out with your casters is Shift and Vance.
Well, we're back, and we're back very quickly for map number 2, Sunset, Envy's selection. Time to get locked in, because if you're an Envy fan, you already know. More double duelist action on the way. And I would say the composition for 9Z does feel very, let's try to stop that type mentality.
Definitely, and it's already a composition that they tried out in the past as well. It's actually the only composition they got value of in their own region in the latest split, winning that against Rebirth Esports. And as Roy is mentioning, is a little bit of a Paper X style, but we'll see if they bring that type of same style that Paper X does, because it's very, very hard to mimic that type of Paper X playstyle, just like it's very hard to mimic the Envy playstyle. So that's why you're going to have to play, hopefully, with the Sage walls that they have now, with the buffs, that might be able to help them a little bit more to create that earlier space that they need here to try to fight for these site takes. And you're already seeing it. We're going back to it. The 5-player death ball, just we didn't see on Lotus, but now we're going back to their tried and true. So the conversation from the coach to the team, let's play that game that we know of, and let's fight into a weaker site that Envy's holding currently.
Yeah, I think there's also some level of like, look, just forget map 1. Let's come out with some sauce. And Kane actually almost survives to take down 2. Misses the opportunity trying to go into the relay bolt, so the defense will rotate quickly, but no burst behind that for 9Z. Moment of pause, little silence to create confusion here for 9Z.
Where the issue is, though, because they're stuck towards the A site. They have no mid control, they have no B presence, so it's almost like a stop and go. I like good old one gear style, and Envy's already there to fight, so you're gonna have to wait a very long time, and you're not gonna have too much util to reclear if you're gonna go into a different spot, which is what you're trying to choose to do now for 9Z. So you have to stay continuing as a group so you can trade off as soon as possible, and by the time to make it towards that B site, you'll have that recon dart back up here for Klaus. You'll also have the shock dart for the B site. And then this finally will allow here 9Z to play a pretty decent post plan as Envy are still anchored here over towards A.
Yeah, but you have to exert some caution if you're 9Z. You can't just walk in freely to main, you would think, just knowing how proactive Inspire had been in map number 1. More importantly for Envy, this is a very passive setup for the Cypher. So yeah, this shock dart will miss the opening trip. The one way is absolutely perfect. Does get countered though, so that's an open battlefield now to jump onto B and get a plant.
Yeah, try to do a little bit of a 2023 tech. But Poppin's already moving out for that first headshot on Soother.
Yeah, you could just tell Envy's feeling it. The reveal comes through. You follow with the shoulder, but Delzik able to turn him aside. Klaus good for another 2, and just like that, 9Z survive through the trade battle and win the battle on to B itself for the opening pistol.
Now we're starting to see a little bit of a Klaus that Dan Dry was mentioning on the desk here of how much he's improved ever since he left that crew team and been grinding it towards the VCL. A little bit of a start that's definitely needed for the side of 9Z. I love here that we didn't really try to go for a fast rehit at the minute mark as soon as the recon comes back up. By them stopping that noise, cutting that noise, you kind of just kept Envy guessing, because once they stacked up towards that site, they did leave that gap on middle. So they had to be afraid of like a lurk, the walk up, because they didn't clear too much on their side. And Envy now, you're seeing the second round, no shenanigans, full classics on this side, aggressive camera to look towards that B site.
Except there's lowercase shenanigans going on over at A with the judge in play. And Kane has to be in the right spot for this to find any sort of value. And we'll very quickly realize that it's not coming A. Poppin will step forward to ensure that. And now you just got to keep an eye on the Neon defensively to see if they can even get to the front side of B before this hit develops, because it looks like it's about to.
That's just how much respect 9Z is giving to Envy after that display of the first map. Look at how they're just staying back towards that spawn because they're just expecting some sort of a 1 minute pop. And as it finally, we pass that threshold of that timer,
so big.
They're trying to walk for some space and you're losing that 1v1. It's guaranteed to be hit now.
Yeah, yep, you're absolutely right. Aldrone is out. Paint shells deeper in towards site. The judge is not at the front doors, though. It is only Egg inside of this trap, and he gets denied. Kane looking for an opportunity, but 9Z has stepped up, found the eliminations that they need, and this should be a pretty comfortable anti-eco.
First miss there in terms of timing for Envy with that paranoia retake with the judge. Went a little bit too far ahead for the side of Kane, and yes, definitely, this should be an easy finish. You're seeing right now that you're trying to go for exits for Ion, but also at the same time trying to die to Spike, so you're not really fully committing yourself to show yourself out. You don't want to give any orbs to your opponents. You want to make sure here that you have the best possible outcome in your gun round against 9Z's bonus round. But at least from what I've seen here in the last 2 rounds, there's been some sort of, you know, trying to sneak through utility and try to sneak through some of the exec for the side of Envy. They got through those gaps, they just couldn't kill him with the classics.
Yeah, very true. Well, Nags is going to find a couple of key eliminations there late. Envy will forfeit 2 ultimate orbs towards the potential resurrection, which could be nice, especially if you decide to try to play these, you know, trap-style opening defenses. If you're Envy, you have to be successful convincingly in those, otherwise it will essentially be for naught. So something to consider as we move forward. Small little note, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, for 9Z, much more efficient in terms of how they've been able to find their opening 1v1s, you know, not just dropping and falling. It's been evenly exchanged at worst. So better here for 9Z in the opening frames of map 2.
Definitely seeing that they're a little bit more warmed up for the side of 9Z as well. Those were some clean shots from Nagzed and even earlier on by Klaus. And now back into a 4-1. Already an early lurk up for Soother. When this wall comes down, the trip's going to spot him, and the rest of the fight's going to happen towards this A site.
Flash comes through. Taco's able to at least counter the opening first blood. Again, just keeping it even. And ooh, deep relay bolt would have found success, but Kane peaks a little bit too early. So now it's just on to Inspire, who cannot win the 1v1 versus Soother. And how about the bonus coming through for 9Z? Hold your horses. They're showing up.
And that's what they were expecting on that second round there for 9Z, why we stayed out towards that front B side so late into the round before actually committing into the B site. That double flash and try to peek through, but they did not expect that judge. Close range here from Taco that's not going to get affected by any sorts of flashes. That was a paranoia flash in the front. It's good for 1 kill, but nobody really there to trade off, and Nexter just couldn't be quick enough to TP out here for them to just hold the numbers advantage. And then look at that. Now he comes down to individual plays from that lurk from Soother. Wins 2 individual 1v1. So now you're looking toe-to-toe, though. it's looking a lot better. Envy is going to have to start thinking about cleaning things up a little bit more and making sure that potentially they're going to have to start playing a little bit more together instead of going for these solo pushes like they kind of did, or these solo plays like they did on Lotus.
Yeah, and, you know, pending how these next 2 rounds go, could be something to consider and talk about if they do decide to go to an early timeout, in terms of, do we want to keep playing for traps, or do we want to just kind of save our utility and play for an aggressive retake before the post plan can really get stabilized. But this round will be a bit of an enigma towards that conversation, just due to the fact that it is Sheriffs with a Guardian and a Bucky. And interestingly enough, 9Z will find freedom to walk right down mid and make some decisions from here.
You see how tucked in we are for the side of Envy. Even though you're taking top mid control, you want to try to go for a split into the B site. You're still in very tight angles for Envy to isolate individual pushes coming out from the side of 9Z. They haven't made any noise yet, so everybody's trying to push forward to try to find info. And finally, the first point of contact in front of the B site. And here comes the fight towards Boba.
This is dangerous, though. Paranoid's going to come through. Blast pack aways. Taco sets up Nags for 1. Ion able to connect, though, for some sort of a trade. The Bucky will be collected, but largely you got to be thinking Ion still holding on to the pistol. And now a swift rotation from mid over towards A. Spy cam will be the first point of contact to this, though, so it gives Inspire a chance. No full reveal, slipping around the dark cover.
No
a bit
way.
mixy, but he's able to find 1. Meanwhile, Eggster finds the lurker through mid, so we got a 2-on-2.
At least they get the plat down.
Oh, what a play from Taco. Stop the rotation before it can occur. Decoy does get hit, but also Ion down to low HP and no ammunition. Suther able to finish off the finally limit. It's a swift 4-0 lead for 9Z.
I saw the vision coming out from Inspire too. He held on to those 2 trips the whole round. And then once he realized, okay, well, we stuffed them enough here towards that B site. They're going to late rotate towards A. There's not going to be enough time left. We're going to start making some noise. He places the trip right towards short. He was hoping to potentially get a trip kill or something like that, but if not, played around the smoke perfectly to take down the planner. But outside of that, with that instant trade, very hard for you to retake on. If anything, it comes down to nice, crisp shots, especially out from Takuya against Exeter right towards that shop when Exeter is trying to throw his clone out. So again, we're going back into these toe-to-toe fights that 9Z looks woken up now from the previous map of Lotus. And this forces out, you were talking about here, Shift, the first time out actually used in this whole series from the side of Envy. And Stunner is going to try to discuss things now with the team.
Yeah, I can't imagine they needed to talk about too much in a 13-2 from map number 1. But yeah, I think this has got to be an identity conversation about, all right, we're not really finding the value, you know, just to evaluate flat out the opening 1v1s, these before, like in front of the barrier battles in the first 15-20 seconds have only been evenly traded at best for Envy. They're not really finding the value that I think they're anticipating with the double duelist. So do we commit more resources to that, try to dominate one of those spaces early, or do we kind of back off of it, value playing a 5-man retake a little bit later on, especially as you need to consider things like a Hunter's Fury, like a Resurrection, getting close to things like Viper's Pit. Like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be worried about here outside of just the economy for 9Z financially.
With Envy's playstyle, I would totally respect for them just to fight the A side quite often and delay on B, right? Because you're always having somebody inserted so far for 9Z. If it's not going to be for a 4-player walk up and try to go for a contact play, there is at least the lurk out from Suther. He's been glued on the right side of the map this whole map so far. So that could be something they could punish, which they're already doing so, walking down here in this rifle round.
Yeah. But more patience this time for Envy. You get the dark cover one way over towards A. You have the op watching the initial angle at B. It's very, very safe. The offense, though, going to wander their way through mid. Market. Oh, the spy cam is in such a good spot just over the dark cover. And Delzik will pay for his crimes of not placing it fully correct. That's an opening first blood to come through. Again, the resurrection is there. The barrier orb was committed to that. Hunter's Fury called in, tags a couple, but cannot find the elimination. And things will reset to the 5v5.
Big W, though. You force up the res, you force up the heal. They don't have too much to work out right now for 9Z in terms of the support that Nagzet could bring for the team, except for these slow orbs. A couple of pings gives you information on this attempt that they're trying to do to work up towards mid again, and you're still having great delays being played by Inspire. This should be a last-second hit towards the B site right now, so it's still a good read for 9Z to continue to brute force their way on that side.
Hunter's Fury is out for the offense, trying to clear out that front space over at Market, but Eggster connects over through the front, and Inspire gets replaced back inside of Market, comes away with everything. Credit him technically 4 kills on the round so far. And Klaus, back towards his spawn, will just sit and wait.
And that's the Hail Mary play. Just no map control. Let's just try to get some pings to answer back on the side of 9Z and brute force a way through towards market. Remember that cam kill that he got on Delzik earlier on? That's a sort of play here that Inspire loves to play. We haven't really seen it on Lotus before, but if you've been watching challengers in North America, he places the cameras on different spots, server time, to realize where smokes kind of land, where they're kind of being thrown, so he still gets good value with the camera to look through. And then as you delay so well with that util, he's also been the reason why Envy has such a high percentage defensive round rate in terms of how good he's anchoring towards these sites. Although I see it most often usually on the A site getting these multi-kills, but he's controlling market like a charm.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully. Opening shock dart bounces right past the ears of Suther, who is on lurk duty right now over towards A. Poison Cloud is down to try to control the space up front. Meanwhile, a little bit of early pressure established for 9Z at the front gates of B, but nothing to come of it yet. We'll bounce back, pause, and reconsider.
Just looking to go for a fight play on A side for that control. You're seeing how tucked in we are for Kane Zero. The Paranoid propped up here for Ion, so they could just go for the stun, push down, and fight. And Kane trying to go for the hero play with that. They'll heal the drone, so he's going to have to fall back for a bit. But that's not too much information taken here for the side of 9Z after that. Yeah, you're able to bait out util and positioning. Okay, at least you're able to bait out Kane Zero pushing forward. Nice little pick by Suther.
Yeah, that felt like a bit of a over-anxious peak right there. And I mean, to be fair, if Kane either A, wins that battle, or B, just gets forward, it allows the defense to really invest into this B defense. But now you've got to consider two things at once. First and foremost, though, for this defense at B is if A can hit again. Double blast pack out. Forces the shot. Does not work. Gate crash is not set up right now. Has to avoid the slow orb and does so nicely. But Taco's already on site and deals with the Cypher. Decoy gives Egg a chance. Finds himself one that also earns the Dimensional Drift. Chance to maybe stall out this plant a little bit, but the barrier orb reinforces the post-plant attack. Egg is stuck into a corner, but here comes the rest of Envy from the opposite side, and Poppin saves a life. Just down to one. It's Delzik for the 1v3. Trying to slip around the backside, but Ion reads it, deals with it, and it's 2 rounds in a row for Envy.
Just mechanically so good there for Extra, but let's underline how they were so ready for that B-side hit no matter what. Yes, it looks like it was a overcommitment when you started with Kane for that 1v1 fight against Suther, but you still had the support from, I think it was Ions moving forward, so they still blocked that lane. So in the mid-round, they're like, well, this is going to be another one of those hits towards that B site. And just getting that one single kill from Extra allows for him to get into the ult, pick up a rifle, delay towards that front site so that the other players could flood through from that back. Another round here where they had a good advantage to start for the side of 9Z, just like Lotus, but just unfortunately couldn't capitalize onto a round, and you're starting to see Envy here trying to find a little bit of footing towards this map.
Well, showstopper into the corner does work out. Heal orb is immediately there as Klaus will actually give some support and make sure Taco can stay alive. So quick 5v3, little burst play is working out nicely for 9Z. And honestly, this just comes down to can Kane connect? He finds the first. Fast lane to reposition, but shut down by Delzik. Good slow orb placement by Nags. Turning that into essentially an assist plus a self-credited kill. And it's on to Eggster for what would have to be a 1v4. Finds the first 2 in the corner almost. He had a good read, but Nags slipped underneath the aim, and 9Z get back on the board.
And now finally, you're again, when you're starting to see the players starting to wake up a little bit on the second map from that pissed round, landing very, very nice shots, instant headshots, instant laser beams. You're not going to see these types of mistakes like we kind of did on Lotus, where these 1 versus X's, these clutch scenarios that were so good from Eggster himself and from Inspire on that 1 versus 3 earlier on Lotus is not going to happen again this time around. So I love the fact too that they're kind of just, it doesn't look like they're playing together, but you're just trying to play the bait and exit. Even if he dies, there was going to be that swing out from Klaus when Eggster was going to be out in the open to guarantee a trade. So it's very nicely done. And it's a great start for the side of 9Z, because we just talked about how, you know, Envy are so good on defense, yet they've only mustered up 2 rounds out of 8 so far.
Still a chance to full purchase for Envy. Credits and economy is mostly fine for 9Z. A couple players feeling the burn just a touch, but with a 3-round edge, like you mentioned, you're still feeling pretty confident about what you've done so far. Key moments here, though, in round 8. Different op placement initially for Kane. Peeking through mid, dark cover will back off the angle, and 9Z late in this round will start to make their way through mid.
Yeah, Envy are changing things a little bit more to try to go for that mid control, because so far presence towards A, presence towards A. They're just holding that line, but nobody was really rushing up except for explosive rounds. So now they are actually setting up a crossfire. There's a TP there to help for the side of Exter to really try to cancel out the mid lurk that we're trying to take, and that is an overzealous peek that gets punished.
Yeah, and that's just tough because you have to challenge the dark cover at A. They use the Owl drone. At the same time, they're trying to hope that Envy's focus will be on A, that they can work up mid. Not the case whatsoever. Absolutely stuffed. And now you have to kind of force the square peg into the round hole. You don't have any intel at all on A, but you got to try to make a play somewhere. And it's going to have to be here. So they're stalled. Good slow orb, but Poppin has freedom to pop the Owl drone. Good reveal behind that. And Kane Zera will line up for the collat and then just push on forward. Nags is able to get the plant off and a little bit of damage, but there's just no way you survive through that. It will be Chuck Dart able to find the final damage needed as Envy get back onto their winning ways.
That was a beautiful paranoia thrown there by Ions on top of the relay bolt from Kane to get such the easiest collateral. You saw them both standing still, literally like deers in front of the headlights. And then they got collateral right there. But it comes down to, okay, the mid control was kind of there. Kind of trying to get picked up here for the side of 9Z. But this right here, after the wall, swinging one by one, the play was already to try to maybe have that Omen, if it's still alive here, to flash to go for that single peek because the Sage still has to slow towards that spawn. So there wasn't really any adaptation on the fly of like, okay, crap, we've lost our Omen. We should try to go for a double swing instead of using util, or cancel and try to move somewhere else and activate somewhere else because you've already given your tell on mid. So that is going to call for an instant timeout for the side here of 9Z. Maybe. I don't think it's going to be like, okay, we have to be watching out for all these check marks that I've just mentioned before, but it's also to just cool down here the fact that they really got stuffed on the last two exits that they tried to do here against Envy.
And think about how it's different. Like, just from identity standpoint, you're not going into 5v4s or even 4v4s. So that's one of those situations that you look at it and say the first blood efficiency that we kind of really gave them credit for in the first 5 rounds or so has been a little bit more absent. So there's an opportunity here, I think, to talk about, okay, well, if we're going to be playing full 5v5s late, how does that change our executive kind of decision making? But on the other front, maybe we just try to hit a bit of a burst and see if we could displace the defense that's still keen to play by the barrier. It's just not as forward and as proactive in trying to set up trap plays as they were in the openings.
It'll have to come down then to what type of util you really want to use to try to, or maybe snuff out where the operator's standing in the first place, or how do you push him back from that line if you're going to face off against this op, right? So I don't know if they're going to go for a different wall. It's still going to be the same one for the side here of 9Z. A little bit of a a force buy that you have on that side. There's a Guardian for Delzik, and Nags that only has the Sheriff to work with. So after this timeout, you're seeing that there's no change of pace. They're not trying to explode as fast as they can. They're going back to the tried and true. Give up middle, try to work out towards A first, and then try to plow towards that B side for the finish.
See how it all unfolds. If they do get the plant down, Viper's Pit could be key. Not a guaranteed way to clear that right now. So that's something to consider.
Exactly why you want to go for a 5-man hit here for 9Z. You have a res to work out with if you want to go for a triple swing and then get that pit onto the site and just get your plant down.
Well, once this is communicated, Ion can teleport over to help. Looks like he's going to be committing for that. And yeah, he's going to go to the backside at B. Eggster, first one up defensively. Has not been able to see anything over the top of the trap. Now has an opportunity as it falls. First blood good. Second better. Now looking for more. Everyone's stuck in the corner. And it's going to be Egg for 4. Yeesh. Flawless round. And 9Z off the force buy and the timeout come up empty.
You have to understand, too, why 9Z didn't really commit to that pit yet either, because it's so passively played from the side here of Envy. They tried to go for a flash just to try to bait out shots in the very beginning. So you're thinking, okay, well, they're playing a little bit more passively. They're going to play around the util. We could just 5-man hit into the site. If we're able to take map control, site control, then we could pit right after, because if you're just going to pit through, you're going to get zero information against what you have potentially on the retake for the side of Envy, especially when you heard that TP back from Ions. So yeah, the decision was there, but unfortunately the one with the pick off guard and out in the open, and that just really fooled the rest of the execution once it got into the site.
Well, it was a quick 4-0 lead for 9Z. Since that point, it's been pretty much all Envy. And 9Z will likely, I imagine, anticipate that this round will not go all that favorably, but don't want to rule them out. We've seen a couple of great shots from Nags and Suther in particular on Sheriff, so still a chance to get something done, especially with the burst potential of Taco jumping on in. Aldrone will scout out some of the defensive pressure at elbow, not a ton. And oh, Envy look that they want to challenge this. And why not?
Easily.
Follow up. No problem. Viper's wall, if that drops, could be dangerous, and it does, and it is. Oh my goodness. Back-to-back flawless rounds for Envy, and we're tied at 5.
Oh no, I feel like I'm a teeter-totter or just a pendulum, because we went from, hey, this is good trades, good shots coming out here from the side of 9Z. Envy can't really go for these solo plays. Now we just got an extra 4K. We just got a Ion 4K right over here. And again, for the last slow pacing that we're trying to do, the slow scaling, sorry, that we're trying to do from 9Z is continuously peaking one by one right after, and they're just running into these sprays out from Envy's side. So now hopefully they could gather up the what they needed from that timeout to take these last 2 rounds. But they are giving up so much space as we go.
But this is kind of identified as what the first 4 rounds looked like. The dark cover one way, not working out for Kane Zera. But look at the follow-up Ion, so bold. Does force the early res. Oh, no, and then the blind shot just predicting through the dark cover lands. Delzik loses his life. Aldrone will scout a little bit of this out, but Ion is still in position. And he's able to hit another. Does he get more? Opportunity for us. The paint shells will force him back, and that will be how Taco gets not just 1, but 2. And all of a sudden, numbers back into the arms of 9Z.
And thankfully, Taco's there to really calm down that round. The wall, they're going to plant for a spawn. He's going to get an ult out of it, too.
And there, whoa, no fly zone. Inspire shuts down the showstopper. Gate crash set. Nags is seen on the cross. Flash lands. Envy clears out the tight corner. Now has to go over towards elbow. They're going to swing it. First shot good. But Eggster responds to the 1v1. Dimensional drift comes through. And he's trying to dance with it. And it's just more Yoru antics for the Egg. A huge bounce back. Credit Ion initially, but Egg for the finish.
Put that in the highlight reel. That's going to be talked about on Reddit. He got clowned on. He got TP'd right in front of his face and still kills him with the shorty. It doesn't matter that you were down so many rounds on your defensive side. Look at how it finishes. Look how Ion is opening things up with the operator as well. I think that first kill that he got onto Delzik, if I'm not mistaken, Delzik jumped into the smoke too. So he hears the audio cue, shoots into it, gets that pick. But look at this, dude. I can't fathom that this is what happened.
Oh, just Yoru things. Get in his face. Jump up on him. Avoid the headshot. Shorty. Oh, mercy me. 6-5 the count. 3 Guardians, pardon me. And 9Z are reeling after a 4-0 edge.
My gosh. There's also being told there was already a play being done by Eggster in the North American Challengers Finals. We'll hold that thought, though. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. From the side of Poppin for the last round of the half, does get ping and information on that side. And look at how they changed the defensive round, too.
Oh,
they're expecting, okay, well, yeah, 9Z, we're getting snuffed all over the place. We could try to go for that plow into that A site, so Inspire is there, and now we're just going for solo peaks again. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, looking for timing right there, but gets caught. Looking for a little bit of extra distance gained with the knife out. So numbers for 9Z to try to get us to a 6-6 half. There's the burst across. Well, what a nice little peek that was. Eggster will drop. Delzik will join the effort on the site. Paranoia cuts across the back. Kane still able to connect. Saw the head of another as Poppin is trying to make his way in. Is there an opportunity to try to overwhelm this with all of a sudden the overdrive out? But Klaus shuts it down. 2v3. Hunter's Fury at the ready. Viper's Pit currently up. Poppin is soaking up a lot of the green mist. And that will be enough for 9Z to finally get something going and end the half 6-6 tied.
And I love how they executed towards that B side too. A satchel across here from Taco to break crosshair placement on the op so they could swing right after. So that was actually a nice little take towards the end. And something that I was hoping to see a little bit more of that. More of those flashy plays to maybe run away with this first half here for 9Z. But at least they're able to keep it close. It's definitely a different ball game than what we've seen here on that first map of Lotus. This is probably that type of matchup that was expected by the desk as well when they mentioned that this should have been a close game. So we were able to catch up here for the side of Envy. Keep it close, and we're going back and forth. And maybe you see that also, the value of that Sage pick on that side here of 9Z. Look at how it slowed down that aggressive overdrive
Tô aqui com o
on the side of Envy.
Peloncito. Como estás, Peloncito? Muito bem. Todo mundo da Six Karma veio pra cá. Everyone from Six Karma came here today. So, Peloncito, why you guys came? To support 9Z?
Yeah, we came to support Latam. We came to support 9Z. We're cheering for them, yeah.
Ele disse que veio aqui pra apoiar o pessoal, torcer por eles. Eu quero saber o que tá acontecendo. Do you know what's happening? Why they are having such a hard time?
Well, I think they're not used to play against teams like Envy, like really fast and aggro. And yeah, I think they're playing really good individually. So I think that's what's happening right now.
Ele diz que a 9Z não tá acostumada, talvez, a enfrentar times tão agressivos, que jogam tão rápido quanto o pessoal da Envy. Então a Envy tá saindo muito bem. E eu quero saber se ele acredita. Do you believe they can come around, they can overcome this next, get to the decider?
Yes, I believe. I mean, they're doing really good right now, and I think if they keep this way, they're able to manage to win them.
Ele diz que acredita sim, se eles continuarem nessa toada, eles vão levar pro Decider. Então vamos ver, vamos voltar pro game e ver se eles conseguem levar pro Decider.
All right, the crowd's starting to get into it a little bit as 9Z has thrown a little bit of fuel into the fire and said not so fast. 6-6 the count as we swap the sides back around, and I just kind of have to ask again, this is Envy's map selection, so you know they're well-rounded on both sides of it. I would say even more so. They usually should do better on defense than they do offense, but is there anything kind of in the pudding here that you're looking for saying 9Z has a chance to still seal this map away?
Definitely, they're able to shoot back like they're supposed to be able to shoot back here with how prestigious this roster is in terms of the players, but also the fact that you're seeing that these solo lurks on the side of Soother were working out on the attack side. So I feel that you could also trust 9Z to play a lot of these 4-1s and anchor up here and delay as much as you could. The thing is, for this round though, this wall is a little bit. There's mixed feelings about how this wall is being utilized. It allows for you to take a little bit towards the tiles as it drops, then you go for a peek. But then right after that, look at how they walk through, and Envy is about to get an open side on B. This is just completely red.
This is voluntarily selected, though, for 9Z, right? I mean, yeah, there you go. And they're actually going to find Kane on top of that. Oddly enough, Soother just kind of over towards Market. So the spike is actually not going to commit for the plant, and instead is going to make its way up towards mid, and Klaus is prepared for it. So Pistol looking pretty good here for 9Z. Inspire also caught on the roam, and unless someone pops off, this feels like a pretty casual round for 9Z.
Looks like Envy just tried to walk all the way around here and try to push towards the A site, but then they kind of split off when they got towards the back of Boba control. And you're still planning out in the open where the flank is coming from on the triple swing when Inspire just got picked off. This is quite an interesting round here for a Pistol, for Envy at least.
Well, if you can find something as the smokes fade, maybe, but not the case. Ion. First one, no, not going to work out. Right click too strong, and 9Z take a pivotal pistol here to start the second half.
Even then, look at how the wall's placed. They're like, okay, let's wall up so we can get into the site, but they walled off the spike, so they had to wrap all the way around to go back into the defuse. So thankfully, they stayed as a group once again for 9Z. A 4-player walkthrough from that kicked things off with a 3-player walk down from tiles, and eventually it came out good here for their side because everybody from Envy was kind of just separated on different spots. If they had rifles, maybe I give them a chance here for Envy, but it was very similar to what we saw in that pistol round on Lotus where Inspire was trying to be by himself on top of the staircase and got immediately popped off. But we saw what happened as soon as they had their gun runs right after. Envy had a very strong hold of the attack side. Now with the plant that they have though, no stinger buy, we have a Bucky for the side of Kane.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to utilize that to open up towards this B site.
Yeah, Mad Dash, find a weapon. Well, that was the intention, but Soother stands tall at the front doors of B. Inspire does find one, though, on his route through Market, so that kind of at least keeps this point of ingress plausible for Envy to still utilize, but the defense is rotating over, and of course, they still hold the weapon superiority.
And the plan's just good here for Ion and the rest of Envy.
Hang on the corner, trying to find timing. Chips away some damage at Klaus. Inspire able to find one more, so hold your horses. Aldrin's going to be used. Try to scout this out. There's the Paranoia. There's still a trap, though, in the way. It does get deleted. But Ion inside the dark cover. Can he find the timing? Oh, instead he gets a blast back to the face. Inspire following up for one more, but that will be all that Envy can collect as 9Z will take the anti-eco and grow their lead to 2.
Still a 3-player pick, a spike plant with the purchase of a Bucky on the side of Kane, so it's not too bad here for the side of Envy. I was just a bit because I saw Xer throw out that clone outside of that smoke. It was actually shot. I see him, but unfortunately, for the side of Envy, the person that shot the clone here on defense didn't get blinded by that, so it became easy kills towards the end when Xer tried to pop out of that smoke. Right over here, after this first kill from Suitor, look at that, not even blinded, easy kill onto Poppin actually, and everybody else gets slowed down. So you're starting to see the counterpoint of bringing out the Sage once again, just to leverage the Slorbs more than the walls here to really stuff out the aggressive pushes attempted by Envy for these side takes.
Oh, nice opening shot from Taco. A chance for more, and he gets it. Oh boy, not how you designed this opener if you're Envy, and the showstopper will force everyone to run with their tail between their legs. Huge start though for 9Z in this bonus, coming in a very unexpected manner.
Fun part about this though, it's that it's Envy. I don't think they're going to try to save their weapons for a minute and 15 seconds. They're going to try to go for some sort of play. We don't have to podcast for a bit. You see Ion just trying to spray through the smoke and gets picked off, and this should be the round now. So yeah, this is a little bit questionable here. You're trying to disrespect the one-way smoke placed up in the first place from the side of 9Z. But again, everybody really just so gapped apart when they're trying to go for jumping through that smoke. Again, you have to respect Kane because he slides across and tries to break crosshair placement. But then for the rest of the team, they're not really falling behind that to be able to get those picks. A nice shot by Taco.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at it from his perspective, you kind of see it. It's just like, why are we getting one by one through this dark cover one way? But that's a huge round. True bonus, flawless, free weapons. I mean, that is get your cake and eat it too type energy. Kane sending it. What? Hello? Like, I mean, I get it. We're on a bit of a staggered purchase, but like, what are we doing?
Is this thing on? Yeah, I mean, you're trying to surprise some players now in a lower buy this time from Envy. The spacing was there, but unfortunately couldn't pull out the Bucky on time for Kane to do any sort of damage. I mean, look at that. Everybody full in terms of what they've purchased for the side of 9Z. It was a half shield being purchased on by one of the players, but overall, you're not going to spend too much going into this game, or this next round rather. So the economy is building up quite well for the side of 9Z the second half. Envy now has a mountain to climb.
Yeah.
Try to come back here in the second half.
Well, yikes. That was, I don't know. We've seen some plays from Kane today that are just like, it does, I won't say like, I don't want to use the word like disrespecting 9Z, but it is, I don't know, a little overheating. Like they're just trying to go a step or two too far. It just doesn't feel like the support has necessarily fully been there for him, not just in map number 1, but of course you're seeing it kind of unfold here on Sunset. 9Z, first 2 kills, 2 clean, and Envy just trying to force their way through mid. Klaus is going to find a third. That's got good enough to get a Hunter's Fury. Not that he's going to really need it in this round, you'd think. Nags is still watching over through mid. Inspire does shut down Klaus, so you do pick the right site to go to, but Nags connects, and he gets to read that Inspire is also in the vicinity.
I think the smoke kind of missed on that top right side. Klaus just jumped on top of the ledge and probably got an easy one-way and just sprayed down those 3 players trying to pinch through towards Boba. So Envy trying to go for some fast action. And once again, it didn't work out.
Plant the spike.
This would be magical. Especially considering that he's picked what was essentially a one-done corner. Unless you get some sort of a lineup. You hear the footsteps just kind of teetering on the top of this B-Raptor. There's the first, there's the second. Stop it. 1v1 with Nags, who only has the op. No weapon to collect immediately. But Inspire is low on ammunition. But Nags is just going to run away? What? Unbelievable. Inspire's going to pull off a technical 1v3. as Nags decides to save the op when they could send offshore bank accounts to Bermuda if they wanted to.
And that's the thing. Even if you get the pick and no time left, Envy is going to be in a tough buy in the next round. Of course, there'll still be a rifle round, but less util. Small shields, half shields. And then you could play the long game in terms like the econ advantage. But you just gave that away there to Envy. That gives him a chance right now to really come back in this game. Extra, they could start controlling ores, maybe start working with a shotgun around here right after. And yeah, I do really think here that you would call this timeout for... I was going to think 9Z in the first place, but now it's really just think about how they've opened up this window for Envy to try to take. So it looks like Stunner has some sort of plan here that he wants to overtake right now, because it also came down to a clutch scenario for Envy to be able to get that round. And that macro game that we were saying that 9Z were doing so well on that Lotus map, they're doing it right now on top of good firepowers. Now it's Envy finally realizing, okay, we know that we're up against a good team right now, a tough team, a tough opponent. And it's time to take things a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, this is a good kumbaya moment for sure. Yeah. Like, this is one of those, like, you've let the dog off the leash a little bit. All right, let's just pull it back just a touch. Clutch moment from Inspire, allowing a bit more of an opportunity to keep this thing tight. But the op is saved. Evaluate that decision personally in Twitch chat as you may. Still comes into play here in round 18. This is still a very critical moment in this map for Envy, who really could still largely only afford half shields.
And even Poppin doesn't have too much, so he's going to go with the Guardian. He's going to ask for a judge, but looks like we're able to buy enough here just to make sure that we have a Vandal on our side. What a play.
Yeah, yep. That's your roamer down, so Envy... They know that they need to try to go quickly, but the slow orb is in their way. Drone trying to scout things out past the toxic screen, doesn't reveal too much of anything. Paranoia will cut across the site. Hunter's Fury trying to delay, and Nags will get a second opportunity, and then the Hunter's Fury just holds them in their track. 2v5. This is one of those good luck, have fun type moments. There is spaghetti all over the floor. And by spaghetti, I mean slow orbs and snake bites and shock darts and everything that you don't want if you're an Envy fan.
Wait, this is Envy style now. Look at the runaway from Poppin so that Kane could hold back the A side, the B side alone. This will at least allow for you to get a plant for the side of 9Z. But if Kane could actually get some sort of a pick, cut, rotates or something, he's got to expect that there's somebody on market that should be able to hear him. You just saw here that little 360 through the minimap that Soother just tried to do. I think he heard some sort of a footstep, but they just want to make sure that they stick together on the flood retake. Because you are playing a lot of men advantage right now for that retake, a 5 versus 2.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a one-dimensional retake here. Delzik is just going to make sure there is just not any late lurks coming out of B. It's taking time, and you've got Kane just watching for contact on the cross through the mid-connector. Poppin's playing for sound cues up close and personal, finds the first, not going to get the second, though. Now it all rests with Kane. Trying to watch the cross, only on about half health. First opportunity, dark cover blocks it. Relay bolt down. Op shot misses, but cannot lock the shots onto Klaus. And we're going to get 11-7 tally, 9Z in a position of control on the map.
Yeah, and despite Nagzed missing that last off shot there to get that pick onto Kane, at least the first ones that he had towards that B site was actually quite clean, easy for him to hold. And that's the experience also that Nags brings into this roster. When you talked about the desk, how good he's been in the past here for Crew, it was actually like like usually a jet player, but had to play a little bit of Senti going into the Crew camp and then back into the chamber meta. He's been a prominent opper for the team and one of the key moments of success too when they're trying to figure out that meta on the side of Crew. So also putting up a lot of those numbers on the defensive side with the ops. So definitely an opponent that you have to respect for the side of Envy if you're going to try to scale through. If not, you're giving easy shots. This is what this is the scoreline that we're currently seeing here for 9Z. But look at this triple push on tiles.
This is 9Z building some confidence. Able to find one. That's not the worst news ever. It does kind of force a commitment here, though, for Envy. And actually, they're going to hold off and see if Poppin can kind of try to pinch this from the offensive spawn. Doesn't work out. But he will read that there is no immediate threat working through elbow, so the spike will make its way towards A and likely look to get dropped in.
Poppin's running all the way back towards B to go for the big flank. So if you could actually delay here on the side of Kane, this will be big for Pop in the flank with.
And he's got a Hunter's Fury if he does clean up the backside of the site. Just comes down to can they win these first 1v1s up close and personal. You see Kane with a Bucky on the corner. Inspire finds the first. Suther knows that there's trouble nearby. But do they know how quickly Poppin is on his way over? At elbow, though, a new front on the war has been established. Inspire finds a second. Kane! Oh! He gets a little 1v2 through elbow. And Envy somehow, some way, able to work through the magic of a force buy.
What do we do there for 9Z? First off, there's 3 players walking down tiles, and you lost to 1 person that has a classic. The fact that he's able to get 1 kill out of that is demonic. Right over here, on to Klaus, and even Klaus at first shot. But when they realize that they had Pop in on the full rotate, they have to know that there's going to be a stack here towards that A site. So go disrespect the lurk here on the side of spawn. Try to overtake that spot there on the side of 9Z to allow for you to retake the site a little bit more cleanly. They've given up so much space. This is twice now that we kind of given too much respect to Envy in the late rounds.
I hear you.
And that throws away 2 rounds.
Yep. Hunter's Fury at the ready, overdrive and dimensional drift for Envy. Opposite side, Showstopper. Close to a Viper's Pit is 9Z. And we've got some very unusual silence in the first 30 seconds of this round. And as I think 9Z is starting to feel a little bit of pressure all of a sudden, knowing if they drop one, things can get out of hand pretty darn quickly. Here's the dimensional drift to feel out the B site. The execute quick to follow.
Yeah, they're trying to use a Hunter's Fury with it. He's not going to continue to follow because it's at the end of the timer of the dimensional drift. But that's full site taken now.
Oh, and Inspire cuts the action through Market. Kane pushes forward to scale deeper to the backside of B. And honestly, if you're 9Z, you just don't have a route here. And Ion's going to make matters worse by playing a little bit further forward, but Klaus shuts it down. You can just tell by Delzic's position that unless a couple of kills comes through, this is likely going to be some sort of a save. And that is what we're looking at. So Envy very quickly get to 9. And it does feel like a bit of like a stagger right there from 9Z, where they just kind of get pushed back and all of a sudden they kind of feel like they're on their heels a little bit.
Well, this is where we have to commend how Envy looks really good macro-wise as well. Roy was mentioning Strong Legs at the desk, how good they are mechanically in the micro, but there was a great plan for Envy to take over that B site. As you break the door and you go with the dimensional drift, it clears out the market. You smoke up at the top, mid at the same time. What that does right now is allows Inspire to lurk into market to find some spacing while you're still continuing your dimensional drift inside the B site to play the good old Hunter's Fury dimensional drift combination to push players back. So not only can you potentially get pings and 80 pings with the Hunter's Fury, you take site control and you also get inserts in lurks. And that results into 9Z not being able to go back into what they're really good at, into the flood retakes on their side. And look at how they're double pushing on top of that. This is how good also you want to be having players that are selfless at the same time, where Kane Zero usually is phenomenal in the North American side, but now is just doing a great job getting those impact frags as he gains that space here for the team as his Neon.
Yeah, it's impact frags from the front of the hit, but I think just to kind of throw an extra layer into the conversation, it's not just finding value in the first bloods where you expect your executes to come from. It's how quickly in the mid round players are finding these long routes to pinch, to find these flanks. Inspire in that last round through market. As like you're starting to see the offense get deeper into B, Inspire's the one who actually finds the contact, finds the info, finds the kill, and that allows Kane to even go a little bit further. So if you're 9Z, I think you are getting a little bit pushed back, but you're finding yourself on your heels before you can even set up your retake because of how quickly you're seeing Envy move around the map. Once they find some sort of an entry, I don't even say a successful one, just some sort of entry is leading to these crazy mid-round updates and adaptations. You got to give shout outs to the IGL Inspire, I believe, that really kind of set that up.
Yeah, Poppin actually, yeah. But even Inspire could be that secondary voice too. Inspire has had a lot of IGL experience in the past as well. And definitely, if you're going to be the Cypher lurking around, you could find those timings and communicate that for the team and how you want to manipulate the rotates after your initial macros being called out now by Poppin. That said, though, after this timeout, I like this here from 9Z. I felt like they were giving a little bit too much space since Nags had got the operator. It's only going into these anti-ecos that they're actually trying to push a little bit more aggressively on their side. Now you're being proactive with utility. You're trying to find that spacing that they're trying to take for Envy side first, and now you adapt.
was gonna say good counterintelligence here for Klaus, but Envy still trying to push through that. Trade comes out. The big question mark is what can you get from Taco when he gets shut down before you can pull the showstopper fully out? Suther holding on to market. Good reveal, good vulnerability for a moment. But again, here is that little pinch set up once again, and Ion wraps behind the play for 2. Delzik inserts himself to trade. This would be a 1v3, but the spike will quickly rotate to A for the free plant.
What a play. Exer was trying to move through. I felt like he was trying to pick up the spike and TP out because they hit the door at the same time. So they wouldn't get sprayed here by Suther, but there was a little bit of a bump chest going through. Delzik, though, got information on both players, but he is now also spotted by the cam.
First 1v1 is a critical one. Instead, trust that the dark cover will give him some peek in towards the site. The second one is set up for a potential defuse. Delzik trying to find timing outside the dark cover. Does not initially see the Cypher, but then turns back to it. To the 1v1 now with Eggster. How do you play this? Delzik pops out, but Eggster responds, and Envy's cooking. 10-11, down 1.
Oof. And now you're seeing like the slow pacing from Envy is also working out quite well too. So again, to talk about a little bit of the defensive side for 9Z, they were given a bit too much space when, you know, you had Nags as the op, but he's playing a Sage, so you can't really play forward angles and try to TP out. So you had to play positioning op angles rather, a little bit more passively, so they walk into your crosshair. So then you're forcing players to maybe fight or be more stacked towards middle or A, but still being too passive because you're trying to react on what's happening so far. And then Envy instead now this time they're slowing the pace down. And then when they slow down the pace, well, 9Z gets caught.
This is bold. I mean, you know that you're dealing with 9Z on limited economy, but the from the shadows into the backside of B instantly throws 9Z into tatters, and there's Ion revealing the play. Taco gets overwhelmed. And I don't know, well, I think we all kind of know, like, where was this Envy in the first half? I think there's a little bit of, like, we're better, like, you know, page 1 of the playbook, hold W kind of mentality, but they've reformed, they've restructured, and in the last 6 rounds, Envy has really taken over.
Definitely have been looking good. And though I'm pretty sure those were all the timeouts being utilized by 9Z as well, so there's not too many opportunities right now for them to really bounce back from what their coach could really see for the side of 9Z here. So right now the upper hand goes back. Yo-Man cannot have that conversation with 9Z, so it gives a chance now for Envy to really continue their strong attack side that they've shown as well on Lotus.
Wow. Rez is available. Klaus close to 100 Spirit, but they're not going to have a chance to respond to it, or will they? We've got a little bit of a meeting of the minds here, front side at B, and it will result in a 4v4. But look how quickly Inspire's already made his way back up towards mid. Spy cam for the defense trying to scout him out, but Inspire holds back. So he can still use this position a bit covertly if Envy want to rotate back, which it looks like they do.
I like that we're keeping an insert too, though, because you see that Nagzed has this res to work with. So Ion is staying towards B main, or he cuts rotates, or he tries to play a 1v1 when you're trying to res towards B main. And now it becomes a 2 versus 2 on the A site because of that. Envy has an opportunity to open up the A site and to have 2 individual lurks right after in the pulse plant.
Or is this just a play for the dimensional drift, though? Orb collected. Egg is going to be able to find 1 and then immediately get out of the dimensional drift. I think they're thinking they can isolate this Viper, anticipating that they're the only one on the site. That's not the case. And Egg will also lose his life. So 9Z, numbers advantage. And they've got Envy scattered around the map with a very late last-second rotation back to B on the way.
Swung a little bit too wide before he shot there, so kind of gave his tell on the angle being held by Nagzed. So that gives a chance now for Inspire to retreat and play with his team. We just talked about the double inserts. Poppy was making so much noise on the rotate to try to get that 1v1 forced out of 9Z. Now everybody has to stay out towards the spawn because they have to respect where Ions could be lurking.
Yep. Poppin, trying to kill some time. Nobody home yet, though, past this dark cover. Spam just to make sure of it. A little bit of counteraction now on the way, as 9Z will stack. Paranoia being held. And Poppin's going to find 1 through the dark cover, deletes the recon before it even pings. Oh my goodness, 9Z are held back.
Gotta save.
They're trying to make a last-second rotation, possibly through market, but you've got to go like you're talking about, Vans. Otherwise, you're just forfeiting the round, and they're going to save? We're
Wait,
hitting the
they're
res to try to save this? Are we crazy? Envy's gonna get to 12.
I respect it. You're rezzing to try to get econ value into the next round because your economy's in shambles right now for the side of 9Z. But man, what? Individual plays again coming out from Envy into the micro this time around to the post plant. The fact that you just have Poppin just spamming and spamming, hoping they could bait out counter spams, counter shots out from the side of the defense. And when that happens, the flash comes out from Ion to delay him. Look at that. He breaks the recon, flash hits all three of them. That delays everything from 9Z to try to retake that site. Just because of how they've been fast on rotates, but not getting forward space. That's what I'm saying. When they're not able to find mid information for the side of 9Z, it kind of falls into shambles because you have good positioning for the side of Envy with these inserts. That's been a pain of their defense for 9Z.
Man, I don't know though. Those are 2 rounds. A 1v1 where you've got well, actually it's a 1v3, but a 1v1 with Nags and Inspire, that Nags has an op and says I'm going to save it when they've got essentially max credits anyways. And then right there, a 4v3, you die into a dark cover spam and then just give up on the play essentially. So Kane, how about this? The Aldrone that we've seen from Klaus comes through once again, but this would be a unique look. If Kane can clear this angle, how does Envy try to utilize this space?
Don't tell me he's going to walk through.
This
he
is
finds
bold.
his timing somehow with a backstab kill onto the Raze. Oh, Taco's going to be angry.
Yep, he's mad. So now you've got mid wide open. Defense trying to collect some space. Fast lane will keep the A defender at least somewhat busy. And actually the Paranoia gets baited by a decoy. Oh no, 9Z have fallen a bit apart. Poppin trying to use the Hunter's Fury over through market. Does not really do too much. And now you go back to Kane to see if you can use this as a pivot point.
30 seconds
Oh my gosh, and now you're counter flanking again on Boba.
Well, there's the kills for 9Z. Poppin still keeps the play alive, and Kane will connect. Klaus up top, denied as Kane connects once more. Just down to Delzy. He's going to find the first. 1v2 now. And this is the next difficult moment. Where is Envy? And he's got to go quickly. And now we're spending a lot of ammunition. Does he clear this corner behind the small box? He does. Finds the 1v1. Now with Poppin. Dark cover will block the angle. There's the toggle. Shock dart not going to land. Poppin has one more to spend. Does he get caught with the bow? No, it's a recon bolt first. Now you've got a shock dart, and that will be how Envy do it. What a comeback effort. It looked sloppy at the beginning. You take a timeout, you say, all right, let's just kick the brakes a little bit. And from that point, they get the car back into gear, and Envy 2-0 the opening match here at Ascension.
And what an awesome play on that 1v1 from Poppin to utilize his utility at best as a Silva to get information and to guarantee the kills. The recon outside of the smoke, it just comes to show how Envy, they're not flustered by the stage presence of 9Z. Again, decorated players on that side who are looking across the stage literally saying, how did we lose to a team of rankers? And Envy comes out not only prepared, but outskilled and outshot, especially on how they played their attack side. And they're definitely looking like the team to look out for right now in this Ascension. The team that might move up into the VCTs next year because they've proven a point. One, that they could still dominate, and two, this time around, that they could play the comeback and even shut down big leads from their opponents.
Yeah, man, I get it, and I know it's like, let's not jump the shark here. We've played one match of Swiss, but in terms of the expectations, the anticipations, you know, especially surrounding the categorical success and accolades that we've seen from Envy, whether they're Envy or Envy as they were rankers, will that show up on LAN? That was really the only question that people would have had for Envy, and I think we definitely got a pretty result answer, taking a very commanding win on 9Z's map pick to start, and then that small little comeback effort to really convincingly run away with map number 2 for a 2-0 victory. And that kicks off our Swiss stage completely, but we're not done. We still got the desk to recap everything. Plus, we still have another full match of Valorant coming up after this. So don't go far. We got the Valorant Ascension coming up behind this break.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to Aya.
Going to the evening.
The map that started in dominant fashion for the side of 9C ends up going the way of Envy with a 2-0. They secured their first win here in Ascension. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension Americas. I'm Dryad here with Roy and Ash. And guys, I have to be honest, I believe in 9C. I thought they had it in them after not only they got the first lead of 4 rounds, but going into the second half, they also have another massive lead. And Envy, Ash, they just come back. They win 6 rounds in a round and they secure that win. It's incredible what this team is capable of doing.
It's actually just so crazy. Like I can't even describe Envy sometimes because they're still able to constantly catch you off guard. I think it's also more painful looking at it from the 9Z side, the fact that they started off both of those halves with those 4-0 starts and have this series end up slipping away from them. I do think there's a little bit of that underestimation of Envy heading into this matchup from them.
Yeah, and I think the most commendable part about this victory is the fact that they lost both pistols and they lost both bonuses. I mean, like just that fact alone statistically brings down their win chance so much. So the fact that they were able to claw back both halves from serious deficits is just such an attest to their, you know, their composure, their confidence, and their ability to just stay locked in throughout this high pressure moments. But yeah, I mean, we saw so much pop-offs, guys, from so many different players on the Envy side. It's really hard to give it to a single person, to be honest. But when I'm watching them, it really does feel like, you know, despite sometimes they do look a little bit trolly or sometimes the team fights don't go their way, they still are just such display of mastery in every role, it feels like, whether it's the Sentinel role, whether we're watching, you know, Inspire doing his cages and his one-ways and all of his little, like, map control stuff, or we're watching the Yoru, or it doesn't really matter who we watch. We get to see so much mastery in these different roles, and that's helping Envy so much in these scenarios.
It definitely is. And I do have to shout something out that Vans talked about on the broadcast as well, though. For 9Z, we did see those moments of brilliance. We saw them taking that map control at times, usually on a lot of those like anti-eco rounds where they're rifling. But he did point out that the second that the operator came online for 9Z, they started playing really passive. And Envy is one of those teams where if you give them an inch, they will absolutely take a mile. And I think that's a huge lesson for any team who might be watching right now, who might be looking to face up against Envy as we go on in the competition.
I think that's a really good point too, because if you think back in the second half when they were on the defensive side for 9Z, they were being so proactive on the first 4 rounds, and it was part of their success. Like, you know, we highlighted Taco, you know, being the kind of the player that you want to be disrupting the defaults, you want to sort of be interrupting the enemy team, and whenever it felt like they were doing that, they were having such good rounds because they're applying a ton of pressure, they're forcing a lot of reactions from Envy. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. I think as soon as they started going a little bit more defensive, they're just operating blind, and it just felt like Envy was just a little bit better when it came down to those hits and kind of the team fights.
It seems like there's a few opportunities that 9C had, not only in those early rounds and how aggressive they wanted to get, or they could get with Takalija, but also in the late rounds. So many of those that were won by Envy, and we talked about in the map one of Lotus, but it happened once again in Sunset. How many times do you see 1-2 players still alive for the side of 9Z, and immediately Envy just shut them down? And one of the guys that was doing this constantly, especially in the late rounds and winning those clutches, Ash, was Exter.
He was so crazy. Both maps back to back. The numbers even more insane on Lotus, where I think he went like what? It was 20 and 10 on the first map that we saw of the day. And you can see how comfortable he was. Like, I don't think anybody is going to be forgetting that 1v1 that he had on Sunset up against Klaus, where you see him pulling out the shorty after going into the dimensional drift for literally like 0.5 seconds. He immediately exits it, and it's a shorty to the face. Exter is doing extra things, and it says so much, I think, about the skill and the comfort that he's developed here on that specialist agent.
I swear, only Exter could do and make a play like that work out. It's crazy, but we're talking about him. Now it's time that we talk to him, as we have Exter on the line, live from Brazil, as the Team Envy secures the win. Exter, congratulations. This was a really good series. How do you feel about not only dominating in that map 1, but also coming back in that map 2?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing. This is like the perfect first game to play, because you get the confidence from the stomp, and then you get the confidence from knowing you can come back from anything. Where like, I'm feeling really good about how we are.
And also talking about your own performance and the performance that the team has had, how do you compare yourself in maybe the scrims that you've had and maybe in this match to the other teams? Are you even more confident that you can win it all, win Ascension?
I'm really confident that as long as I play my best, like my teammates are gonna fry alongside me, and we're just gonna win the whole thing. Scrims have been looking good. Everything's been looking good. I'm so confident that we can take it all.
Looking at the other teams, because everybody seems to have their own play style, their own little things that they're really good at. Is there a team that you would like to face, a team that you think would be a good challenge for you guys?
Definitely I want to rematch TSM. I feel like we didn't show our best gameplay in that grand final stage 3, and I would like to 2-0 them easily.
Is that in a rematch? It could happen. Thank you so much, Exter. Congratulations once again. This was an incredible win for Envy. And that being said, this is everything that we have for this interview and for this first match of today. But then we have Shinden go against Team Solid, so don't go anywhere.
Tirando o Conan, situação Tizou agora, Rafa!
Fioris con la triple vaca, sacó el kick derecho y defendió solo con la que te viene en el serial, Bitsu.
Very quick break, and we're back to talk about that second series of today. And also, if you missed it, if you were just joining us, Envy, yes, they did get that win 2-0 against 9Z. Now we get to talk about another LATAM against Brazil team. This time around, it's Shinden against Team Solid. So, Roy, how do you feel about these teams? Because for us in North America, maybe we're not super familiar with them, but I think it's one of those teams that we need to keep our eyes on as well.
Yeah, I mean, these are the second seed of both the respective regions, whether it's Brazil or Latam, right? I think there's also going to be a lot of names that people recognize in this matchup, specifically former VCT players, even one of the coaches, or at least from the Team Solid side, he's also a VCT coach. So I think the level of experience, whether it's tier 1 or tier 2, is really high in the second matchup, guys. We're going to see, I'm expecting at least an insane tug of war between these two teams. I don't think it's going to be one-sided whatsoever. I'm expecting this to be an absolute battle from beginning all the way to the end.
I like that you mentioned that we know these players, because if you followed VCT Americas in the past 2 years, you will definitely recognize every single one of the names on the side of Team Solid. They have all been part at different points of VCT teams, whether it's Furia, whether it's MIBR, and now they are in a situation that maybe they were not expecting, Ash, playing Ascension and also trying to make it once again to the very top.
That's the storyline, it feels like, for so many of these teams coming out from LATAM and BR. The ability to try and make it through Ascension, to return to that former glory within Tier 1 and to prove themselves again. The thing is, for these players, though, they haven't quite made those international stages, haven't quite seen them be able to reach those heights on the Furia rosters that we saw from players like Rafa, from players like Havoc as well, and Conan. We didn't really see them actually make it incredibly far. We're placing kind of in the mid-table there for VCT Americas, so at times also not even making it to those playoffs. So I think this is where I'm kind of like curious how things are going to look for this team. A couple of role swaps that have gone on for them as well, like Rafa previously being that like flash initiator on Furia, now being that controller and IGL here for Team Solid. And then you've got a PXS who is playing that, he was on that duel list for the longest time and now being on that initiator. So a lot of changes, I think, coming in for these players. And I do wonder if maybe these are the roles that we're gonna see them shine on even more.
There's, again, a few of these players that you 100% recognize from VCT Americas and those Brazilian squads. I think DJSIN is one of them for sure. That guy that has been for years insane in the duelist role, insane with the operator. But another guy that was a topic of conversation when he joined VCT Americas because of his individual performance and the things that he was doing in Tier 2, Roy, it was Havoc.
Yeah, I mean, this player's an absolute beast, guys. There's really just no doubt about it. He's a Sentinel player. He's putting up duelist stats. He's definitely a big key piece for this roster. And I think he's kind of in the perfect realm of, like, you have a very strong mechanical anchor player, you have a very strong lurker, and whenever we see matchups like this where you have this kind of player on the team, it's just always insane. Like, when it comes to defending, when it comes to attacking, it opens up so many, you know, different mid-round branches for the team. And obviously that, like we're seeing on the highlight clips, like, whether if this person was on a duelist, you would not even be able to tell the difference because his mechanics are just so sharp.
He has been incredible in a few of these series that we've been able to see for this team, and it has allowed for us to, you know, start questioning what this team can do with these veterans as well, Ash, but also to get to know them a little bit more in case you haven't heard of them, you haven't watched a lot of that VCT Americas and those teams, or you're just joining us for Ascension. Here's what Rafa had to say about this match.
Então, acho que esse jogo vai ser um jogo difícil. Eles são um time bem experiente em LAN, assim como a gente. Então, já jogaram muitos eventos, tem jogadores experientes, tipo Murizão. Então, a gente costuma treinar contra eles também, quando a gente está jogando os regionais, né? A gente jogando o VCB, eles jogando o campeonato deles lá. Então, a gente se conhece um pouco, já se enfrentamos bastante em treinos, em campeonatos por outros times também. Então, acho que vai ser um jogo bom, um jogo difícil, um jogo... Acho que vai ser uma boa estreia, um bom primeiro jogo, assim.
I really do wonder how much these two teams know each other, because we know the Latin and Brazilian teams are always screaming each other. The Latin players are always playing the Brazilian server, so there's definitely that familiarity going into this series, Ash. And that means we need to talk about Shinden a little bit too, that Latin team that everybody is hoping for it on the Latin America community. They have high hopes for what this team can do in the tournament.
Yeah, they absolutely do. This might be the second seed technically coming into Ascension from LATAM South, but you look at how close I think the competition has been overall within the LATAM region, having the North and South clash into those finals there as well. And there's a lot of expectations for this squad. We saw them, I think, last go up against a 6 Karma in the LATAM finals there, and it was a 3-1 sweep here for Shinden. But something that we also have to keep our eyes out for is the fact that Mito isn't actually going to be playing with them on LAN here for Ascension. Snozen is going to be coming in to sub in, and that is also a huge change. And you definitely have to give credit over to this team to be able to bring in a super sub here when things are so important.
This change mainly comes from how you saw Snowzine play towards the beginning of the season, and then when it came down to the Final Four, there were some visa issues with Snowzine, so he wasn't able to play. But now, I mean, in Brazil, he is Brazilian, so he should be able to be just fine. And he was saying that he was super grateful for having somebody else that was filling for him in the time, and now that he's with the rest of the squad, things can get dangerous because both Snowzine and Rubkoide, Roy, we got the chance to see them last year in Ascension, and they were individually very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players are the former Reda players. That's probably where you'd recognize some of their names. And I think the video is pretty much on point with Rafa, where he was talking about the familiarity and the experience that's on this team is because these players have been here before. I feel like they're going to be very accustomed, and it is a big buff to be accustomed to the Ascensions because there's so much on the line. Obviously, every official in every league is very important, but I feel like for here in this kind of cutthroat, kind of pace and sort of format, there's so much pressure, and to have players on the team who are, one, very strong players, and two, in such a high pressure moment, you want people that can, be comfortable in this environment, like keep up their confidence, keep the vibes up, kind of cope with all the stresses and the psychology that comes with tournaments like this. So I think the fact that these players have that experience is invaluable to Shinden.
And it's not only that experience from last year's Ascension, but if we talk about a player like Rubkoide, he has been part of the scene for many, many years. Maybe it's a name that for North America, for other people watching, you might not recognize, but Rubkoide has been a key piece of the Latin American VALORANT scene. And so for him to be back, Ash, and for him to be putting up these numbers when he's playing that controller, when he's playing a little bit of the Sentinel, is exactly what Shinden needs.
He has been such a consistent player here for Shinden, and then leaning into that controller and that Sentinel that you're talking about too, it just, I think, adds even further into the flexibility that we've already seen from him. He's played like every single role under the sun, so he's such an adaptable player when it comes down to how he's looking to maybe change the utility that he's using, whether it's how he's looking to go and take that space. I think that experience being on so many different roles as well adds to the knowledge that he's able to execute in the server with.
I think the really interesting thing as well is him and Havoc are kind of very similar-ish players where they take a lot of those risks in the Sentinel role, and the fact that there is familiarity between these two rosters, I'm sure that we're going to be like seeing some sort of like, mental battles between these two players, maybe fighting a lot of 1v1s because, they kind of understand each other. They kind of know how they play. So I wonder if we'll be seeing a lot of those like 1v1s happening on extremities between these two players.
That's really what makes a good Sentinel, knowing exactly when you need to change a little bit of that game, get a little bit more aggressive, but also when you need to be holding down those sides for the team. But talking about Rubkoide, let's see what he had to say ahead of this match.
Bueno, nuestro enfrentamiento contra Team Solid creo que va a estar muy bueno. Ellos son un gran equipo, tienen jugadores experientes, jugadores ex de franquicia. Creo que va a ser un partido muy entretenido de ver, así que espero que estén torciendo ahí. Bueno, van a estar más con ellos que con nosotros, pero nada, creo que va a ser un gran show y se va a disfrutar mucho.
Don't really have for the LATAM, especially when they're going against each other. Roy, you get to see who the clear favorite is.
Yeah, I love that he's like thinking more about the crowd than like the actual gameplay itself or the players. Like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but one thing for sure is he seems confident. He's not really too stressed about the environment. Again, obviously that familiarity, the fact that they practice against each other, they've played against each other before. A lot of that comes into play right here. But yeah, I'm just hoping. I think at least I'm agreeing with him that in that video he was saying, you know, it's going to be a great game. I completely resonate with that sentiment. That's a +1 from me. I also think it's going to be a very close game.
We said that the first match was going to be close, but I promise you guys that this one is actually going to be close, especially because of the duelists that we have here. If you don't know DJZin, I don't know where you've been in the past few years, because this is one of the most incredible duelist players that we've seen, both at the very top and right now in Ascension. And also for the set of Znozin, this was a guy, Ash, that was a topic of conversation last year's Ascension when he was playing for Reta. He was that Brazilian player in that Latin American team trying to make it far. Now he continues to be that Brazilian player trying to be a difference maker against a very, very good veteran.
And you've got to imagine that now that he's able to finally join his team back here for Ascension, being on LAN with them as well, he's going to have that additional fire lit under him. I think it'll be definitely a very interesting interaction between these two, with so much experience on the side of DJZin versus Snowzian, who is a little bit more of that like new flashier player that we were really introduced to during last year's event. The head-to-head is going to be absolutely insane, especially when you consider like their agent pools when it comes down to that duelist. There are definitely some similarities, but Snowzian still leaning into that Raze, leaning into that Jet, those duelists that we haven't really been seeing as much within the current meta.
And I want to kind of draw our attention a little bit to DJZin, because the way he plays is so confident. Like, this guy oozes confidence. He's down to take almost any fight, whether it's structured, whether it's kind of loose. Like, he's sort of in the moment. He's sort of in the game at all times. It always feels like he's locked in. And I feel like that sort of confidence pays so much in these kinds of environments where people might be a little bit stressed or they might be a little bit tense, right? Like, it's nice to have people on the team that are just innately so confident when it comes to the video game. I think that having the DJZin on the team is going to help a lot. And of course, if Snowzian can kind of get things rolling, he's a very flashy player. And I think we'll be seeing some amazing things between these two players when it comes to the head-to-head.
It is a really good head-to-head between our duelists, but in general, these two teams, they should give us a close series. We talk about this LATAM team that even though they struggle, even though in the Final Four they didn't have their full roster, now they're here to prove that practice that they've had, that the time that they've had is going to be enough to get them their first win in Ascension. For the other side, when you talk about Team Solid, you talk about that experience that they've had, every single one of them, including Coach Peo, and how that is going to manifest into getting this win too, Roy.
Yeah, I feel like game planning is going to be huge here. So that experience is going to be very valuable to these two teams, right? Because, I mean, experience is just is a word we use, but in this specific case, it's about game planning. It's about making sure your notes are digestible to your IGL. Like, there's just so much element to experience that comes into factor here, whether it comes to, you know, how you're going to deliver the message, what you're going to focus on. Can you recognize, you know, win conditions? What happens if you have a good game plan and your team is not executing well? Like, how do you take pauses and how do you kind of come with solutions in the moment? That's really what we're talking about when we say experience. And I think the amount of it in the server is going to leave us with so much dynamic Valorant, whether it's flashy, whether it's set plays, or whether it's just like slow downs, push and pulls. I think we're going to see almost everything top down Valorant here.
Do you guys have maybe a clear favorite? Because like I was saying, for me, I do find these teams to be pretty close in terms of level. But Ash, do you think one should take the upper hand early on? It should be more one-sided towards either Shinden or Team Solid?
Ooh, that's a really good question, Dryad. I think that she loves to ask me these like prediction questions every single time.
Can you give me your prediction? And can you be right, please? Thank you.
Okay, listen. I think for me, I've been leaning towards Team Shinden just a little bit in this particular head-to-head. Like, yes, there is definitely a lot of experience in the camp of Team Solid, but when I'm taking a look at how the team on Team Shinden does like to play, I'm looking at a squad where you're looking at players who take a little bit more of that risk. As we head into this map, Veto, I've got my eyes on players like Rubekoid, like David as well, just taking those risks alongside the duelist, which I think is just so important in this current meta.
Is there anything about these maps, Roy, that catches your attention? Is Lotus Bind and Ascent for the decider?
Oh, thanks for asking, Dan. Yes, I do see some very interesting things with this matchup. I think the main difference for me between this first matchup and this, the first matchup and this matchup that we're in right now is the fact that the map selections that we're seeing look on paper to be very strong maps for one team and very weak maps for the other. So to put things in perspective, Shinden, they're 6-3 on Lotus in their last 9 officials, right? That's a solid win rate. And versus Team Solid's 4-4, so not as strong on that map, right? They're boasting a 50% win rate. And when you look at Bind, you look at Team Solid choosing that map, makes sense. They're also 4-2 on that map, but Shinden has not even gotten a single victory. They're 0-2 on Bind. So I think there's a little bit of like overlap in terms of map pools where one team is very strong on the other on paper and the other one's kind of weak. So these first 2 maps, it could be one-sided. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's going to be able to, it's most likely we're going to see a third map, and that third map will definitely be the banger if we get to it.
And for those weaker maps as well, you have the opportunity to change things because the teams had some time to prepare something new. Ash, as we get to see the agent select for Lotus. Again, are they going to play the Killjoy?
I guess they're still cooking with the Killjoy. I mean, this is what they have been playing on the side of Shinden. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. I don't really vibe with the Killjoy on Lotus. She feels super outdated. I really prefer those compositions where we're usually seeing the Vice if you are going to throw a Sentinel here on this map. But for the side of Team Solid, going for the double controller here for them, it's the shift. They used to play the Vice that I had been talking about, and this is going to leave, like, I think some holes on their side. They're going to have to be a little bit more careful, and Shinden could definitely get proactive with trying to find those opportunities to open things up there on the attack.
And I love the shift actually to double duelist for Team Solid, right? We talked about how strong of a mechanical player Havoc is. Now he's on the Raze. They have the Yoru as well. I think things are actually looking quite dynamic when it comes to this. So that opens up a lot of their defensive strategy. It lets DJs in do kind of what he's been really good at, which is opping on that defensive side, while Havoc kind of gets to wreak havoc around the map, throw nade, take space, fight up close, and kind of do a lot of the standard duelist stuff. So I think it's going to make Team Solid's first half very dynamic. And again, as always on Lotus, guys, that first half of defense Lotus, it's very important. You want to make sure you get enough rounds to kind of have a strong attack half.
A map that for Shinden has been good, and for the side of Team Solid, they bring a composition that is allowing them to shine with the tools that they have, with the DJ Sin, with the operator on the Yoru, and a Havoc that always shines better with the double duelist composition. Let's find out who gets a win of their first map with your casters is Shift and Vance.
Feels like gloves are going to be off for this one. Maybe just as a little bit of energy matching from what we had in map number 1, or match number 1 rather, I should say. I'll shift here with fans. Brother, just jump on in here and give me your thoughts, because I think for a lot of people who are watching that are more familiar with the Americas scene, outside of like just catching results, they may not know a ton about what these teams have to offer. But I think Roy hits on the head. Like, this map pool is like great for one team, bad for another. So where's your headspace at in terms of how these two teams match up?
It's basically just echoing what Roy said at the same time. This matchup has to be decided on Lotus. It is the map that has been played the most here by the side of Shinden, although they haven't always had the best results, but they've always been cooking that same type of composition, so they know the reps and what to expect and how their comp plays to this map. But the other ones, it's looking very one-sided, especially when you're going to have to match up against Digizine with the operator. I know that we're going to have this matchup going toe-to-toe between Digizine and Snow, but at the same time, Digizine opping at the VCTs, I think it's demonic that he's not still part of Loud right now, going into the offseason and going into Ascension. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that if it has to go down to that third map where Ascent will probably decide a jet battle between these two teams. But this comp change from Solid to kick things off with this Yoru, you are expecting on the defense to rotate Digizine around the map a lot.
All right, well, that's the things to keep an eye out for as we jump into the pistol for round number 1. A little bit of a forced issue here as Digizine's going to just make his way through Mound and up to the front premise of what you could see over towards C. A little bit of tags from Coded as well. Kind of forces the offense to consider that early pressure. Prowler does not see much at pillars, so for Shinden, it's really just trying to make a decision of where you want to go here after that early damage was tallied today.
This is an experience from Maurice being the IGL here for the team, calling in the pass here for MIBR. Looks like they were just waiting out the TP to disappear from the Euros so they could tempo up into a site. Now they're looking for map control to split into B, but this big flank from Digizine could be huge.
And Rafa's already in position, but immediately falls. Good opener. And then the flank gets a little turned around as Dijason was looking for someone lurking over towards pillars. Not the case. And all of a sudden, Shinden actually has a pretty free plant. Battle towards small also goes their direction, as that's going to be 2. And leaves Conan, well, not alive anymore, apparently. As the fist bumps are out, the pistol will go the way of Shinden flawlessly.
And it's quite surprising, too. I guess it does make sense, though, that you see that flank from Dijason look deep into the left of the pillars. Because think about it, from Shinden's side, when you're playing this Killjoy that, you know, they're talking about at the desk, still cooking like the old style way of playing the map, you should have somebody like maybe anchoring up or watching the flank if the KJ is not going to be the one watching that flank, right? And you don't see the turret anywhere. You've already had presence from the KJ on the A side rumble control, so he clears that spot, and Snow has a perfect time to look back into B main to get that pick. So very good, at least to kick things off for Shinden to manipulate that map again off the timing of the gate crashes. So this might be a game really where it's going to be slow on the attack side for Shinden.
Definitely feels that way, but it is just a pistol. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Okay. Stop it. Should have figured that was coming. Orb collected over towards C. Ribs is going to try to make some noise and keep the defense interested over on A for now, but intentions look like this is going to be some sort of a C break. Paranoia is out, trying to force onto Rube. He's done well to avoid some of the incoming utility, but eventually does get caught, so it's going to be a weapon collected. And on your way to C goes the rest of the offense.
We'll take that for now. You sacrifice here, pistol for information, and now it allows for you to get an easy plant site on C. Weapon advantage for the Flood retake attempt. If they don't get a pick right away here for Solid, you're going to play at least to die to Spike. They still have util maybe with this Haunt. Try to get a pick.
Well, it's a high-low stack, and Dijason's going to be able to connect on to 1. So an opportunity to use some numbers to make your way back onto site, but the paint shells will convert another elimination. If there's going to be any sort of a retake, it has to be right now. And the shots are good. The Sheriffs are landing. So 3v2, but the time is running a little bit low. David's trying to play over towards the outside of the site. Able to get 1, but not the second. And that's going to be enough for time to defuse, and the anti-eco goes the way of the defense.
Thrifty.
Oh, so clean towards the end. If it wasn't going to be for an instant pick within that first maybe 5 seconds of contacting back into the spawn side, this definitely should have been like a let's die to Spike kind of scenario. But those Sheriff shots were both landing for the side of Conan or for Dijasson. And again, this is what was expected, or what we were expecting, at least, and what I was expecting when we're witnessing that first series. When 9Z has so much good players coming in from the VCTs, and with that experience, they can bring in that firepower as well, which was lacking a bit on that first map. It's definitely not lacking here with this roster, this experienced roster of Team Solid that has had all their hands in the pie here of the VCTs.
Oh, in the opener here, Shinden trying to find something on timing. Does not work out as Havoc will collect 2. Paint Shell's actually doing a formidable amount of damage in towards main, and yeah, this feels like Shinden's just trying to force something because he kind of have to, considering the weapons that they had. But at the moment, after the follow-up on the Thrifty, how about Team Solid looking clean here to build what would be a very reputable early financial game?
And off the back here of Havoc, they mentioned at the desk, usually playing a Sentinel role, and then when he switches over to a duelist, it's usually when they play on Bind, when they play this Yorui's as well. Now he pulls it up on the side, gets some picks, and Dijason's going to pick up the last few kills here, unless, you know, Vi's going to die somewhere else. But to continue the conversation around Havoc, he's definitely turned things around. I think the first time that I've watched him was he started off like 0-11 on Breeze as a KO to open things up and have a taste here of the VCTs, and then was kind of like struggling a little bit throughout his career and the little rounds that he played, the little maps that he played at the VCTs. But now since going back into the VCL here on the Brazilian side, he's been doing quite well on the Sentinel role. You saw it from the highlight reels, and it almost comes to show that maybe he was already comfortable in the first place playing a duelist, because he came into an initiator role from a duelist role in the past. So now you throw your util, you can use your guns, you can go for kills, and Havoc's perfect for the role here for Solid.
Looking good. Brazilians off early, and I'm sure the home crowd's going to love that. Boombot insinuating that Shinden may want to try to play for this orb. Paint Shell's the counter. There's the door pop. A little bit of damage, but everyone survived. So expensive utility spend here for Team Solid. They will regain Mound, but Shinden is alive and largely well. Just have to get these last couple members out, and as they do, Snow's able to find a headshot on Dijason. And that'll be enough for numbers to continue to build as we get a 5v3.
Hoping to get a lurk out here from the one-way smokes, but Snow playing the Guardian like he's playing an operator so far. Already popping out the... Wait, that has to be accidental, maybe? Because his team was not with him.
But it works. Accident or not. Paranoia avoided. Damage looking good, but Havoc can't find 3. Does make this plausible for potential 1v2. The Vita's really low and is isolated. Body shot will do it, and that connects. Now to the 1v1 between Vipers. Rube over towards Waterfall. Poison Cloud comes out. And it's just going to push right through it. Bold play, and it works out as Shinden keep us tied at 2.
And very needed by Rube Kode. That's something here that was highlighted at the desk. A key player to this roster, and from lurks, from clutches. Very, very useful right now into the results that we've seen from this team of Shinden so far. Second seed coming out of LATAM, but it doesn't start until these openers from Snow, and it seems as though him being a little bit on that other side of the extremity from the one-way was a little bit disregarded from the side of the defense here from from the side of Solid, which kind of caught him off guard and opened up the C side quite easily. At least Solid was still able to fight back.
Yeah.
So you're definitely seeing that this is a game here that could really go back and forth from good macro to also good hero plays from both teams.
Feels that way. Full purchase still available here for Team Solid in round 5. Showstopper available for Havoc. On the other side of things, though, one way from a Nightfall are Shinden. So there's the dark cover one way to try to block out action towards C. Spike leaning towards pillars, but not committing at the moment towards B. So not, again, like you mentioned, kind of from the pistol, a little bit of a slow approach, just trying to feel things out. And especially considering how much utility was spent on that battle for C main, why not if you're Shinden?
They've been doing a very good job keeping the economy quite low for the side of Solid here, keeping it at one player alive and all of them dying into these fights. So you can't really get this op out. So it gives them a chance to scale up a little bit more. But yeah, as we're talking about like easy, aggressive positions or that should be expected from that side when that wall comes down, somebody's got to check that.
Well, Rube will kind of slip the net here a little bit. Nightfall will come through. Rube's going to find one. Counter trade by DJzen is good, though. And in that moment, Rube does get caught towards stairs. David by himself does well to catch one. And then the lurk from Urias is also really solid. So you can hit the from the shadows, make your way over towards C. So now you go to the pivot man. Oh, really good off the decay. Really solid play. And now it's just down to David for the 1v2.
Even see the tether here from that C's. That was beautifully done here by PXS, key initiator player. And now David has to go on a 1 versus 2 at low HP.
It's up high. There's the first contact. Finds it. Snaps, but no. Traded back in just the right amount of time. So the Nightfall is spent. Doesn't really find the value. Hell of an opportunity to rotate over for the 1v2. Just does not quite come through.
PXS had his time also in challengers when he played with Stelle in the past, which is probably the reason why he was eyed by 2G into VCTs when, you needed somebody that could probably travel very quickly as he has U.S. citizenship to be able to fill up for 2G side and be able to speak Portuguese with the team. So it's not only in terms of like a quick band-aid solution, but also he's been a very good initiator player in a role for the VCL last year, or 2 years ago, should I say. That gives a chance right now. It shows he proves his point rather on that retake from that site, rotating all the way from A to C to get the round now for Solid to take the lead. Big rifle round out for the side of TSS. Outlaw for Digizine, and he gets an opener with it.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is where finally the economy starts to go as more anticipated. Nice shots from Urias, just cannot fully finish off the elimination.
So not so nice.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not bad at that range, like you hit 2 out of the 3, just didn't hit the headshot. Like, what do you want from the guy?
I want a 145 and a 145.
You would, you egomaniac. Second opportunity for Deej is good. And now it's just down to 2. And both players are isolated and unable to do, well, you would think, not too much with.
Yeah, 1v5. Worst comes to worst, he could do some damage maybe onto Conan. That's one-shottable, as well as Digizine. Now he loses his angle from that clone being dropped out, and that's a flick right there. So again, you're really seeing the value that Digizine brings to this team, and probably the reason why as well that you're switching this composition for the side of Team Solid. Not only do you have still some great duelists and util available, which is probably that first thing that you want in this comp when you're approaching the map for Lotus for the side of Solid, but now you also have, and that's where you're giving it to Havoc, of course, but that's also now why you give a chance here, a little bit of room to breathe and really get a comfortable agent for an Opper.
Yep. Let that sink in a little bit. As it is all 5 ultimates ready for Solid. Viper's pit at the ready, as Havoc will try to set us off with some fireworks. Nightfall behind that. And outside of really just getting rubble control, not too much really comes of it, but apparently rubble control is enough, especially as Shinden tries to fight back into the location. Smokes will dissipate. Havoc is still a touch caught, but wants to take the battle. Great nano swarm to flush him out. And honestly, the trades are really valuable for Shinden. So we're going to get a 3v2 to the offense, but the Dimensional Drift is still ready.
Last player standing.
And that's what you wanted. The turret is currently helping out for rubble control, so somebody has to be watching that flank. They expected that. That's the second time now, not only on Snow, but now it's Rupkode that turns around and thinks about a forward push on that C side. So great swivel, head on a swivel, heads up play. Digizine traded out by that late lurk once again. So right now, I feel that if you're trying to find some value on your defensive side here on these flanks from Team Solid, you've done some great stalls, but you need to make sure that you're not rotating into super long angles because these shots are coming out clean for the flank watchers. Right there, easy burst. Conan falls. They know the Viper's playing towards that BC side. This is just standard utility being utilized on how you're defending this A rubble control, right? You have Paranoia that can help out towards tree. You have a wall to help out on stall. C's nade if needed be. So you kind of know where the position's kind of at and where the weaknesses are, where you're allowing this Euro to get forward aggressive lines every single time to get picks before.
Yep. First blood this time kicks us off once again for Shinden. Full purchase across the board still for both teams. But the lockdown is the big influence right now. As Shinden continued to execute on this patience. Prowler does get negated, but really that was just kind of a, hey, look at us, as the hit is now making its way over towards C.
Bring them down.
Because they know that it's Conan playing on that side and there's not too much util to kick things off. You've already forced out a kill. You probably forced out the TP from the Yoru, so it's a weak site to hold.
Dimensional Drift just holding it back. This is going to cause some, I think, split focus. And yeah, there's the decoy. The offense will be aware that you've got at least the Yoru out beyond the brink of this site, but they can't find him. And all of a sudden, you've got an opportunity to try to isolate a couple of fights. And that's exactly what Digizine does over through the door. Vise is low. Rafa on the other side of the smoke is waiting for it to fade. Now you've got the Yoru back into play. How do you re-execute? It's going to be behind a Paranoia. There's the blast pack play. Oh, what a good Paranoia. It hits two, and Havoc follows up for both. Paint shells, flash. Murias is caught in the corner, and Solid convert perfectly in the 3v3 retake.
My God, I think at this point, after watching Havoc playing in the first few rounds, I don't really care how he started in his debut as a KO on Breeze. I don't really care how he performed when he played with Furia. He's changed right now, man. He's aggressive. He's getting some great instinct plays and reaction times for instant headshots. Look at his movement coming through, the flick down onto Vi, and even jumping out, not overly confident to swing out against Marie's instant dink. This guy's definitely different. He's changed for sure, for the better. And that's extra firepower now for the team here of Solid, which now forces out the first time out of Shinden.
Wow. It happens that quick. I mean, initially, you're dealing with 5v3. It's like you really couldn't ask for more if you're the attack right there. But again, it's almost in a very similar way that we saw from Envy. Just the quick adaptations, the quick mid-rounding to put yourself in a position to put pressure on what should be, I think in a lot of people's minds, a free execute. You hold them off, you throw a couple of considerations into the mix, and that changes everything. So the Dimensional Drift play works out really nicely to kind of stall out the lockdown attack a little bit longer than you would have anticipated. And then, of course, beyond that, just finding the kills behind the play, just never allowed the post plant to get set up.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not only on Havoc's pristine aim that's really winning these rounds here for the team. It's the util behind that. So the combination that you saw from Conan throwing, or sorry, from the Omen throwing that flash on that side, Rafa back towards Ben to even fully blind a person. So they are doing a great job playing off each other and leveraging the utility in the right spots here for Team Solid to allow these duelists to really get some clean retakes. So the firepower supported by this cast is looking really good here on the defense. And Shinden, they want to try to disrespect that. An early TP all the way up here from that haunt. So David does get behind enemy lines.
Well, initial trade comes through, 4v4 early, messy battle, and that's going to work out for Shinden as well. Oh, and that's not great news. Fade will be put down to half HP. Rafa, the one that has to try to stand tall, and does well to catch one pretty cleanly. But there will be a plant behind this, and the numbers still, rest with Shinden. And with Snow connecting, it's just down to Rafa for the 1v3.
Such a nice answer back here from Shinden after the timeout, and it's definitely going to feel good when it comes down to a timeout being called by the coach. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, no way. Rafa gets a clean too. Snow has a showstopper, but no blast packs. Do you try to commit into this? Rafa backs away. Paint shells will give a little bit of a clock advantage over to Snow. Here's the second toggle. Showstopper immediately out. Rafa trying to dodge the timing of it all. Finds the opening shot, but no, the showstopper is able to connect, and that will be enough for the round to come through.
Thankfully, thankfully, you have Snow still with paint shells and a showstopper to guarantee the round, because Rafa was looking in a pretty good spot to be able to clutch that 1 versus 3. But again, just to mention, a timeout being called from the side of Shinden and immediately get results out of that. That's going to bring a lot of confidence now to the team to try to take this back here in the matter of their own hands when they had such a good pistol round to kick things off. And that is off a half buy that they had. So off the combination to get value off the haunt, to allow David to get the TP towards the staircase and to gain that space for that team. That's just very nice to see at this level, that you have like this EG style less type of play, that you're going to force these ults around short low buys and still get some value out of it.
Well, a little bit of contact here for Solid defensive, but Havoc the first one to drop. But Snow gets caught over peeking just a touch. The Viper's pit at C has been respected so far for Shinden, who seemed like they wanted to just walk through smoke over to A instead in a 4v4. Now, they'd have the Nightfall to help execute, and then they could try to really supplant the defense by affirming their position with a Viper's pit. That seems to be the idea, but they're going to back away and instead try to reform.
It makes sense to back away, though, because you prowled towards that front side. You didn't spot anybody there, and you've also didn't get any contact towards rubble. So now you're expecting that Shinden are cutting noise and are maybe still staying towards the A side or late working right here towards that from B side. So I love here that PXS falls back because he still has a seize to hold out the front side and delay when they go for the exit on the attack for Shinden.
30 seconds left.
Well, here's the execute onto B. Gonna lead to a plant. There's the Viper's pit to establish the position. How do we retake this if your team's solid? They do have a Paranoia available and a couple of flashes. More importantly, though, they have all of the Fade utility they could possibly want to try to, silence the crowd in a certain way. And here it comes, a lot of it. Paranoia does not really land. The Haunt doesn't reveal much either, I don't believe. The spam will work out, though, for the first. Time becomes a bit of an issue. You've got to force this if your team's solid. They've cleared a lot of the pit out, though. It's just down to, can they find the players in the corners? David able to find at least an opportunity to stall a little bit longer onto the spike defuse. And it looks like the clock will, well, not fade fast enough. So Team Solid's going to find the retake.
Definitely felt that under the chaos that clock seemed to be ticking faster than we were expecting here, because it looked like for the side of the post plan of Shinden, they were in very, very good positions. But as you've just mentioned, the amount of util that was still available for that retake, Paranoia, the Haunt, it doesn't ping anybody, but you hear the shots, you see the bullet trails inside the pit, you're able to trade that off, and suddenly people are starting to drop one by one into these aggressive angles, and they're spreading out a little bit across the pit, and then getting caught here by the 2vx's every single time that they're coming through here for trying to hold the pulse plant for Shinden. So defense solid now, no pun intended, but not this time around, as Conan gets dropped once again. And this, if there's another 50 converted, Solid is still not really in full control of this game.
No, not at all. So now a 3v5 develops. And this crossing angle better reap some reward, because you drop here, the floodgates have opened. A little bit of spam, mostly avoided, but now the fight forced, and that is going to be enough for a follow-up kill. So 5v2, weapons can now be somewhat earned, and it's really on to if DJZ can find like the lineup of the century here.
It's not even a turret watching the flank either. The alarm bot, though, is going to sound. Oh, he's just on the edge of it.
Oh, but no, the trade is in. Maybe a lineup opportunity for Rafa. Nope, not going to happen. And we have about as back and forth of an affair as you could possibly want right now through 11, 6-5.
And potentially even a 6-6 scoreline towards the end, because the economy looked pretty devastated for the side of Solid. Get a couple of them that maybe could go for rifles, but for the rest, it might be small shields, guardians. But this thrifty pick, I mean, the jiggle peaks instead of jump peeking or something like that. Easy crosshair placement on that second jiggle for someone like Snow, who's been opping nonstop into VCL when he was playing, not even rifling anymore. So he's just using bolt action every single time. Guardian, marshals, ops.
Well, here we go. Showstopper to kick us off as Solid will get themselves established over at A. Meanwhile, the battle at B, at least in front of it at Pillars, will be won by Shinden again. So some of the opening aggression that we've seen from Solid has not really worked out for them. And based on numbers, we're cooking quickly towards a 6-6 half, pending, of course, that Shinden can get themselves restructured as they sit in the defensive spawn.
Yeah, and that's just a nice little call by Muniz. Hold that line, hold the timer for a bit, and look at how it spreads out the defense from the side of Solid. Yeah, they still have some good weapons to work with for their side, but look at how the minimap is being activated. They have to jiggle peek everything every single time. PXS doesn't have a haunt. Finally, as I mentioned it, he has it up, but they probably want to use that potentially for a retake. They probably need to keep the flash as well. So you're forcing players to really jiggle out. And if you're going for this late push towards the end, one of these guys potentially could overextend and you could really punish it. But Maurice now calls for the seaside pivot, and it's a good call because Rafa has given that up. They want to play the flood retake on that C site with this Omen and with the Fade.
30 seconds left.
Well, here's the execute. Rafa's just going to put a dark cover to see if it could stall out anything. No cause for concern, though, for Shinden, who have a 4v3 post plan. If you can get a Nightfall, that would be very helpful to clear out the entryway to C main over towards Mount. Paranoia largely avoided, though, as David is able to get himself onto a bit of a high ground. Now you've got Rude playing on the opposite angle. Havoc able to find the opener, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Havoc gets two, Rafa gets two. And give him credit for the 2v4. How? We didn't see any of it.
At least we saw it from the point of view, at least from the attack side on the post play, when the Havoc's just swinging out and jiggling like that and still winning fights. Just again, reaction is beautiful. Paranoia, they didn't have to haunt to work with here, Shift, which is why I was a little bit questioning what was happening there, because they already used a haunt to try to throw it deep in case they had to deal with a lurk. So they're trying to find info and really just counting on the Paranoia and the shots. And that's good enough for Havoc and Rafa to win the 2 versus 4 retake. 3 versus 4 retake.
Blown. That didn't look like that was about to happen. But the Paranoia... Oh.
Salve, rapaziada. E aí, tá se divertindo? Pô, demais ficar aqui. Sempre que tem evento no Brasil é isso aqui, ó. Rapaziada torcendo, eu tô aqui, mano. Rapaziada empurrando e eu sentindo, mano. Como é que eu vou traduzir isso? This is Dan Jones. He's a Brazilian streamer, very famous. Ask him if he's having fun. He's having a lot of fun. All the energy of the crowd. The Brazilian crowd is always crazy. E Danny, eu tô achando... Tá muito bom pra nós, amigo. Mas sempre tá, né, pô? A gente tem 5 estrelas ali que já jogaram na franquia, vieram aqui, estão com o sonho de voltar, e a gente tá torcendo pro maridão voltar pra franquia. Torceram muito. I asked him that it's looking really good for Team Solid. If we can believe, and he said they are like 5 legendary players, they're really good. Quanto vai ser o placar desse mapa? 13-8 Team Solid. 13-8 Team Solid. 13-8, that's his prediction. Valeu demais, gato. De volta com vocês.
All right, we're back. Sometimes the live production to the remote production gets a little mixy, but the point still stands here.
I ended the sentence though. Paranoia.
Yeah,
Which is basically what happened for the post play for Shinden. It's a 4 versus 2. We got this. We're just getting blasted now by Havoc and Rafa. And again, it was a broken buy that they had shift. So it comes to show that again, in terms of how these two teams match up, the desk is right. They are quite even, and how good they are playing as a team, as a group in these chaotic moments.
Yeah, very true. Well, let's get back into the action here. 7-5 the count as we swap the sides around. And for Team Solid in the edge, the lead, I will say their defensive side has, well, marginally been better than their offensive side. But like you kind of mentioned as we were loading into this, like plenty of reps when it comes to both of these two teams on this map. So kind of throw the stats out when you've got as much opportunity to play the map as they have, especially when the defensive versus offensive win rates have been as even as they have been. So, yeah. Important pistol here. That's about it.
55-55 pretty much in terms of attack and defense though for Shinden, right? So it's, despite them liking to have all these reps on this map, it could still be very swingy, and it's swingy because of maybe, lack of preparation or some calls maybe not working out, but at least they have Snow and Rootkoide to really help out in terms of that firepower to go to toe-to-toe against Havoc and Nijazine.
Well, Solid will get some free entryway onto A. Double flank hit, though, on the way. That is going to be watched by Conan. If you can find one, that'd be fine. Okay, 1 for 1, and now you have affirmed that there is more on the flank. How do you set up your post plant from there? Do you want to try to battle and isolate, or do you want to try to step forward and play your numbers in a different way? May get caught kind of making an indecision moment right now, as Muris is able to work his way back around the corner, take away one of the angles. Snow trying to open up space through a tree. Doesn't work out initially, but the trade is in. Time becoming a bit of an issue. Rube trying to make his way back on, and Snow will find his third, looking for more than that. Eventually shut down, but Rube is there for the quick trade, and the pistol will go to Shinden.
Yep, nice little flood back in the end. So you really needed your 2 players to activate first towards that rubble, so that at least you trade that out. And once you trade that out, you still have 3 players on the top of the staircase. 1, watching that line so that nobody's swinging out from breakable door. But secondly, that alarm bot placed by Maurice confirms that nobody's really trying to push forward in the very beginning in these post-plant scenarios. So where are your gaps? It's towards heaven, it's towards sight. So make sure you clear out at least your flank, working as a group, and storm in together. And they did exactly that. And to perfection. Look at how they're good and always instant when they're going for these trades right after. Snow didn't really need that much, but you see how immediately you have some players to help out right there. Oh, look at these. Look at these kings.
These kings.
Love me, the Brazilian casters.
Well, that was well, I won't say unexpected first blood, but the overcommitment for Shinden does get punished. Oh, my. Okay, well, Rafa gets punished. Deej in, able to find his way back into the site, but oh, mercy. The judge hits twice, and Vise will put it down to 1. 1v2. Spike still in hand, though, so an opportunity.
That'll be the best thing you want. Vise is actually very close to getting picked off, too. He's very low HP, so there's still some respect you have to be given. And now a weapon's picked up, though.
Ooh. Not gonna matter. Close, but the judge in the backside of the site connects twice, and it's like another one of those, like, whoa, you kind of get out of the smoky panic, and you just kind of hit the trigger twice, and oh, great, got him. Like, it did feel a little mixy, but it works out beautifully, and the anti-eco this time will be converted by Shinden.
They started off so well, too. Honda got information off. Probably a flash play as well that guarantees that ping. I love the satchel movement as well coming out from Havoc. Makes sure that he could just land instantly on top of that ledge to get that pick right after. So they're able to get at least a player advantage, but unfortunately had to meet up against a judge as they try to enter towards that C site. At least the rifle round is good because of these 2 plants that they placed for Team Solid. It's an early rubble control that actually all 5 players are committed towards that, and nobody to watch flank. And that's the style that you're going to have to play this time for Solid. You're always going to have somebody staying behind because you're not playing a true Senti.
Yeah, very true. Door to tree will open. Wow, Shinden's going to kind of commit to playing into drop. First shots are good under Rube. David able to find 1. Outlaw shots thrown blindly will not connect, and that should be the outcome of the round. Whoa, but Snow, while blind, just pops himself up and says, hey, how are you? Able to find at least one more, but looks like the bonus will come up a bit short unless Muriz can tap some heads.
I just want to put out point something small out here for Solid as well when they're scaling up on this A site like that. You see that early in the round, Digizine places a TP towards that back of the A entrance. So not only is it the same type of like responsibility as a chamber trying to bait out utility and TP out, but he could also be the one.
One enemy remaining.
Imagine if I
Well, is there? No. I love just hearing you just be like, oh.
I mean, it's a moment that's not supposed to happen, but then Muriz is able to get some clean shots out of that one. But again, needless to say is, think about the other thing too that you could do with this Euro TP that they leave behind towards that rubble. Because you're not playing any true Sentis, you could almost play it almost like a G2 style when you had this Tejo meta, where you have a lot of utility that really help Jogmo get into sites, but once he gets that space and people follow behind him, he TPs out to safety because he's still trying to get as much space as possible. And once he TPs out, he's the one watching flank and catching the rotates. You could think about that in terms of playstyle that Digizine could do here for Solid as they're working towards A again.
Toxin screen down.
8-7 the count. Odin in play. Showstopper at the ready for Snow. So the defense has some power weapons in play, if you want to call them that. And for Solid, kind of keeping to the same, like, not like committing to anything early, but like showing force and like trying to see if they can catch any intel from Shinden committing some of their own utility, but they really haven't been primed to do that. It's been a lot of sit-back defense so far.
Mm-hmm. They've already identified the Odin too that we're trying to bring out for Vi. So already committing to avoid that and just go for a B-side pop. When it works out, they already got the space.
So Spike will be planted. Do we use the Showstopper for retake? And I asked that question intentionally because look at the post plant. There really aren't a lot of members on site. So if we're banking on Showstopper to land, might be a countered. Oh, it's like a game of Quake. Rockets versus Rockets. Follow-up action starting to come on through. The Guardian not going to land as David able to find one. Rafa, Conan, DJ also in position, though, to trade. And Rube, well, he's going to try to desperately work something out. But there's Rafa behind it, and it's Rocket Warfare benefiting the offense this time.
Yeah. I don't know if people know Quake when you mention Rocket Arena, though. Well, I mentioned Rocket Arena. You mentioned Quake. Quake 3, I think, came out in like 2001. That's when I started playing. I played Quake 2 in 99. That said, though, it's still a fun game that people could just revisit from time to time. But look at that, just contact to contact. And then I think that's the idea. You asked the question, are you going to try to use the Showstopper for the retake? And I love the fact that we gave the plant over to Havoc side because he gets his own Showstopper too. So you're basically just nullifying one-to-one what's happening into the Flood retake attempt, and there's no space really taken right after that for the side of Shinden to be able to take because the Showstopper didn't get too much value. So nice little sacrificial lamb play here for Havoc, and now TSS are putting Shinden back into an eco.
Opportunity to snowball this map just a touch. Especially considering the Showstoppers are often, well, most importantly, I think you looked at the defense and the lockdown is not at the ready yet. So if you win 10, you might be able to get to 11 before the lockdown even comes into play. So a lot of opportunities. Guys, it looks like this hit's going to brew towards C, and Muriz is in a good spot with the Stinger. Just comes down to how many, if any, he can find.
It'll just be honest, right? You'll probably have like the Dimensional Drift maybe to move in if they need to, but already with Rafa moving in, getting a pick, I think it's not needed anymore.
Muriz for one, did get traded. Snow follows up, Nightfall in play. But this has been okay here for the defense, especially with an opportunity to double up, but the shots land. Conan's able to provide the kills needed, and that will be 10. Dangerous one, to be sure, but again, with the economy where it is, still relatively, well, comfortable to say the least.
It should be, yeah. Especially when the other rounds that they've completed on their side in these post plants have been quite clean for the side of Solid. And they still have a dimensional drift to work with, so you have to cycle too many ults when you're fighting in that chaos on that C site, which is a small little W for Solid. despite them losing that many players against the lower buy of Shinden. Great shots coming out here from Conan as well. And this is the last timeout now being called out, or at least available now from the side of Shinden. And hopefully this is going to be a very good timeout. They've already converted one last time that they did it.
Yep.
But if they're able to control the tempo right after this timeout being called here, it might give a chance for them to force a timeout on their opponents, and they could continue and hopefully catch up to this game.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen enough from both sides to, I think, like, look at the playbook and be like, all right, this is what's going well. This is what, you know, it's kind of falling a little bit short. It feels like, again, like, I won't say a coin flip, but the tug of war is still very much so alive. Now,
yes,
I think the big difference at the moment is that Team Solid, I think, have really put themselves in good positions in their post plant to be able to respond to the ideas of retakes that we've seen so far from Shinden, and I think that's the big conversation point here. I mean, especially considering how this half has gone. Like, yes, the pistol, the anti-eco, technically are defensive wins, but they do come by way of retaking. So I would say, you know, categorizing these first 5 rounds, a lot of it has been Team Solid getting the executes that they want to be able to at least put themselves in a position to set up some sort of a post plant.
We're now for Shinden, it's setting up an op. So it's being purchased by Snow. They didn't go for huge util to take rubble control, just because they want to play the lockdown soft side on retake and then util to stall outside of that radius, which is why Digizine's pushing forward.
Welcome to my world.
Plant is out. Gate crash back to safety. And the Viper's Pit will hold its integrity here. Paranoia at the ready for David. This comes down to when do they actually want to hit this retake. There's the Paranoia, cuts across the backside of the site, but there's not really an entryway here through Waterfall or from the backside of the site. Shinden does find one, but here comes the follow-up pit, and this is where the pit becomes dangerous. Time becoming an issue now. Vi's trying to work his way back in. And we're just going to run away. I was about to say, like, that Paranoia cuts across the backside of the pit, but what do you use to actually clear it? And the answer is you can't.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you have Digizine out in the open and gets the crucial kill right there at the open at the bend, and then you see everyone's trying to spray through and they're not finding any contact as they're scaling back inside the site, then that's just an easy play for Team Solid to say, let's back up. Once we all take mound, we could drop that pit, and then we could just play post plant spams. And Shinden didn't want any of that, especially when they've already invested heavily into the operator and the rest of this buy. Oh, the offshot was so close to hit Digizine through the smoke, and that maybe could have helped at least to start snowballing that retake on that side for the defense. But it wasn't the case. We're living in a reality here that you couldn't really get real value off your retake. Now you still have a pretty decent buy because you still have 4 weapons to work with in this round with a Guardian now by David.
Yeah, but this is, I won't say this is the map right here, but it's going to feel like we're at the breaking point.
Yeah.
If you lose this, if you're Shinden, I should say, because the economy will be in tatters afterwards, and you really, again, don't have the ultimates that you want. Murray's just does not take a wide enough angle to see the body of Rafa, who finds 2 before falling. Free plant at C. And again, it's just like, oh, you might just have to save here if you don't find anything initially. Paranoia sidestepped. Snow thinking about it, but we'll see that this has been cleared out. Vi is trying to find something with the Prowler. Does not even get deep into sight whatsoever. Is Havoc is still holding, but the kill comes out. So now 3v3. How do you work your way through this smoke? You just jump right onto it with a shorty, but Digizine says not so fast. And now you can just dance around the outskirts of these smokes. Gotta force it if you're Shinden. The angle gonna be spammed out. The smoke will fade. Do they have the proper pre-fire? Do they have the proper pre-fire? No, they don't. And David's gonna be able to confirm the defuse and keep Shinden alive.
And that was a huge round by Vise. If you're looking at how, I mean, we didn't see it unfortunately, but it was that fight on the top of CT. So as soon as you move forward and you're trying to take that space, the Paranoia maybe force some players back, but you still saw some over commitment on the side of Solid to just try to snuff out the defensive hold in the end. And that first kill that you saw coming out from Vi allows her to move out, clutch out onto the mound as, you know, you're spraying for your life, trying to stop the diffuser. And they're not going to get that Inspire play this time around on that Seaside post plant. Comes out beautifully here for Vi to allow Shinden to get that round. And again, a round where they could salvage the Yop after that too. After getting the defuse, so they're in a decent spot right now. And there you go, instantly calls out the timeout. This gives an opportunity now for Godson as well to talk to his team.
Yeah, and I don't think this timeout is going to be like a let's recap and then, you know, therapeutically break down what went wrong in that last round. That's just, I mean, you're set up perfectly. You deal with a lot of that initial retake fine, but Vi just makes a great play. So I think this is about just how do we get these last couple of rounds to win this map? You know, what do we have coming up? Where's our economy? Let's just make sure that we are in a good position to know what our game plan is of how we intend to close this map out.
And so far, it's been finding that success on that C site. And I agree with you. I think this timeout coming out from Bo over here on the side of Solid is just to say, look, we just got unlucky on that side, but we've been very good figuring out where the op's being placed at the beginning of the round. We're eliminating the value that Snow has on the op. And then we have this double TP satchel play onto the C site to take. We're just going to be clean on the post plans and not overcommit too much.
Oh, what? Opening first blood by paint shells through A rubble. So all of a sudden, you're sitting here like, well, 5v4, and really it's a 3v5 if you think about it, because you're going to have Conan just walked in the flank for the time being. And you don't have many tools to break back into sight now without your smoke being available.
Yeah, it was a nice read over on Shinden, because you saw that Rafa plays that smoke behind Rubble and tries to TP in it, and they actually threw the Season 8 right at that spot instead of back towards main. So it's nice for them to use that util to get value out of that. The Omen ult even gets value as it spots all 4 players. So the instant rotates is coming out now from the operator of Snow.
Well, looks like Solid want to try to go quickly. Prowler, Boombot, countered by Nightfall. David able to find another. So really, after the timeout, this didn't go well. Maybe a chance to still isolate, though. Good from Conan for the first. Good overwhelming presence as they come back to it. And whoa!
Oh, it was perfect. It was perfect.
Where's our trades? Where's our trades?
And if anything, I was going to say there was a little bit of pressure. I think you could have given that plant back to Havoc. But they're realizing that they only had a small window for Conan to get the 4K.
We're talking 3v5 and all 3 survive? After after they legitimately were red right off the get-go, like Prowler, Boombot, denied by Nightfall. You don't have much space to work with, but the setup on the site for the defense just cannot hang.
But that, I mean, the Nightfall, the tethers are coming out. You have info where some players are at, and you're trying to just get the pick. But the off angle is being played out, and disrespecting the Nightfall on the side of TSS to individually win all of those fights is quite nice. A nice little answer back. And look at what they have now on defense. I mean, at least they have enough Season 8 kill, but they don't have too much weapons to work with.
Yeah. Can you hit a shot here if you're Snow? Oh, mercy. That is a shorty kill. I mean, that's a shorty kill if I've ever seen one. Tight grouping. As we've got numbers advantage in the 4v2 for the map here for Team Solid. This is Shinden's map pick. And I love this. Solid is just going to pause and make sure that they're not caught by some weird stinger shotgun situation.
Which is fine. Just wait out these smokes. Some people are going to be potentially overextending. And you're probably just going to wait for the next cycle too. TSS has his haunt ready to go. They have paint shells as well. And even a showstopper to open it up. But
yep.
It's just a simple stop and go here that should still come out in their favor.
Well, Murray's clean for the first. Okay. Does his job to get his 2.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Spike down. PXS trying to block off ropes, and then will just challenge himself, find the headshot, and Team Solid, after a very back and forth affair to get us kicked off, take over to start the second half, and really don't look back afterwards to take Shinden's map selection and go up 1-0.
And this is a tough one, Shift, because as I said, this is a series that would be decided on this very map, and Shinden had to take it for them to get a chance to potentially win this at a 2-0 or 2-1, because now we're about to move into Bind, where going into the second split, Solid has been very good. Ever since switching out from the Gecko Crop, unstoppable on that map, and we haven't found the results on the side of Shinden either on their end on this map. So I'm assuming at this point, they probably have something under the sleeve to hopefully counteract on what's being pulled up by Solid. But if not, this might be this Yoru and Raze on the side of Solid to just close it out.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more like that. I think just based on who we're expecting to play those agents and how they played in map number 1. But we saw how 9Z bounced back after a dominating loss in their map 1. Can the same be true without the dominating loss part for Shinden at map number 2? We'll go to a break. When we come back, the desk, as we continue on with VALORANT Ascension Americas.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to Ion.
Going to the evening. And crunch!
Team Solid did take the advantage early on with a 13-8 win on the map of Lotus against Shinden, and things are getting pretty close as we got to see into that first half. But when it came down to the late runs in that second one, Roy, it was very one-sided, very clear that the attack side for Team Solid was organized, was planned, and that way they were able to close it out.
And I feel like Shinden was doing a great job in the early of both halves, right? They got the pistols, things were looking good. In the first half, they did end up getting thrifty, and I feel like that sort of stole a little bit of their momentum away, but they actually did manage to bounce back despite that, and it was a pretty competitive first half. But I mean, just to touch a little bit on Team Solid, I feel like the way they were approaching their gun rounds with the double duelist was just working out so well. Havoc and DJ Zin both got so much value at different points in time, whether it was in the same round or whether it was in different rounds. First half, second half, they were getting a ton of value. And then you have players like some of the other players on the Team Solid side who actually were also filling gaps as well. Conan was doing a fantastic job on the Viper. The Omen was popping off as well. Like, there was just so many. That was Rafa on that. There's just so many like good takeaways that we saw from Team Solid. And I feel like that familiarity might have played a factor, but just looking at some of their util usage that they were doing, it just looked fantastic.
It really did. I think that is why we were kind of leaning towards that Team Solid composition heading into this matchup here as well. And it just lends really well to the chaos in which this team does like to play in, that aggressiveness, that push and pull across the map on the Shinden side. It felt like it was a little bit lackluster, especially when we got onto that defense. We really didn't feel the impact from that KJ, who isn't necessarily like a bad agent here on Lotus, but doesn't feel like as innovative, doesn't feel as comfortable as it within the current meta that we're seeing right now, right? And it was, I think, really difficult to find that value, especially on that attacking side at times as well, just because you have to stay close to your utility and everything. But even taking a look over at the first engagements here, Team Solid having the advantage in that regard, making use of those openings that they were finding thanks to those performances coming out from DJ Zane and Havoc to be able to convert these rounds.
There's a lot of great things, like you guys are saying, especially individually, of what Team Solid was doing here. And yeah, we talked about it at the beginning too, that Killjoy for Shinden, even though it's not new, I definitely expected to see a change, and things remain the same, and it's just one of those agents and one of those comms that is pretty easy to understand from the other side, pretty easy to counter as well, Roy, which is exactly what happened in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what we mean when we say innovation, right? Is like, there are some things within the Valorant formula that were being completely ignored by Maurice, which is actually just a little bit, I mean, it's just a little sad. Like, there's just the ult round where they got shoved back. They weren't able to, it got raise naded. That kind of pushed them back completely. They weren't able to bypass the Viper utility. Also, credit to Rafa and credit to Conan, who were doing an amazing job, by the way, with their like the Viper, the Omen alternating, whether it was on the defensive side, turtling on sites, or whether it was on the attack side, denying space and denying the ability to retake for Shinden. They were doing a really good job. I also would like to give a shout out to our boy Snauzine. He was doing his best. Bro got 6 first bloods. He was popping off. He was keeping Shinden competitive in this first map. I feel like we just needed a slight little step up from some of the other players on the roster, and we would have had an even more competitive first map here.
Absolutely. It was a bit of a cold start for a few of these players on the side of Shinden, but Snowzin, he was ready to go from the beginning, and that can push them into that second map. But the two players that were the main topic of conversation as we headed into this map were the two duelists, Havoc and DJ Sin. We talked about the different play styles of a DJ Sin that we know for being the operator player, and a Havoc that on this double duelist. We had our questions on how he was going to be performing in Nash. Both of them were incredible.
They looked so good. I think it's like really the synergy of how that Yoru and that Raze can work together on those chaotic entries, and how that utility is comboed. And part of the reason why we want to highlight these two players as well is the expectation to see them both back on the Yoru and the Raze as we head into Bind. They're carrying this momentum from a very strong start here on Lotus, and a Bind where it becomes even more like the playground of that Yoru, of that Raze, where you're going to see maybe some more like fun TP plays coming in, really taking advantage even further of the push and pull that we really saw them using here in this double duelist composition. I've definitely got to be terrified now for Shinden.
I don't know what's going to happen, because we mentioned that map 1, and we mentioned how good it was for Shinden as of recently, but now when things switch a little bit, Roy, what do you think is going to be that one condition for a Shinden that was struggling a little bit? Besides, you know, we talked about some of the players having to step up a little bit more, try to match what Snowzin was trying to do in the server, but what is the answer in a map of Bind where they're playing this single duelist too, where they're only playing that Raze, or at least the last time that they played it?
Yeah, I think the first question is, are the comps still the same for Shinden? Because they weren't really having a ton of success with the Sky comp. I think leaning into the fact that now Zine is sort of feeling it, he's kind of popping off. Obviously, he's not been in the mix for a few matches, but now that he is and he's feeling so good, I feel like they need to find a way to enable him. Just try to play around the fact that now Zine's feeling it. He's getting a lot of first bloods for the team. He's doing just an overall stand-up job. But the only thing that, concerns me just a tad little bit, guys, is defense bind can be awkward, especially if there's a lack of proactivity in the mid round, right? Like the early challenges on defense, they're not very good. Like you can challenge you can challenge showers, but where the magic happens on the defensive side is the mid rounding, like reacting on the map. Okay, oh, they're showing heavy showers, let's push down B. Like being able to kind of maneuver the push and pull on bind so you aren't getting suffocated on site is going to be a really big key piece for Shinden here.
Especially when you're looking at that comp that we were talking about here for the side of Team Solid, right? Having that Yoru and that Fade, there's just so much utility that can be used to re-clear some of those extremities like showers that you might expect the defenders to try to take. The innovation, I think, is definitely going to be key here. Despite the losses, I do want to give throw Shinden a little bit of a bone. They were up against Leviathan Academy, which was like the best team within LATAM South. So there is that as well, because that Lev Academy had like what 100% win rate both stages there on bind. So it was up against the toughest team that they could be facing up against this map, and hopefully there are huge lessons that they took away.
And it's also been some time since they played this map, like you were mentioning, against Leviathan Academy, and that means some changes. I mean, I feel like throughout today, we've seen in every single series some changes in terms of the compositions. And now for this map of bind, we're going to be seeing them right away. Roy, what do you think about this chamber? What do you think about Shinden here?
I actually really like the pivot to chamber. I think it's a lot less restrictive than the Vice, where you kind of have to play her defensively. You kind of have to play around your utility. I feel like having the chamber adds an element of utility that they need to clear. And the fact that, Fade is the only initiator for Team Solid, as long as they're dealing well with the Fade utility, it's going to make it a little bit more awkward for Team Solid to get map control, to hit sites where they have to deal with the chamber. They have to deal with a lot of these sort of gimmick plays that could come out from the Shinden side. So I actually really like the chamber. I'm going to keep my eyes on that. Whether he gets an operator up online to try to dismantle Team Solid is going to be an important factor for their defensive side.
I'm kind of 50-50 on the chamber. I definitely agree with the points that Roy is making here, but the conversation we also had off the back of Lotus was the opportunity to try and set Snow up for success a little more often. Now, taking away that Vice that we had seen previously, you're docking one of those flashes that could be used on certain engagements to help Snowzine out when it does come to those firefights, and a little bit more of that information. I'm curious to see how this will play out.
I'm very excited for these changes and what Shinden is bringing on this map of bind. Let's see if Team Solid can get their map pick and close this 2-0, or if Shinden is going to come back with his new comp. Let's find out with your casters, is Vance and Chip.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Desk. Yeah, lots of things to kind of digest. I think it's just as you look across the map win percentage number, well, I feel like that one right there on the graphic says a lot, Vancilli.
Yeah, if anything, it's just one single change that they have right now for the side of Shinden versus what they tried in the past. Because they went from KO, but then they went for the Sky Comp with the Vice, but this time the Chamber. And I think that one small change is to basically plug up the gap that Roy was talking about here. Defensive side could be very challenging for you to take map control, for you to be, making sure that you're not giving 3 lanes and 2 TPs for your opponents to work with around the map here on the attack, especially when you're trying to default. So now you have, Chamber that could play those forward angles to lock up just the showers or the front B side and get away right away. You could play double ops, and you could also allow here your Fade and your Rays to be working more in tandem right now into these short A site hits or any type of cool plays you want to do for trap plays on a defense that can maybe help you out. So yeah, let's keep an eye out on that. They locked in quite early though for Shinden. This gives a chance now for Solid to think about how they can work around this chamber, and we'll see if they're prepared for it. So far, a 4-1 setup. A side plow. You see that the turret's already there though for the chamber to really slow down that initial hit.
Yep. Well, we'll see if that holds. Looks like it probably should. The double op comp is one that I will say does get very enticing, especially if you're a big fan of the pop-off plays. Big walk down, though, in towards showers. Snow's going to hang a little longer than maybe you would anticipate. He's going to get caught by the Prowler. No immediate follow-up. The paint shells will provide a small bit of reprieve. Oh, but through the smoke. Okay. Trades are decent. We stay even. David able to find one more, though, over through main. Does give an opportunity for the defense to still hold 2 players on. Big shot right there from Yuri's before the smoke can fade. And you'll wait for the 3v2 to develop, I assume.
I don't know where the Brimstone's at, so Brim is just waiting it out here so that Vice could meet up with David so they could go for the 3v2 retake. But you're definitely seeing that Digizine, he's in a one and done, but at least has a flash to work with.
Flash comes through. Wow, nice second shot there from DJ's 2v2 now. The Sky Smoke causing a bit of a deterrence here for the defense to fully get on for the retake. And these angles just so well isolated. DJ's gets overwhelmed at bench, just down to Rafa. Only a couple of shots left in. Muriz will find both as David will find himself on for the easy defuse.
And that's a beautiful reactionary play, the micro for Shinden on that 2v2. Because you move inside that smoke, you tap that spike. Because if you're not going to tap that spike, they could just hold it off and they could just watch that smoke. But now you're forcing the red alert to pop up here from the side of Solid. They might be a little bit flustered. You go for that double swing onto bench to isolate that first fight. That's just beautiful, especially on the opening that kicked things off here from the side of Solid. It definitely looked like they already had the map, or at least a pistol round, in their hands. But that, the IGL Maurice has something else to say. We're going into the same type of setup, except the chamber playing towards showers this time around. So this is what we're talking about here. You have the Outlaw coming through. This is going to be on Rupkoide. Snow is going to play the U-Haul. So you might see the raised judge play that's going to start coming out here for Snow.
I was just about to say that is definitely in the ballpark.
I have the spike.
But it just comes down to, especially with the sentry drone in the way, or the trademark rather, I should say, do they actually get into this Lance position without giving away too much? Well, here we go. Snow, very aware of what's about to come his direction with the Prowler. Yeah, as I said, the Prowler scouts him out, and Havoc will go up and over to find the free kill. So now you've got an opportunity for Solid to get on with the spike.
That should have been known, man. Red, the smoke's went right up on the APC. You even hear the audio cue when you're coming across. Maybe that's just land. You didn't hear the Rays get behind, and now you're going to stop and go. You're going to stay hitting, so you could potentially force a rotate out from Shinden and go for the clean plant right after.
Vice trying to spam. A little bit of damage. TSS has to get off the plant not once, but twice. But what does this timing look like? Oh, the opening shot comes a little bit wide from Rube. Has to consider his position as the Haunt will flush them a little further back. Vi trying to step up, but TSS this time will be able to plant in Havoc's flank. Shut down. Shinden now with the numbers, 4v3. And the post plant is going deep. A lot of trust under Rafa here as the defense will wait for the smokes and then try to make their way back on.
They don't have their own smokes here on defense, so the pistols and the angles could still be very good here from short A.
Here comes the effort. First shot lands for Rube. Over towards Lamps. This classic does not do well at that range. And Conan just gets absolutely over-peaked. So a moment. You see the window open in a little bit, but Shinden just immediately shuts it down.
And that's just a play drafted up to take U-Haul control, because even you have a different Viper wall that's not even on alert. You're just trying to cut the vision anywhere from the right side of the tank into triple, so you can't really see from the showers control. You're aligning out and isolating the value that you have on the outline. Look at that. That's such a free kill. He almost got then tried to find the timing on top of David, but David was able to, again, head on the swivel and understand here are these pushes coming out from the side of Solid and stuff that right away here from Shinden. But that's double plants. That's a strong rifle round moving in a third one for TSS. They have to go with full armor, but the double plant allows for you to get that with util.
Decent setup in terms of weaponry, followed with utility for Shinden to possibly get the bonus. Prowler out early. I don't know if it fully reads. Ray's in the corner right there. Muri's, yeah, it's just not Muri's. Pardon me. That was David that's able to kind of step up and deny the Prowler. So Rube holding one angle, David close, and then of course Snow with the Bucky could really hurt this hit if it comes down short.
Now with David consistently spraying right now, they maybe could think that there's going to be a second player inside that cubby. Got to be ready for it, because this seems like too much of a bait. Yeah, there's that second Prowler.
Yep. And Rube will fall. Snow in some trouble. But David able to help out just a little bit. Traded through the smoke, though. It's not great news. Snow trying to run away to get back to safety, but there's not a lot of space for safety, so you got to use that little cubby as your Alamo. Does not work out. And Muri's last one left has to rotate late into the 1v3.
Is he threw a snake bite, so it delayed enough for him to get a position. So the smoke might disappear very shortly after the plant reaches right now. It gives him a chance maybe to catch some players rotating out. No, Rafa's all the way back.
Yeah.
This probably has it what it takes to play the lineup too.
Well, good opener. Oh, good follow-up. But Rafa still has the Fuego. And that will force Muri's to have to try to fight for this kill immediately. And you don't know if he's deep. You don't know if he's close. There's a lot of question marks in that consideration. Yep, Rafa just pops out, finds the freebie, but gets real tight, dude. I'll tell you that much. Like, that should not have been as close as it was, but still, the survival is there.
Again, some very clean shots coming out from Muri's. From piss around Sheriff to this one right there, almost clutching a 1v3 with the Guardian. The scale up was perfect, at least from the side of Solid. But I do agree with you, and it makes sense though. You have a haunt, it's not being shot. You hurt the drop. You might as well try to go for the pick. But there, he gets the wall bang onto PXS. You can't do anything about that, right? So
yeah.
It just happens, and then you had to keep it close. But at least you're still able to convert the round here for Team Solid, who are now pushing up very aggressively towards that front B side. Probably gonna have to play soft here on the side of the sky. You need to save a couple one of those flashes to allow for you to retake, especially when you're playing soft side on B with.
Yep.
Now finally, David meeting up with him after they heard the first smoke come through, and that's an attacker side smoke just to try to see if they could find the chamber trip. Try to move forward, try to break that, maybe flash through that as well for you to flood back into the B site.
Well, Vi's able to find one over through elbow. Muri's trying to assist, so if I can hold this angle, and oh, yep, that's Valorant for you, baby. Spam through a smoke, you might get lucky. And that little bit of luck may be exactly what they need to win this round. Double swing comes through, a little dangerous. You saw a world where Conan gets both and we get to a 3v3, but instead, it's a 4v2 and the offense has to reset.
And that's a slight mistake, I like to say, from the side of Solid. When you're already scaling up here behind that smoke, and then you're popping your ult, even if it's a popped ult towards Hookah to try to get information inside the site, and you try to go through the smoke after, a lot of players and a lot of teams, you would just expect when you hear a Yoru ult and it's coming through somewhere, just spray the smoke, because usually players are coming right behind that anyways. So they spray through the smoke, they get 2 picks out of that, and even you're not able to get real value out of the ult from the Jazine because you can't even really set up for a flash. So especially when you're setting up these attack site smokes on the entrance of that B side, the wall contact, and you need that Yoru potentially to just flash outside of the smoke so you could swing out of that and then maybe try to find that element of surprise. But you already gave that away with your global call out that I'm coming for you with my mask on.
Very true. Okay, so this map starts in a very similar way as the last one had. Very evenly exchanged between both teams. A handful of moments that it feels like it go one way or the other. Like, this has been as entertaining as you could possibly want in terms of a competitive game of Valorant being played. So we'll get a little bit of a reset into the economy here for Team Solid. Opportunity for Shinden to go up 3, especially with an orbital strike in their back pocket.
Just realized too that Vise used his Seekers in that previous round to confirm that second kill through the smoke. That said, though, they were still able to cycle up some ults on their side. You still have the orbital strike. Meanwhile, you talked about TSS having to calm things down for a bit, so you're min-maxing the orbs. You have your own chance to probably cycle some ults in the next round. But so far, this change onto that chamber, you're seeing exactly what we're talking about, the forward positioning and locking down a solo play on your own. He's got the turret trademark watching that Hookah. He's got a forward angle positioning with the Outlaw. So you could just play like a strong 4-1 rather on that side.
Scout destroyed. Here.
You dodge for info, and that confirms a little bit. But you're still potentially walking some players right into this crosshair.
Patience, my friend, patience. There's the offensive pings. Team Solid looking to follow up. Smokes will be the go button likely. As soon as those go down, anticipate some sort of a dash in towards the front side of these Radianite boxes. And here we go. Paint shells. Good control of space. Snake bite's a little late, won't lie. But it does separate just a touch. Oh, mercy, this could get brutal. I don't know if we needed it, but it was fun to watch. I'll tell you that.
Oh, we talked about cycling ults, right? Maurice gets a couple of kills too. He's able to get his pit into the next round. So I'd take it any day, especially if I've fallen behind on the previous map of my map pick. I want to make sure that I have a solid bind here. That said, you talked about patience, but patience wasn't really a virtue for the side of the attack. Yes, you had the time working against you, but it's especially that util. You didn't flush any of that when you started the inserts into showers. You already picked up a Norb. You gave your position away on that side. They've already pushed down towards long B, so any type of like cut noise is not working because you're not selling any fakes. The dog even spotted you. So as you go for a rehit, you saw the amount of util that comes out of showers from the defensive side. You can't even do anything there. So
agreed.
A little bit rough. We're a little bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, really, this first 5-6 rounds has not gone well really at all for Team Solid. I mean, you fought back in the anti-eco, but outside of the fighting against the bonus, not cooking with much gas here in this map at the moment, which I'm sure is a big surprise, especially considering it is your map pick. But yeah, time to talk it over. And I don't know, what do you look towards? You look towards how things are going, like on the executes, like how you're contesting it, how you're successfully or unsuccessfully able to like manage the space on site, or where's your headspace at in terms of like where you think things are going a little bit wrong here, Vance?
What they're doing quite well for the side of the defense, at least, is making sure that they're cycling a lot of this counter util and stall util. The 20-second brimstones, and you're not really trying to fight out of it on the side of Solid. So Shinden are doing a good job just playing to the clock on their side. They're not forcing themselves to move anywhere so far because you've already covered the map so much with Rubkoida on this chamber. So I think right now for Team Solid is they or have to start fighting into the tighter lanes towards controlling hookah, towards controlling short, and then trying to make sure that you can start pushing some players out. Just like that. Look at the default that they have, at least on Solid's side. You had the... Oh, wait, hold on. Let's hold that thought. That's a nice shot by Snozy.
Yeah, I was about to say he's going to get contact, not once, but twice. And PXS, yeah, it's like, hey, have a prowler.
Now let's save for a minute and 10 seconds. So that's the thing, right? You have the double op coming out, literally. So yeah, Rubkoida only has the outlaw, but he hasn't really been dropped this time around. But you see how potent this could be now from both extremities. Especially, again, look at the util. A pit towards one side, a turret on the other. Maybe the next round when the pit's not there, at least you might have Snow op from the tank. So they need to start utilizing a little bit more here from the side of Solid to find this early information and decide where they want to push from that. Once you at least force the chamber away, or you force the raise away.
Yeah,
and that's
true.
Again from short side control, because they've been given that up a lot rather on the defensive side.
Well, so far things looking pretty comfortable, and yeesh, that's a little bit of a heat check right there. Like, I get this for essentially free, so why not use it?
Yeah. I mean, why we're walking a little like watching that tunnel.
Yikes.
You got to rescale in the right spot here. You got to pay attention to where the operas are currently being positioned. But that's the thing with the comp here on the side of Team Solid, right? You're playing this type of comp where you have the Viper that you could utilize here for these snake bites utility, or at least some sort of control to push out the octagon side on these line of sights. If you're going to try to scale up on that side too, you need that early util to come out. The fade's not going to be enough here. So Conan has to go potentially for that lineup from short side, try to push the op away from long, and then you could start scaling up and working the map. You could start the inserts into showers after and start the TV plays.
Yay! That's not the way you wanted to start. Granted, it's a thrifty round, or in some essence, a thrifty round. And I won't lie here, Vance. This round feels like a let's just throw this one away. All right, now let's go next. Like,
yeah,
here's a freebie. Thank you. You're welcome.
But at least we see what we were trying to discuss, right? As soon as the pit's gone, the next round the op's going to play on top of the tank. You're just trying to find some deep line of sights, and that's the advantage right now that comes out of this composition here on the side of the defense. Yeah. It's so easy. Even a jump spot's not good enough. You can't even really set up for post plans because you really can't get into the sights in the first place. So you potentially have to start using this util for early sight control. So there's Conan with the orb, at least on short, but there's no sneak bite going towards long yet. trying to go Boombot Prowlers instead.
Yeah. Well, the Prowler, I don't know if it sees the player by the teleporter, but decent trade for Solid. Rube backs away through smoke, takes a little bit of chip damage, but he's fine. And now it's delineation and deliberation time between, do you want to try to pull and force the defense to maneuver? Because you've got, well, so you have the teleporter to play off of, but Conan loses a critical 1v1 as the smokes fade through short. And I won't lie, Vans, like kind of the same point I was telling you before, like Team Solid look empty, if anything, so far in this first half.
And even what they're trying to do to contest the long B space in the first place was by throwing the Haunt, and the Haunt wasn't potent enough to really ping both players out. But we'll hold that thought. We are still committing on the side of Team Solid to try to plant towards A.
Dude, just no displacement. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Whoa.
So this is what I'm talking about. The Haunt that misses into trying to clear up on the top of the B long. Yes, it spotted the AWP or Rupkoide towards the long B, but it didn't actually ping the sky tucked in by the teleporter. So that was a free kill because you're just focusing so much on the Noids, and for the second time, Havoc has Boombot stuck in his hands and trying to scale up on that site. When you could already do that with the snake bite to flush players back. And then you could guarantee the Prowler clearing up towards the left side and then start using util more. Because there's no point right now for them to try to hold on to their utility if they can't really cross the first line of scrimmage in the first place.
Yeah, this has been brutal. A 7-5 would be a miracle, I imagine, if you're feeling this from Team Solid. Rube is in trouble, but has the shorty, mercy me, and a headhunter, and help. I mean, PXS gonna get, yeah, whoa, let's say blindsided here, but it's okay. Finding something out of nothing. Snow will find one before, whoa. Whoa, it's pumped up. 7-1, brother. What are we talking about? We're not shooting bodies 7-1? Hello?
It's Valorant, bro. 7-1 is a regular scoreline. This is super normal.
Is it?
Atmosphere is in the chat. But that said, that said, they did exactly what we wanted to see here towards their rifle rounds, right? Avoid the extremities, try to take control towards the short and sand side because it was held fairly passively. But it was still a good read coming out here from the defensive side of Shinden to actually place the AWP there. But the AWP shot missed. We didn't clear enough on the second wave to try to rescale up until this hero plays comes through. So they have to at least, like, the idea was there. They were still missing a bit until PXS was able to win the round for them. So you're right. I think based off that, or last round of them trying to scale up into hookah and what you're saying, that it's a little bit lackluster from the side of Solid. It definitely seems like the double AWP or just the chamber in itself is really putting a wrench in the wheels here for the attack side of Solid.
Yeah, this is a little bit of that sabotage. But full purchase and a lot of ultimates available for Solid. And they've been holding on to some of these for a while. So you got to be thinking they're cooking something for this round. Snow's going to get a little greedy here. Oh, he may get punished. Solid surely has a protocol for this.
Yeah.
Whoa! That's not a good showstopper. And he avoids the paint shells. Fortunately, DG bails them out, so they get the kill they needed, but that was expensive. The Seeker's also holding off the play for a little while longer. So now the 5v4 resets with 45 in the clock.
Thing is, a Seeker's in TP'd as well, so right now you know your weak side on B. If Rukoide, though, on this AWP could go huge, it would be great. Because you already forced out the TP as well. He can't place it anywhere. And he's pretty much in a one and done.
Yeah, and very safe. Dimensional drift will be used. And there's the op. Orbital strike, flash. Survived.
Space.
Yep. Some smokes do go down though. And oof, all you've got is a guiding light. Try to work your way back into sight. And Vi is nowhere near. Yeah, outside of a couple of, I would say, desperate wallbang attempts. Not much of an opportunity here for the offense, or for the defense to work their way back into the site, so likely just a peel back. It'll be a couple extra weapons saved, especially the operator in hand. And it'll be 7-3 on the backside of round 10.
And you just said that they've been holding on to these ults for a long time. Let's just use them all this round.
Use them all. Here's the kitchen sink. Enjoy.
But yeah, I mean, you're just trying to answer back on the forward play from short A, and I do respect it. I think, as we were just highlighting before, they didn't have good opportunities to really use these ults into the late rounds, into pulse plants, or even getting into sites. I mean, losing a lot of these fights contested before they even get into the offensive zone, or defensive zone rather, here for the side of Solid. So I respect that you're using your showstopper Nightfall right away. Get information on what's going on here, have them react. Once you hear the TPs and you know that it's weak side on B, then you utilize the dimensional drift right after to get the information. So I think it's still very clean. It's very cautious.
Yeah.
But man, it was 7-1. You got it.
Correct. You can't take them with you, as they say. Tour de force out here, and yeah, it will work. Tries for a second, not going to happen. Snow holding the opposite side over through Shower, not going to find contact as the nearest contestant in Havoc has repositioned back over towards short. And yes, some noise still being made here over towards B, but every peek is going to be a dangerous one, knowing the chamber is right on top of you.
Wonder if that was an intentional smoke being thrown there by Maurice to leave that gap. And speaking of leaving gaps, that's David that just got picked off right out in the open. There you're going to go for the hero play, and it's being sniffed out here by Havoc. He's watching that flank.
Yeah, this is huge information because you look to the other side of the map, and Rube is in perfect position to use this tour. Prowler doesn't even get all the way there. So you walk up, you think it might be safe. Not so fast. And Rube is chilling because he's got support from Vi. Flash will re-clear the angle, and Rube's going to feel very comfortable here.
Except his CP's not in the best spot, so see if you actually take control of Hookah.
I mean, what? Okay.
I don't know why that made me laugh so much, but it just felt like one of those moments, you know, when you're trying to jump and stick the landing, but you're still losing balance, and your feet are trying to catch up. It felt exactly like that when Havoc was landing onto that site. And especially kind of what's happening for Solid on the attack side so far. They are just trying to figure out anything that could work out on their side, and yet still continue to stumble on how they're trying to scale up on that map. You're walking up into contact again. Oh, dude, this is not a good look.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Especially considering that at this point in the patch and in the meta, you should for sure know what a double operator setup is going to look like, especially when one of the ops is a tour de force. Like, you should know. Like, there's not really, like, I don't want to say like they're looking for excuses in that, but you can't just slightly, you know, tap peek when you've got two different types of sniper rifles on the field. Like, you just can't. Like, you have to commit to clearing an angle if you're going to run it like that. It just feels very, I don't know, very, very, very soft.
Yeah. And we're not playing on new patch, by the way, so you should have enough util to push these offers back.
Good point.
And now it's finally being used. At least you're clearing towards the corners of short. Right now, it's very difficult for them to move around the map that they want to, especially with Digizine pulling it off on the attack side. Because where your flash is now to commit for the explosion through the smokes. You're going to have to start moving in together, but it might be another body peek at this point.
Exactly. Because at the other side of it, you have to commit to one of these two angles because Orbital Strike was actually blindly used here. That separates the offense, but doesn't do really much of anything. And wow, the decoy works. Snow just kind of displaced and gets a little bit panicky. So first blood good for the offense, but a shotgun inside of smoke is enough to counter and keep us 4v4. And PXS may run into the trap of a lifetime, and sure does. David trying to find something through smoke, not going to happen. Spike gets planted, 4v3, advantage to the defense though. Oh, sheesh. That's a chunk of damage. Peaches in low, still able to find one. Yeah, Classic's not going to work though. And that'll be enough for 9-3 half. Shinden has arrived.
It almost looked like for that last round too, when you have this op for Digizine a little bit too late as well. It almost feels like, okay, well, if we are going to try to go for this matchup head to head, op versus op, let me just pull up my own. But again, by putting that.
isso aqui. Matei. Fala pra mim. Uau.
E com o Xenon. Ô, Art, fala a verdade. Mó calor hoje, o cara veio com essa jaqueta só pra foi pro Champions.
Não. Ele falou pra mim que tava com frio, tava precisando de uma blusa. Falei, pô, usa teu jaquetão, pai. E tá aí, mano. Tem que usar, tá certo.
Tem que usar, você não tá calor, não?
Não tem nada, não escutei nada.
Eu falei que você veio com essa jaqueta só pra se aparecer. Ué, verdade. E daí, né? E daí? É minha. E não pagou barato. E aí, tá se divertindo aí, amigo?
Tá da hora, mano. Torcendo aí pros moleques, mano. Os caras é tudo meu amigo, então vamos pra cima.
Tá certo. I was joking about he wearing this jacket. It's so hot today in São Paulo, but he said it's mine. I paid for it, and I asked him if he's having fun. He's having a lot of fun, cheering for his friends from Team Solid. E Artezinho, vocês vão junto pra algum lugar? Você tá sozinho? Como é que é aí?
Não, daqui eu vou pra casa.
Vai pra casa! Se for onde eu tô pensando, é na rua de baixo de casa.
Não.
Não?
Não.
Faz o... Não?
Não.
Não, nada a ver.
Calma aí.
Nada a ver. Você vai com ele ou vai continuar no MBR, amigo?
Fala nada.
Falar nada. Tá difícil. I was joking where he's going, if they're going together for another team. He said he's going home. I'm trying to get something leaked here, but it's not working. Placar final desse mapa, vai dar pra Solid?
Mano, na moral... Tá,
9-3.
9-3, né? Acho que dá Solid ainda, dá Solid.
Dá Solid, vai dar Solid?
Cara, espero que sim, mas acho que vai ser terceiro mapa, mano. Os caras tá com comp 2 do Elise, tomou 9-3, então acho que vai ter.
Complicado. Então é isso. Bora voltar pro jogo. Valeu demais, Indos. É nóis. Vamos ser vizinho, hein? Vamos ser vizinho.
Yeah,
Lance,
awesome to see.
Go ahead. I don't speak a lot of Portuguese, but that sounded like, hey, what's the score? Oh, it's 9-3. Oh, I got solid. That seems like the conversation which just happened.
Yeah, but still awesome to see Artezine and Shinden there here of MIBR. Tremendous run throughout champions, but again, just to continue to point where we were saying before, is just feels like we were missing a bit in terms of the pulling out the op for the Jazine on the attack side, but then you had no flashes to work for those hits, and those smokes have always been playing against you.
Shells in the corner. DJs and Havoc trying to work together. Do stall out the hit through short, but Havoc does take a pretty considerable amount of damage on the way out, so if you want to call it an advantage, it's a small one for Shinden.
Yeah, you're already seeing, though, how much was used to try to stall them back. There's actually nothing left here for Solid, and regrouping as a team would be super important while Vice still has one more flash to work with. So you're probably seeing them trying to bait out a little bit of that space towards that B site, force that rotate, and group up for this flash on A, especially now that you have the insert from Rube Koide on top of B.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Well, Rube may try to find something on transition here, but it's going to miss his window. Rafa for a good first blood. Doesn't get the second. Evenly exchanged to a 3v3. Oh, goodness. I was about to say, if Conan gets a read on this, that'd be insane.
10 seconds left.
But regardless, teleporter is hit, and we'll move forward with a 2v2 with the post plant on B.
Now they have info on both. Rube Koide peeking out. Low HP is Digizine, though.
Yep. Not that he needed it, but the headshot still builds the confidence.
Called a headhunter for a reason.
Correct. Yikes. Little high-low setup right in front of the front doors, and Shinden are riling up the crowd. The Argentinians coming up nice.
Especially when you're looking at the retake, you know that Rube Koide already peeked out. You know that the second one's planting, so you're trying to find that timing to try to fight back against the chamber, but both of them tucked up towards that wall, so you kind of just lined up each other. And then now you know where the last one's rotating from because of the peak from Rube Koide. So you play the high-low out in the open. You're guessing there's no more utility left here for the retake from PXS. And it becomes super nice. A nice, beautiful answer back here from Shinden so far from what we've seen on that first map. We might be able to trade each other's maps here and really see the that battle go down on Jet v Jet potentially on Ascent.
Well,
oh, dude.
Yep. And it's just like where the contact is happening. Like it just feels, I won't say like unstructured, but it feels a little too loose. for what we've seen, especially comparatively to map 1 from Team Solid. Like, we're just losing these fights before they really even start.
Smoke's down.
Agree. Right now, it's Rafa just trying to min-max orb at least. If he's able to pick up that orbit and die right after, that's an extra one. He's already halfway to his orbital strike, and they could maybe start something with that sooner than later by leveraging these ultimates in the later rounds. Now you're just rotating, gamble, stacking for a re-hit towards that B site. Beautiful read and calls once again by Motor East to allow now Shinden to get the free plant towards the A site. But I do agree with you, Shift. We haven't really gotten to a point right now where TSS is going to have full weapons yet to fight against Shinden and see how they're going to scale up, especially with the chamber this time around. But I don't know if they'll have a chance to really get that rolling.
I don't think so. Which weapon would you like, Rube? How about the weapon of illusion? Hey, look at me. Yes. David is able to come up from behind for free. Well, Vans, it's 11-3, and we've got a true bonus on the way.
And a very solid one, too. Outlaw is going to be ready for Rube Kode. You have the Guardian for David, 2 double Guardian 2. You're going to be in a comfortable spot to buy for the next 2 rounds as well. This is a very, very important gun round here for the side of the defense of Solid here on the Brazilian side. Right now, they have to win the round without dropping too many players, and you're seeing how
surprising to say the least. Yikes, dude! Yikes! Like, ooh, that one hurts the soul. And now the offense has a very early 5v4, and
your gun's sticking out.
Oh, mercy! It goes from bad to worse that quickly.
At least the Outlaw shot misses, so there's a little bit of a gap for DGZ to take.
Okay, but you gotta have more than that. A lot more than that. Rafa, a little slow to the trigger, takes some damage, but backs away. That will voluntarily give up the position to Halls. Small flash, but no commitment for the spike yet. Can you get this first cross? Smoke out. That will work. Good timing on that play. And actually, Murias will be revealed by this, but Rafa can't stay alive. So we go 3v2, and you have to convert this. If you're Solid, they find the first. Oh, the shots for Snow don't land. And now it's just down to David to play up by himself on B.
You still have a dog here on the pulse plant. So try to group up together, try to see if David's going to play towards backside. And you are.
Just the Guardian. Have to hit the head. Solid moving quickly together. Do they swing it? 1, 2, 3, go. Yep. Whoa! Oh, no way! I mean, it's as absolutely perfectly peaked as you could possibly imagine from a timing standpoint, but we got to hit our shots.
Oh, man, they even flicked him towards the ear, too. That was a free kill for sure. I agree with you. Because the jump spot broke crosshair placement. It took him a couple of shots as well to win that second fight. So it definitely looks like a whole different Solid here from the first map. I don't necessarily think it's lack of preparation on the side of Solid, but maybe good preparation on the side of Shinden to really counter the way that their opponents play. That's a bonus converted map point for Shinden. You're forcing every single round here for Team Solid. We talked about the value and how important it was for them to convert that gun round that they had, especially with less casualties, because now you're going to continue to go for these broken buys where Outlaw is going to be very good here for the side of Shinden.
So Ascent, map 3. I mean, wow. This is just come out of nowhere if you're Shinden. 4v3 though here. Now, we've seen, and very recently, some dramatic comebacks in VALORANT, just generally. This one I won't say would take the cake, but it'd be close.
No
it would
way.
be very close.
Nothing beats the Fnatic 11-1 now.
Correct.
Unless we're thinking like Challengers 2 years ago, like a, what, 12-0 half, and it still went into OT? Wasn't it like a Luminosity game or something like that?
Yeah, something like that,
deep.
yeah.
We're digging deep.
A little bit. It's okay.
But I agree with you, especially at this level right now when you're facing the music in front of a crowd. It's definitely difficult to try to get these type of comebacks in. Thankfully, though, it is Team Solid. A roster of players that have played on the Americas stage, so they know what it's like to play into these highly intensive moments. But also, let's just call a spade for this one as well, Chip. It's rosters like Furia and MIBR that haven't had the best of successes outside of this current Champions run.
Bold. Orbital strike will force one through the teleporter. Rube hunting for heads, one might say. Not able to connect, though, and will stay 5v5.
And they know right now for Shinden that Solid are just trying to go for swings, hero plays, and just maybe a little bit more flustered than usual. So we're just expecting these type of... Somebody's going to try to find information right there. Rafa peeked out, but unfortunately, Rukoida wasn't ready for that one, too. To think this is also Shinden having a lower buy here in their bonus.
Okay. Tries to play the counter flash. Not going to happen. Molly to stall out the play as the Seekers were looking to at least find info on the defense here. And then that moment, Rafa will find a second. Knows the threat's right in front of him. And the smoke will delay the hit. Well, at least that's the intention. A little while longer. Doesn't fully work out. And that pop flash, I don't think it gets over the container. So David able to find at least one in response. Dimensional drift out. Vi able to get around the corner. That's an up and upgrade.
10 seconds left.
And now it's just down to where is the Yoru? And they've lost him. Soundcue comes out though, and Vi 1v1.
Oh
no, almost with a hero play to really just confirm the map, but no, we go another.
When Digizine's low on HP as well, I saw the vision after getting that first pick, and Digizine's out of the TP, makes the other Q and is out in the open. You need to land the shot, and he does against a healthy Vi. It was so close. We stay alive, but again, Shift, I keep telling you, these are these type of rounds here that Solid needs to continue to win, but not losing too many casualties. Too many players in the process, rather, because if not, the buys aren't always going to be the best.
Well, Shinden showing some respect here. Well, that'll be enough to pull back the gate crash. A little follow-up, and ooh, PXS able to at least catch out one. Snow looking to clear halls with Showstopper and may get an opportunity. Well, that's a decoy. So you delete that, but nothing else. And yeah, the defense is in a great position to just overwhelm this post plant.
Complacent, double flank. We're not flipping the map here on the attack side. So that allows your TSS to really try to complete the round.
You don't have to force this if you're Conan because PXS is on the corner. So yep, you set up the crossfire and yeah, it will work. We do not need to hit Nightfall here. Okay. I was gonna say, please, I understand. You got 3 in the round. I earned it. No. Let's hold that. Let's hold that.
I need to win the round. We need to stay in this game.
I need 4. Give me 4.
And it's finally starting to get loud here in the CBLOL arena. And it's what potentially is needed here for this side of Team Solid playing on home turf. They need the crowd behind them, and it's been quite silent. We know what it's like, at least from Brazilian teams with Brazilian fans. When they pop off, so does the arena. But when they aren't, it does get pretty quiet in there as well. But that is a sign of life. Look how aggressive we're currently playing in this moment on these flanks. When you're disrespecting the walk through the smoke for Mukoide. And I think that is a perfect time to call the timeout too.
Yeah, agreed.
Because you don't want your team to be complacent right now from the call of Godspeed.
Could not agree more with you, my friend. So we'll intently start to talk about it and see how things follow up from here. Really solid showing from Shinden, but that fight that we would have expected to see coming out of Solid is finally starting to show up a touch. Still a long way to go. Let's not, get too crossed up on it, but at least you're starting to see, signs of life in terms of kind of what we would have expected on their map pick reminder. That's the big part about this.
Right now, at least the good thing about Shinden coming out with this chamber is you could do similar things of what they had with the Device to set up something to watch the flank to get the audio cues. But if you lose Rukoide early in the round, you're already seeing how quickly Team Solid are moving for these flank scenarios. And look how aggressive they are at the beginning of this round. Oh, well.
Well, you want to continue with that?
No, let's talk about Ascent. No, I wanted to see how good they were proactively with the smoke moving down. They prowler towards that short side. They know the hit's coming towards A.
Yikes,
but
dude.
They're just getting popped by Snow with the Guardian.
Nightfall's going to hit everything, though. Can you follow up on this? That's the only issue. You're down numbers, and the smoke is in the way, kind of creating a line of scrimmage in front of this spike site. Your real only insertion here is Conan, and he's going to watch essentially two things at once. No utility for PXS. Just got to hit your shots right now, and that's a clean one for Conan. The spike's not planted yet. Oh, that's trouble. Yeah, trying to predict where the next challenge is going to be, not the case. Rafa trying to get back into sight, as Vise will get the plant, no problem. And that'll do it. 13-6. What a response for Shinden, man. I mean, I'm still sitting here like a little mind blown, because first half, Team Solid looked that they barely even loaded into the map, which is their pick. Like, they just looked a little lost. Not able to get anything going on the executes, not really able to find anything to create opportunity, even in, like, if you take a 4v3 on a site, even though if it's like 4v5 overall, but like you're not ever playing against all 5 of them, like they just weren't able to really convert on any of their number situations in the moment.
If anything, right now for Solid, they just have to do what Shinden did on in between these maps. It looks like Shinden had some sort of conversation to just stay calm, knowing that they still have another map in hand that they could play and forces into a third map. So now the conversation comes to that. Hey, we weren't able to get any value in on our own map pick, but now you get to play the most basic map ever with the potentially double basic comps. This is going to make it a little bit more fun now and even more chaotic between these two teams.
Yeah, predictability's kind of been the name of the game when it comes to maps like Ascent, but
yeah,
hey, that's a heck of a resurgence from the side of Shinden, and it completely changes the narrative around how we are looking at this particular matchup. We said it was going to be a bare knuckle boxing match. We got a little bit of that in map number 1, not much of it at map number 2. So we'll head to a break. The desk will be back to break things down. We'll have map 3 right after that.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature as electronics.
exactly what core needs to do. Drop Shin, and there was trust into Aya.
Going to the evening.
Shinden, they changed things up a little bit on that map of Bind, and they are successful with a win on Bind of a 13-6. They shut down Team Solid, and they secured our third map of Ascent. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension Americas. And Roy, it was very one-sided as well towards the beginning for Shinden. That defense was incredible.
Yeah, if you're going to lose your map pick, the best response is to win the other person's map pick in a dominant fashion, to retake the great equalizer, guys. It has been done. I first of all, I would like to start with the defensive side. I was very impressed with how they're approaching their defense. I liked how they're using the controllers to suffocate a lot of that early space, specifically towards short A, specifically towards shower as well. And then they had the chamber towards B, where it was just getting absolutely ridiculous to bypass. He was doing a fantastic job at just slowing things down. That's Rube Koide. He was doing a really good job. He's denying a lot of that fade utility, and kind of what we talked about going into the game, right? Where we said they only have the one initiator. If they can somehow slow down the pace of Team Solid, and that's exactly what they did. They got them down to a pace where it's completely manageable on the defensive side, and it was just a full sweep on that first half.
It wasn't just Rube Koide. We had those rounds where it was like swapping back and forth between who is going to be on the operator, between him or Snow. And then at the same time, we also had that double op round where they had control of showers and B long. I think that was like round 11. It was just so well played on the extremities, something that Vansili had also shouted out consistently in that initial first half. Was Team Solid were really struggling to deal with it, and I think a lot of that came down to also Shinden having such heads up positioning. Like Snow would look to disrespect some of the poison orbs that were going up, using it as a little bit of a bait coming out from Maurice to try and get ahead of some of those picks. So Team Solid wouldn't really expect his forward positioning there. And then on top of that as well, I think just like so much dynamic positioning coming out from both of them. Very great jobs that were being done trying to avoid a lot of those prowlers that were coming out from PXS, so their positions couldn't be sniffed out.
Yeah, and they also had like some gimmick plays around the controllers as well, where they had like, you know, small little cracks in the Viper orbs where they're able to find op angles or put down the one way, and kind of you saw Snowzine have that sick clip with the operator early in the first half as well. So it was just a very well constructed defense side all around, and I feel like just how dominant that was on typically on a half that can be awkward. I don't want to say Bind is fully attack sided, but defense can be awkward, and the fact that they got the attackers to slow down, you know, kind of take away a lot of their early space, make them kind of put them on the back foot. That was a really big key piece of success for Shinden. And of course, the massive step up from the individual players as well has helped a lot here in the second map.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like you had 3 retake rounds out from Shinden, and then they also had like 2 rounds where they just completely ran out time on Team Solid. And it did look like, okay, Team Solid were starting to build up a little bit of that momentum once we swapped halves, but unfortunately it's a little bit too late. They didn't have the rounds that they needed to be able to work and build something up a little bit further on their own defense. And it's a very consistent performance across the entire board here from Shinden.
There was really not a lot of space to work with going into that second half as well for Team Solid, and you see how it reflected into them, you know, getting 3 runs in a row, but even then you are pretty much against the wall with barely any opportunities. But 2 players that we've talked about that, and we mentioned in that map one that they really needed to step up were Maurice and David, and this time around they were really, really good going into this map. There was a very clear understanding of, why we're changing this composition, how everybody's going to be set up around the map, how everybody's going to be setting up on this defense. And Roy, it's the success that we were waiting for in that map 1.
Yeah, this is a complete change from the first map, guys. Like in the second map, the controllers were being very active. They were denying so much forward space in the beginning of the half. They conditioned short A, they conditioned long B. They were pretty much suffocating, just alternating, denying certain choke points. And that way, even when they were faking that control, there's still that threat. And I think the individual step up from David, the individual step up from the leader, Maurice, has helped immensely in the second half. And it was kind of the edge that they needed to have a nice, clean victory versus Shinden. Or sorry, versus Team Solid.
Yeah, I'm excited because we saw some of the players towards the beginning of that map 1 that were maybe warming up, not playing to the standards that we know them for, and now you kind of see everybody warm up, both on the side of Shinden and also what Team Solid were able to do in that map of Lotus. So as we're headed to Ascent, I'm wondering what can happen. I know that these teams, they play some standard things. They're not, the most creative when it comes to these compositions of Ascent, but we've seen changes in every single map that we had, not only in the series, but the one earlier on as well. So for Ascent, I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if we also see some changes for them.
I'm hoping that we see some changes. For me, I mean, the bread and butter composition, it does work for a reason, but the meta's evolved so much on Ascent for what we're used to seeing now, I feel like, on this map. And I think the more important part is not even just about this particular head-to-head, but it's about how these teams are wanting to also be able to compete cross-regionally as well, right? There's so many different looks to how you can approach Ascent. You can go that deadlock comp route with the Yoru, or there's also like the waylays that are coming in, the chambers that are being pulled out on this map too. And I feel like, honestly, I would vibe with the chamber, Roy. I would vibe with the chamber on either side here to be pulled out on Ascent.
Yeah, I would also. I feel like the operator's gotten so much value in this series already. It would make complete sense to see a pivot to it on this map as well. And we've seen some teams experimenting with the chamber, so it's not totally out of the realm of possibilities. It's just what's a matter of what you have as a supporting with it. Are you going to run the Vice composition? Or have you leaned into the Vice chamber meta, or have you leaned back into obviously they could kind of keep it standard. I still think the standard comp is honestly fine if they decide to run it, but I would like to see some evolutions within the composition itself, right? Like specifically, it's very clear with both of these teams that the team on the defensive side that is the one getting denied information, getting denied map space, they're the ones who are struggling on the defensive side. So I need to see that proactivity, deny A main, if I have like some sort of reaction towards mid, like have some kind of plays towards the B main as well. Like in this current meta, in the current state of the game, I feel like you don't have the luxury of sitting on sites anymore. Like you need to be active throughout different phases of the round on the defense sides.
I definitely agree that that old style composition isn't necessarily bad, but then I also think it leaves you in a position where if you're leaning on that and your opponent is the one to go for that innovation, it could leave you on the back foot a little bit, because everybody has such a concrete understanding of how to play up against that like Jet KO Killjoy.
Me personally, I hope that we also see something else. It would be honestly so rare for us to see this mirror composition in 2025 in October. I feel like we haven't seen that in so long. Yes, there's teams here and there that play it, but at both of them a mirror match, it's been so long, Roy, since we last saw that.
Yeah, it really is. I actually can't even remember the last time, to be honest.
It's like a year.
Yeah, especially with like these compositions. Also, I don't think Killjoy is a bad agent. I just think she's very awkward to play now. Like she's like they're very boy. Why he follows me? No, it's just like it's so restrictive. Like the setups are already kind of pronounced. Like everyone kind of understands how it works. I feel like with Cypher, like the lack of range restrictions opens up so much potential to just move around, kind of hide your setup, have gimmick plays, play off camera. Like there's just a lot more to do with Cypher, I feel like, or with Vice, where you can kind of just free flow yourself a little bit more and still have that value. So I guess we'll see what the players are deciding.
It's it can go either way, not only depending on the compositions, but also who is going to be feeling it. One thing that I feel like is super important is that every time that I think about DigiZin, I think about Ascent and I think about the Jet. So even if they were to play something else, change the composition a little bit, I do expect him to be on that Jet in this map. With that operator towards Cat, he does it every single time.
I got a little spoiler peek
what
there.
What was it? I didn't see it.
I saw a Cypher getting locked in, so that's a bit of a change for the Sentinel players at least. I didn't really get to see the last agent that they. Yeah, we got a little sneak peek. Yeah, we're just not sure if they're leaning into the double initiators yet, or if they're leaning into something completely different. We're about to find out. And we're still on the.
I've never seen this one before.
Come on, PXS, choose. Let us know. He's always leaving us hanging.
That's actually so crazy. We're getting trolled live on desk right now.
Actually, that's so funny.
I mean, like overall, same stuff, right? I do think that it is nice seeing the Cypher come in at the very least. Maybe it does allow Havoc to get a little bit more proactive, be a little bit more dynamic with that positioning, not having to be locked down with wherever his utility is posted up. So that's definitely something that Shinden are going to have to keep in mind.
And I think the one thing that I'm paying specific attention to is the fact that Cypher is just so much stronger on the attack side, where you can challenge B main by yourself. You can do the cage, the camera combo, establish space. You can kind of maintain mid control. You can peek cat with your camera. There's a ton of variety. So I'm going to see how they're going to be leveraging the Cypher camera on their attack side to make things a little bit easier on the macro, so they can have these comfortable sight hits. And hopefully they can find that jet early and kind of play around the fact that now Zen is sort of feeling it with the op right now.
I see Ascent, I see these comps, I see Digisin, Havoc, and for some reason I feel like we're back in time. But let's find out who's going to get the win of this third map with Vans and Shift.
Vans, here we go. Mirror matchups. And if you've never heard me commentate Valorant before, whenever I see a mirror matchup, Vans, I always say, may the best team win, because that's pretty much what we get. It should be pretty much a 1-for-1 across the board based on not just comp, but also identity of how you play the comp. So
yeah,
who's better? Let's find out.
Yeah, if anything though, the slight change comes out from Havoc, but similarly, it's just your Sentinel role, right? So how are you going to try to find the information or slow players? At least when you're anchoring sites, it's very similar between the Cypher and the KJ. But the other thing too is the B main control to put your Opera into lines, or to just try to bait some shots onto main with the camera on that side and maybe insert a player with it. I think that's the extra piece that you want to add with the Havoc now playing this role of a Cypher instead of a KJ. And it almost looks like we're trying to death ball here. This knife is going to go towards the market to see if we could find some early info. Cameras watching towards Catwalk as well. Yeah, they're double finding that util. So Snow sees it coming down. Now they clear the right side.
Yeah, the knife reveals and teaches in, able to isolate the 1v1. Following up behind the flash doesn't work. PXS holds the lane though, and the paranoia really well played from behind. But Muries, hi, how are you? Finding one actually keeps mid-march.
Now it's even.
Until wait a second. Nice shots from Conan. Yo, 3 straight headshots with the classic. And yeesh, that's one way to finish off an electric pistol.
Shift. I'm laughing right now because this is what I was expecting on Ascent at this point. Because now you have your players playing to the most comfortable role as possible. You're not trying to play anything iffy. You have players onto the jet, just like Dan Dride's mentioning. We're going back into the old tried and true of 2021. And then you're going to have the most highlight reel type of matchup between these two teams who've been quite even in terms of gunfights. When it doesn't have to come down to like just macro, right? When it is going to come down to toe-to-toe fighting, oh man, it's going to be fun to watch.
Wow. Well, quick action here through a main. David just backs away. Doesn't like the look of it, and why would you? And oof, I was gonna say follow-up contact here at B main, and wow, the timing of that trap may have saved a life, but not the case. David Murray's just hanging on, and there, yeah, where are you? What happened? You've got weapons, we've got pistols, and this through the chaos of the smokes and the cyber traps, shots land for Shinden, and they take the anti-eco for the Thrifty.
And that's why you know, when even the observers are struggling to pick where the fight is going to happen and which one they want to cover, you know it's going to get chaotic. That's right. I think that's what I'm talking about, is what he's saying. It is just we're going to be ready to just play to the way that we want to play, which is just running it down against you. So that push down towards that B main kind of cooked Havoc, actually, because he was not expecting for players to push down on that side when they played a 4-1. Great punishes to that point, and then a beautiful crossfire setup on the A site. Now it's an eco back for solid. They have their own shares to work with, and they're splitting towards the A site.
Shots land for Snow this time. Follow up. Ooh, would have been a heck of a flick, but doesn't matter as Muries is right there to find more to defend the A site. Try as you may with the classic at that range, not going to work out, and nothing for Conan. Off to the races here. I mean, sheesh, these first 3 rounds could not have been quicker.
We're going to have an Ascent map that's going to finish 13-11, but done in 25 minutes. but at least it wasn't as you didn't see any shenanigans or surprises coming out here on the defensive side, or of the defense rather. Sorry, because right now they were trying to get picks for the side of solid with these Sheriffs They just couldn't get it done. A split util was not good enough to really smother up that A site hold. And now he becomes a very important round for Solid. They lose this one here, they're back into another eco, so this would be a huge round for Shinden as well, if they're able to take this, especially with how they've been working that defense since their eco. You're gonna have to slow down the tempo here on the attack side.
Yeah. It just feels like we need some structure right now if your team's Solid. Oh, Snow! Oh, goodness. There is the world to hit, and as they separate, he hits nothing with the first shot. DJD's got a lot of the damage from the second, but is still alive to tell the tale.
Snow got melted.
Yeah, Vi through the middle. Whoa, DJ's able to actually find 2. PXS follows up for his trade, and now it's just down to Ruben, and all of a sudden 1v3.
Are we playing skirmish mode right now?
Hard to tell. Hard to tell.
And they pivot correctly here because of the insert also from Rafa. So there will become a open plant right now for Solid to take. As we just mentioned, they needed to win this round here. If not, it was back onto an eco. So 300 credits will go across the board. You know at least right now that you have a choice for Rukoide. You could go for it and do some more econ damage on your side because everybody could buy onto the next. Or you might want to save the weapon so you could get the op out for Snow in the next round. That'd be a little bit of both. Do the damage. Snow could probably buy him. He buys the op for Snow, and then they're still in a good spot. So right now, you're just trying to contain everybody towards this site. Man, at this rate, maybe even win the round.
Yeah, facts, honestly. But no. 2-2 will be the count. And the eco is just all over the place right now. I mean, which is how that's often the case through like the first 6 rounds once an anti-eco gets punished or at least turned away. So the weapon saved is not insignificant here for the defenders, but a good bounce back here from Solid to put themselves at least in some level of control as we continue forward in this first half.
Yeah, but losing that third weapon is going to hurt though. Right now, I saw a couple of them with the round that they just won. They'll be at 3,300. They saved a Guardian instead of one of the rifles towards the end. So you keep that Guardian. Small shields now, and there's the yacht coming out here. So it's purchased by Rukoide onto Snow. Snow is going to look for the line here towards B main. So, or you have an early Owl drone to clear out that spot.
Yeah.
Or you recon. It's a recon.
Yeah, recon's going to come through. But no intention towards threatening B main for Solid.
Correct.
Instead, it's Hunter's Fury to open the doors. And, oh, man, the null command does not hit in time. That's tough. And, well, maybe. I don't know if you can fully cross onto this right now if you're David.
TP across, bro. Go help him.
You would think he should, but, I mean, hello? I guess it's just because you have no positional control at tree. You really can't threaten that, but he's going to look back at this and say, damn, I really missed a window there.
That's exactly the reason why. You're absolutely right. But now at least he TP's out. Now it could be a fake TP, so you add the element of surprise.
Whoa. Whoa, okay. Yeah. Solid is showing back up. And if you're Rube, yeah, that damage is enough to say, nope, no thank you, I'm out of here.
Get out of there. Yep.
Exactly.
That triple push towards the tree after the initial hit towards A main. I like that. It was just looking on the side here of Shinden, you committed so much into holding a tight angle instead of an aggressive angle towards that B main that you kind of just forfeit the spot of trying to get the info on towards middle, right? So you can't really get the op on that side. You don't really know where, if it's going to be a re-hit towards the A site, if they're pivoting to a different angle, because since you've lost already Marie's towards the door, David can't really help out to try to find like some audio info or calls of where the rest of the rotate could be here from Solid. So yeah, just a beautiful mid-round take.
Yeah,
Recon even hit two, by the way.
What's that?
In terms of, Recon even got information on 2 players inside the site.
Yeah. That interaction with the null command was very tight.
Yeah.
Very, very tight. I think it's because what? Because he starts the channel of the second hit. It doesn't deny it. Like,
I just have to look, maybe even a range of the null command. I don't know if you're just outside of it too.
It looked like he got like I could have sworn I saw the suppression icon on him, but it happens quick, friends.
There's the mid control he's taken by Solid side. The op's still available for Snow, so they're still trying to snuff him out early. The thing is, you need that drone to come in towards B main, which you don't have. So if you're gonna try to walk for B main control, you might get cooked here.
That is a valuable alarm bot, though. And Shinden will back up in towards site. A little bit of assistance on the cross. Their defensive spawn and a huge opening shot from Snow. Vi trying to hang on. Has the Hunter's Fury if they need it. But gets pushed out.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden Solid's got defensive spawn control, and they can actually rotate back to A pretty freely. The only bit of good news is that Muriz is aware of this potential, and he may blindside one, but no, the shot doesn't land.
Why is he going to blindside? He's playing KO.
I see what you did there. That's a Valorant abilities joke. Hello. Recon bolts your feet. Hey, how are you? Yeah, I'm pretty good too. Thanks for asking. 3 and I don't know what that is, but I'm him.
I'm the one. Yeah, I'm him. I'm him. Yeah, but I love what they just did there on the attack side. The way that they pushed out from the op towards the back of the side. I was wondering where the flash was going here, because once we had that swing out right over here, that Rafa falls, I was like, where is the flash from TSS to help out? It was super late, but he finds the timing towards the spawn, and as he gets that pick, it allows everybody else to just pivot through middle and work out and catch Rafa off guard. So it's quite nice how that was played. You play inserts, you kind of rotate again from Conan, and now you're actually getting some pretty decent rounds on your attack side here for Solid.
Yeah.
Again, if you're looking back on paper, you're playing the most basic comp right now. So if you're going to play basic comp on a map like this, it should tend more towards being defender-sided. But you are finding so many good gaps on your attack side for Team Solid so far.
All right. Time to discuss, time to come back and see if things will start to level out a touch. Small momentum boost here for Solid in the last couple. Shinden started this off nicely, but again, I always find it really difficult to like get an evaluation on a half of Valorant when the anti-eco doesn't come through and the whole financial economy just goes haywire. Yeah. Because really you're not playing at full force until like round 6. So 3 in a row for Solid, yes, but some of that is not indicative of how the eco has moved around a touch. And this is going to be, I think, a round that is super important to identify what exactly these teams believe is most successful for them.
You're absolutely right. I think that's why you had the timeout, because it got so chaotic in the first few rounds of thrifties to try to just brute force to get plants. But now that the economy's right, we're getting into the meat of this Valorant match on this third map now. So this is why you're seeing more defaults here on the side of Solid, trying to find where some players could be at if they could still find the opper. So far, they saw the alarm bot moving up towards middle, and that space could be gained. Oh my god, why? Oh, you moved. A rare miss by Digizine.
It's got the knives out to follow from the shadows just to try to scope a little bit. Rafa, I don't know if you're really able to confirm much with that. Yeah, you know a player's on site, but of course there is. Timing of this counter flash is brilliant, but the knife reveals more. DG still connects, looking for more. Hunter's Fury trying to push him a little further out. Havoc actually the one to get connected to on that, but the suppression stops the third. So there's our second interaction between Hunter's Fury and Null Command as Snow hits his shot. DG able to respond, but can the res fully come through? No, Snow is perfectly ready for it. The paranoia is not there in time, but the knives are. I mean, mercy to our observers right now, because holy cannoli. 1v2, Muri's coming in from the defensive spawn.
All right, at least the good old one-on-one rule of observing. It's a 1 versus X. You just got to stay on Marie's.
Yeah.
So we're fine. We're going to follow the action now.
Knife reveals 1. And as you clear sidewalk, you should know that DG's playing in the back, but it does not make a difference. And that time DG hits his chest and says, yeah, that is me. You're right. Okay, got you.
And now I just want to highlight how good the macro is of that round for Team Solid here. It might seem like a small detail, but the owl drone going into Pizza and then seeing where the alarm bot is at, but you're not breaking it with a shock dart, it gives you an opportunity to know where the alarm bot's placed. So you can just start creeping up around that radius, which is why Havoc kind of just insert himself into Pizza, and you can start cutting rotates when you're making noise towards Cat and Tree on the attack side. The only thing that foiled his plans, though, was the Hunter's Fury was trying to go after Digizine, but it pinged him, so it forced his hand out. But if not, the macro around how they worked that map on the attack was beautiful for Solid.
Well, Solid is starting to cook, have a financial economy that is lucrative, to put it plainly. Knives, though, out for Snow, a little late in the round here, as the op will reveal itself over towards Cat. Bold peek from Snow. You want to think he's feeling confident. Aldrin will push the play back, though, and Shinden will reset.
He even wasted out the dash, so now it gives an opportunity for Solid to just, like you said, cut Noise default back and trying to figure out here where the players could be leading into these stacks. So waiting for the next wave of refreshables to move up, group up as a team. Looks to be a finish towards the A site. Same type of play here. Make that noise, try to get Havoc inserted. He's trying to find the camera too. Just baiting out the sound here to just make them think that they're trying to lean towards that B side.
Well, here's the initial surge of utility.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
what a counter flash that would have been from Yuri's. It looked like it was perfectly timed, but could not hit. Snow finds one, has an opportunity to pick up a weapon, but instead is trying to move swiftly to the backside of the play. It's going to be a meeting of the Jets. Knives versus weapons. Wow, DG, again, another rare miss. Hit that one queued up perfectly. Smokes will replace as the spike gets planted. The defense will try to take a moment to try to control. He has to hit and does. And then on the flip side, Conan, bottom side, Hell will make sure that all of the rest of the antics are swatted aside.
Yeah, thankfully there was still one last line of defense inside that site. But somebody had to be watching that tree flood back in first, but it seems like it wasn't the case. That TP on top of Generator was a little bit overzealous again, as it's trying to find the surprise kill onto Heaven. But look how this allows here just the defensive side to flood through and get that type of pick right there from David. But you just mentioned the out shots being missed here by Digizine in the first place when he was going toe-to-toe against Snow. He didn't have a chance to opt yet in the series, really, so he's still trying to warm up, I guess.
Good
But
point.
at least his second shots are always hitting.
Yeah. Snow pushed off by the knife, but doesn't reveal him. Defense going to spend the knife of their own to see if there's any push-up. Not the case, but that's one of those, like, I really want my angle back, but, like, I don't have the ability to really clear that for Sirs, but I still want it, so I'm going to ego it, and, yeah, you get punished. 5v3, major advantage for Team Solid.
It just feels like I'm watching Bind, but this time the roles reversed. We're trying to swing out for fights and trying to just catch this aggression coming out from Team Solid, who has been, you know, kind of working the middle quite early in these rounds. So you're trying to punish that. So I respect that. But at the same time, you don't have too much util to support in the first place to fight the way that you want to. Is where, you know, those not necessarily gaps are showing. It's just everything else.
Well,
like we're not even checking our corners. Even look at this.
Yep.
Everybody's getting caught with their pants down.
I mean, I think it was Roy on the desk said there's going to be major swings in these Pack 2 maps, but didn't expect them like this.
Yeah, it fell off the swing for sure.
Tire swing or regular swing?
I'm not a tire swing guy. I was afraid of tire swings as a kid. Yeah,
damn, that's so Canadian of you.
There's no real balance on the tire, so you're just like you're stressing out when you're going.
What do you mean?
When you're at the high apex?
You sit inside the hole, fans.
Oh no! I get stuck in that.
Oh, apologies.
I like the banana shaped ones because you get so much height out of that, and you can even jump off it. You can't jump off the tire swings. Your butt gets stuck. You're trying to jump out. Sometimes you just miss and you face plant forward. Just like right now, how this team is face planting.
The fact that you tried to pull that back into a map specific reference is just, you're different. You're different for that.
They need to start using the banana swing after this time out here.
Yikes.
For Team Shinden.
Oh, man. Well, Shinden, you're right. They need something here, and they need it quickly because the defense is falling apart, and that is just not the trend that we've seen on this map, flat out.
And it's dangerous. You've used both of your timeouts on the defensive side, where technically you should get the results out of it, right? With this type of composition and this type of mirror match. So right now, you don't have too much to work with anymore. But it also makes sense that you're pressing a red alert earlier than later, because remember what we mentioned at the early on top of the show. You lose 2 and you're out, so you need to at least try to win as much as you can. You don't want to fall down into that quote-unquote lower bracket right away.
Here he's just playing the angle until it's a little back off flash. You at least get the cue of the jump, and okay, nice shot from Yuri's. Can back up into the site, has Vi nearby to possibly stall, as the fragment will come first. Shock dart's likely to follow if need be. But this position at mid is a lucrative one for Team Solid, and they know it.
That's why all the KJ utils are holding towards the A site, so there's nothing on middle. So the insert's perfect. You could still pinch back on the side. You're watching the flank. Now you're trying to make noise here on tree as well. Oh, but it's a shotgun on the other side. The Bucky waited by Snow.
Yeah, Snow is like, please, I double dog dare you. Later. Thanks for playing. And yeah, now you stop it. Now you've got to make the play on the B. Paranoia cuts across with the defense, and honestly, this is Solid completely caught off guard. DJ's in doing a nice job finding some significant damage. If there was ever a world for a 1v5, I'm coping. It would, and I'm coping.
10 seconds left. Not happening.
Not happening. Not with that shot landing. Unless you line up here and you hit a headshot. Nope. We tried for it, but no, instead it's a thrifty, and you didn't anticipate that one if you're Shinden, but you're happy to have it.
Man, that's... Again, the insert was perfect on that side, but I'm not too sure why we're trying to walk contact up into tree. And especially when this map has been around for such a long time, and you're from a region where, when you're thinking about Loud, for example, at this spot, who will you think of? Sadak, pretty much, right? He's Argentinian, but playing for the Loud team in Brazil. He's playing a judge. He's playing a shotgun there, and he gets so much value. So you can't really walk into that spot and just try to clear an angle. Especially you're a KO, you could pop flash for your team for the re-hit into the B site if it does continue to get chaotic. So that was a little bit of a miss. A timeout that was supposed to be for this round for Shinden allows for them to have a little bit of room to breathe here to maybe close that gap now within their rifle round.
Yeah. Well, this is a lot being thrown over to the controller of Shinden. David's just going to back away, play inside the site, call for help, take some damage on the way out. But the Paranoia does what it's intended to do, and that's back off the initial execute. Door will shut, and the defense can kind of just bunker up inside A.
But again, it's all of KJ's utility over towards this A side, so there's a gap towards middle. So you're always going to have to keep somebody posted up on the back lines. So Havoc now feels that he has some sort of a timing. A second smoke, maybe a smoke being thrown towards M3 would allow TSS to... Oh, it's a cage instead. Well, we're going to move into the B site now, and you're solo on B.
But there's a teleport available for David. Doesn't commit to it, though. The sound cue off the alt alone is enough to pull Team Solid back.
Okay.
And now you're going into the Killjoy setup, like you mentioned.
You're trying to pull rotates here so that Havoc can get these kills last second, but the rest of the team has to commit towards A where there's 3 players there.
Yep. That kill essentially amounts for nothing because the defense on A is still pretty solid. 2 for 1 the exchange. Vi able to find one of the lurkers, but the spike will be planted at the last second. 2v3, and we're going to wait for Vi to come into the play. Doesn't have any utility for now, but the recon bolt, yeah, I was going to say, should be close to being charged, and as I start to consider it, it does come through. Knife will reveal 2. But the recon bolt comes out. So now it's just down to, can you hit the shots through the wall? PXS has to just hold the scope up. Deej's in. Nice opener. 2v2 situation. Up and over. What a set of shots from PXS. And bang! Deej's in. Hits the falling shot on Divide to go up 8-3.
Dude, how did it let PSS plant inside the generator?
Same.
They had the perfect 3-player stack on that site. It was going to be a Melons moment for the side of Solid as well. Because I respect the fact that you're playing inserts at the top, but now you're doing this with 30 seconds left. instead of trying to do it at the minute mark. So you're forcing your hand to just run into a stack, even like, as you mentioned. Exactly, Shift. The kill that he gets towards B is not valuable because he's not there with the rest of the team if everybody dies on the A site. Somehow, PXS gets a plant when Digicene's still far back, and they win a 2 versus 3.
And now you're in a 4 spy with Stingers and Op. No command. I mean, well, you know, I'm looking at the weapons and my caster monkey brain says not good, but you've got Hunter's Fury, you've got Lockdown, you've got Null Command, you've gotten a lot of opportunity to try to play off this if you're Shinden. But DJZN is feeling it, my man. Up and over through the window for 2. And never mind. Monkey caster brain's good. 5v3. Advantage to Team Solid.
Oh, you gotta start grunting and how do you call it? What do monkeys do?
Ooga booga knife kill, yeah.
Oh, knife kill, up. No, if anything though, just Snow running across there and just getting picked, just trying to find a position into tree was a little bit off. Kilted for the side here of Shinden, and now they have to play a retake 3 versus 5 when the Null Command really stopped everything in their tracks. They have a checkmate with the Hunter's Fury as well, although Conan's still trying to find the moment to move into a safer spot.
Gotta hit a shot. Good fragment. Whoa, a little bit of chip damage on the Havoc as well. Puts himself into the danger zone, but DJZN. Oh, brother. This is about as nice as it gets. Do we get the ace?
They want to give it to him. They want to give it to him.
They definitely do, but Murias may not give him a chance. You got to go for it. You can't save until next round, and Rafa, boo hiss, able to steal it away, but it's still a huge first half for the side of Team Solid.
At least he's laughing about it, right? He's not angry that he got his ace stolen, because that would have been a free one for sure. He was about to jump out to try to get that pick. He was also low on HP, so you don't want to run into any shenanigans. You are, of course, trying to play for Ascension to try to move back into partnership for this whole roster who has tasted the biggest stage in Americas in the last couple of years. Now coming back with a vengeance after losing their own map pick on that second map. They're looking rather formidable here on the attack.
Oh, and they're soaking up the fans. Why not? Interview ready as we go down to the floor inside of Brazil.
I'm here with AMD, former pro, former caster, and Rafa's wife. Amiga, como é que tá sendo acompanhar de perto essa campanha, a preparação do Rafa, da Team Solid? Foi longo caminho aí nesses últimos meses.
A gente veio com uma classificação assim muito em cima da hora, não tinha chance para errar. Conseguimos a classificação e agora acreditar de novo que mais uma vez a gente vai levar mais um caneco. Minha estante tá pesada já, viu?
She said, I asked her how it was like to watch their preparation, their journey, and she said it was a tough last few months, very hard for them. They had little room to mistakes to be here. And she wants another trophy in the shelves, and the shelves are not holding that much trophies. E amiga, o que aconteceu na bind? Eu fiquei preocupado, até falei com você, não dá pra perder a bind, mano. É melhor mapa dos caras, o pior mapa dos outros ali, por que deu ruim?
Eu vou falar bem a verdade pra você, né?
Por quê?
Pinadeira, nós pinamos tudo ali, tomamos gap, 2 alp ali, anulou a gente não conseguiu dominar espaço, né? E pra composição que a gente propôs de 2 duelistas, o ataque tinha que ser melhor, né? 3 rounds só, então ali sofremos, mas aparentemente a cabeça já tá de volta no lugar.
Que bom. As a bind, it was Solid's best map. What happened? She said they whiffed a lot. They couldn't hold the spaces, get their spaces. But now they had on their place again, and they're playing really well. É isso, amiga. Vambora. Vambora. E bora de volta pro jogo vai acabar.
Love to see the crowd interaction at Ascension. Woo! 9-3 half. Let's swap the sides and go again. I wouldn't say it's a must-win pistol, but you'd love to have it if you're Shinden. And to be fair, they've looked really good in their pistols. A couple of clutch moments for Team Solid, but Shinden has, you know, they've been good in pistols.
Not only their pistol rounds, but their ecos as well.
Big time.
Yeah, when they're wielding pistols, they still have a chance. 5 ghosts across the board for them too on the attack side. So that means not too much utility to work with, especially not even investing into a paranoia for David. So this seems to be a slow round and go for long-range battles here on mid control if I could think about something there that I would do with these ghosts. Because you're definitely not going to be exploding into a site. Maurice only has one flash to work with, but they need to get the initial space first, and that's how you start it. Go for picks, get these ones. Digizine falls.
And this is what Shinden has done well in their pistols, is they're really good at playing with numbers when they get them for free. Wow, Havoc just steps up and says, bet, shift. Chow that real quick. Rafa will fall. And the follow-up from Shinden is, I will say, they received this really nicely. Havoc is on 10 HP in a dream in a 1v3.
We are definitely playing skirmish right now. That is another one of those big battles on middle. I thought it was a huge advantage, though, for TSS because PXS actually did invest into util to help out, blinded some players who were still too good on the trades here for Shinden for trading back on top middle for the players that weren't affected by the flash. And yeah, 10 HP, I agree with you, Shift. This is a very big ask. Especially now that he's guessed towards that wrong site. So Shinden, to me, will have room to breathe once again. But we've seen as well as much as we commended Shinden's pistol rounds, Solid has also had some pretty good thrifties on their own end. Just think about this map in itself.
Correct. Well, Vi will finish off the pistol. That'll get us to 9-4. And coming from the offensive side, Shinden should not be forcing any or facing any force buy, you would think. So you would assume, based on how they've played so far, that this anti-eco should be pretty comfortable as well. But, I mean, hey, we've already seen that TSS are willing to spend to try to get an advantage, and I'm not going to say that they won't do it again, but yeah, you got two flex picks in terms of weaponry. You got one Sheriff, one Shorty in the mix, so who knows, maybe.
That was the thing. I was wondering what the decision was going to be here for Solid. Is somebody else going to be wielding the Sheriff outside of Digizine? Because I'd like to keep the 800 credits to build into the op as soon as possible. But he is going to wield it, and he'll play the bait and switch inside Wine instead, and hoping that that's going to muster up a bit of the ROI into the Sheriff buy. And that's PXS jiggling and being selfless for that. He's going to have to break that drone, but breaking a drone early like this, you have to have some sort of a inkling that somebody's hiding towards Wine. And
they do. Nah, they get out, but 11 HP, barely. So now you start to clear your angles and get to work if you're Shinden. Focus towards mid just in case. Rafa is full HP. Look for timing, doesn't work, but whoa, Digizine does find one. Not as much as he was hoping for when he purchased the Sheriff, but one nonetheless.
800.
And that'll do it.
It looks pretty clean towards the end. I was questioning and scratching my head a little bit on the Rafa peak on the Shorty there onto tree, but it's really just to try to bait it so that Digizine has value with the Sheriff and surprises some players. Fortune couldn't line up too. Now Conan and Havoc not looking to make this expensive here for Shinden. Got hit by the knife too, but still in a good position to just explode to the spike. Meanwhile, you're trying to think on the side of Shinden. Somebody's got to maybe take the Marshal or give the Marshal to Maurice so he can hunt for some kills, try to get that null coming up as soon as possible. But let's say they want to play the Marshal into the next round anyways. I mean, it is in the hands of Rukoide, so.
Yeah. For now, at least.
Yeah.
Okay. The Shinden faithful, live and in person. Boomwhackers in hand. We do love a good boomwhacker. Good audience participation type giveaway, if you want to call it that. Thundersticks. Boomwhacker? Thunderstick? What do you call it in Canada?
Thundersticks.
Thundersticks?
Or clappers. No,
clappers is crazy.
No, it's thundersticks.
Boomwhackers was crazy too. I don't know where I came up with that. That's got to be some southern thing. I don't know.
Boomwhackers.
I don't know. But the bonus is big here, Vance. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, we got the rifle round coming out here from Team Solid and one playing towards logs. So you're actually seeing here for Solid, they are trying to find some like ninja spots. Oh, did you try to find a timing?
No, that's expensive. Good shock dart. Recon bolt just to try to contest if you need to, but no, instead, Vi's like, we'll take the orb and we'll get out of here with our 5v4.
I don't think they were able to move in and pick up that rifle yet, at least. So that's the silver lining for the defensive side of Solid. You're playing passive info on the A side and aggressive hold towards Catwalk here for Rafa. He knows better, so he falls back. He can't give up that space. So he's going to have to play the tighter angle, and he can still stack towards the B site here.
Patience has been big for Shinden. We saw it on map 1. Didn't really need to see it on map 2, to be fair, but
30 seconds
executing
left.
off this, Rafa's going to hear a lot of this. How much can you find? Wow, 2 is insane. Paranoia is out. He'll get a little bit of damage before being pushed off the angle. Nanostorm doing some damage, but Havoc reads the teleport. What a response from Team Solid. The cam, the trap, that'll work out for another. And it's just down to Rube with a Vandal in a bonus round that was really starting to build, but instead Rube gets caught. And Team Solid do not want him to get out with this weapon, but they may have to respect it. And what?
Bruh.
Huge kills.
It's a round with super costly. I mean, look at their round now. They can't even buy a rifle. Even the Brazilian crowd's impressed by the play. But Rukoida. This is nice at least, and that, even for Havoc to go into the Nanostorm to eat that damage because you know he's not going to get melted towards the end. Just catch the Omen.
I mean, they win the round, Team Solid, but like, at what cost? Like,
everything.
Yeah.
You got Sheriff and a Stinger.
Holy cow. Well, here we go. Shinden a chance to try to build on the economy and get this thing back to within manageable deficits. I think most importantly is like, that's huge for Rube because now he's over halfway to an early lockdown, which you might need if this tally doesn't get tighter.
I'm almost thinking that because you have a lower buy here, I was expecting some sort of maybe a trap play or aggression coming out, but at least the forward position that you have from PXS gives the indication that the pivot is towards this mid B control potentially.
Shadows traveling.
Especially now they hear drone, the smoke's moving up. Both players gonna have to turtle inside the site. Yep. But the thing is like this forward position for PXS, he won't be able to be anywhere to help out with util for the team.
No,
nor the Omen Flash.
No, not at all.
Which you don't even have.
So it's just down to can you hit your shots. Woof. Whoa, nice shot from DG. But only gets the one. Flank on the way. And the sentry turret is not active or smoked. May not make much of a difference though. This is just a really uphill battle. But honestly, PXS has gotten into a freebie spot. That's a weapon. This isn't over. Hold on here, friends. Miri steps up. Good help from Vi because, wow, Conan had an absolute beeline to the quarterback for a sack right there. So now it's just down to PXS, and he's been tagged, and that will likely mean no more further antics.
Contain him now. I think this is perfect. Don't try to run down. Keep him outside. They're going to be running out.
Whoa.
Fortunately, you cannot get more. And this, you would think what the scenario could have been, though, if they didn't go for a triple swing 1 by 1 to try to take out that last remaining player of Shinden previously. Yeah, you have a rifle round now, but at the cost of a round, you had a good lead to kick things off. You lost pistol, so it makes it difficult right now for Team Solid to really take a good control of their defensive side yet.
Well, weapons will be even this time around. 10-6 the count in round 17, and a pretty heavy-handed approach early on to A main here for Shinden, a team that has very, I would say, very cautious about running into trap plays. Not the case here. They step up, they clear the space, they get the orb, and they say, all right, now we can play the round.
Nanostorm lineup too to keep them at bay from trees, so you could start scaling up towards middle.
Good
That
info.
drone from Kona is going to be so much. not really playing any anti-KO ulti though from the side of Solid too, which is surprising. You're still playing within your util for the side of Havoc.
Deploying drone.
Shinden are playing it very slowly. They're just leveraging util to play the mid round.
Good info.
They get their own info. Yeah, exactly.
But the fragment does get some damage. Paranoid at peak. Whoa, expensive as an ult command will come out. That's from the offensive side.
30 seconds left.
PXS still finds one. The res is instantly in, so we stay 5v5 for now. PXS actually falls to a nano swarm, so now advantage to Shinden on their approach over in terms of numbers, but can they get through these smokes? And yes, they can. Shock Dart deals significant damage, but not enough to stop the play. And now we've got a 1v3 for Havoc in some lighter health pools, but that's a huge first. The sentry turret never becomes a part of the play. How do you go on to the rest from here? You've got one cyber cage. Using it to jump up and over, but no, the sound cue is in. And how about this mini bounce back from Shinden to get us back to almost level terms?
Getting pretty close for sure. Both teams are doing a great job depicting the weaknesses of their opponents on the attack side. I think it just comes to show how the passive type of like holds that you have, giving up middle, playing one player towards wine instead of maybe trying to stack up another player to trade out with them when you're playing these aggressive angles. And trying to play contain towards tree is not good enough when you're playing on the KO null command. And now the first timeout coming out in its third map for the side of Solid. Also gives an opportunity for all those 2 timeouts that we talked about before here, Shift.
Yeah.
By Shinden that they had to use on the first half. Now they have an opportunity to talk a little bit more here on the defensive side too.
Yeah. I'm going to bite my tongue here. Let's just... It's supposed to be a defensive side of map here, Vans, based on the trends lately.
I do agree.
Both teams having some trouble. Both teams having some major trouble defensively.
Yeah. I mean, right now, when they're trying to both contest middle, it becomes a team deathmatch fight, which is kind of nice. But if you want to go into a macro style play, both teams kind of giving up a lot of that space, right? When you're playing slow side on defense, you're playing on extremities, you're still leaving a gap on middle, or if you're playing towards the forward pushes, you're playing solo. I almost feel right now that they could try to contest the map a little bit more. And this is also due to the fact that Solid, because of what has happened in that round number 16, doesn't allow Digizine to really get that second off out for them to really get into some stronghold on the defensive side. So you're probably going to have to think back on that round that Rekoida was able to win on a 1 versus 3 that they lost if Shinden is able to pull this through.
Well, this is a 5-man stack and likely hit towards B. The tools available on site are largely just a ghost and a sheriff. Knives are nearby though, and teleporting in is Rafa. But Shinden are committing, and whoa! We're not watching sidewalk. Knives trying to follow up, only finding one as DG's traded back. 4v3, and I don't know how you re-enter this site with a Bucky if no one's going to challenge you in arches. I don't think I was going to challenge him in arches. Spoiler alert. There we go. 10-8 the count, and what an absolute resurgence and momentum change for Shinden. Mercy.
And I think this is also the issue right now for the side of Solid that I'm noticing is the 2 times that we've been on Allure Buy or Ecos, we're not leveraging util on top of it to really try to get value off these stacks or whatnot, right? So even if you have a TP back towards the back of the site from Rafa, he didn't invest into a paranoia, so you can't really flash back out and try to fight with your team to try to hold back the push from the side of Shinden, sorry. So that's again allowing here the attack side to start closing that gap, and we end up having now a closer series. I'm here for it, but this should have been a little bit cleaner here from Solid with how decent that they looked from the moment that they got their gun round into the next.
Agreed. Plus defense is just defense on Ascent, at least as of lately, but
yeah,
sometimes you just want it more. Tripwire going to be triggered over towards mid. No, actually, no. The Aldrin doesn't hit it.
Triggered it, but they didn't break it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have to use Shock Dart to break it. So that's one less trip to look into the B site. So it's a small win, though, for the side of the defense of Solid. And here's the op we were talking about. Finally available in the hands of Digizine again.
Oh, did they get too antsy here? Smoke out. Push up. Backing away. Door will try to close. Can Yuri's find one? Fragment. Really good position right at the feet of Digizine.
So nice.
And they break the door, so the floodgates are open. And Rafa, brother, you can't shell this. Not by yourself. You need at least some sort of a reveal, and Conan doesn't have the timing of it up, so you got to back away and save. What an absolute display from Shinden.
A beautiful scale for sure. When you throw that smoke right into the tree, thinking that the Opera is going to be at that spot, and you even throw a flash that not only confirms that you can't swing out from tree, but it also takes enough here into the front doorway that then forces Digizine back. So as you break the door and throw the molly, Digizine has no escape because he's already used a dash to already get back towards door, towards switch, trying to play a one and done, and he gets dominated in the process. That was very, very nice by Shinden. Oh boy, I don't want to get back onto this right now, Shift, but again, I have to think about that 1v3 round by Rukode.
Yeah, no, actually though. Oh, whoa. I mean, this is getting a little out of hand here, Vance. Legitimately, this is another part of the series where you look at Team Solid and you just go, where is the identity? Like, nothing is working for them on this half. Not a single thing.
Mm-hmm. You've invested so much, or you tried to save so much to try to get the op, and you got no value out of it. Despite that, Digizine is still on the top of the scoreboard, though, for Team Solid. So you are definitely asking a little bit more here from, you know, the supporting cast around how you could anchor out around these sites. But that's hard to do. Havoc's trying to anchor towards B site as a Cypher, but when they're getting rifle rounds, he's not really into the action because the default is happening more towards middle and A side, and he's forced to rotate and lose. But that's the thing too, you're not playing to get control here towards site, and finally to do so. The pop flash from switch to double swing towards the outside. Now you got to start doubling up here on your weak side B.
Well, Conan's going to see just enough information to have Havoc finger on the trigger. Owl Drone trying to scout. Smoke to block B main. But there's the lockdown. And what do you do from here if your Team Solid? You got to get out of here. Knives for Snozy. Not initially good, but the right click up close and personal. Woo, that's dirty. Digizine looking for an angle, a little bit of damage, but can't convert on to the actual elimination. And Shinden will get a plant at B, and they can just hold these positions. Hunter's Fury is going to follow here. Counteracted. Vi's able to respond out of nowhere. As Rube finds a follow-up elimination, both rifles try to back up through mid, and they will have at least a temporary exit. And honestly, 2v2, all of a sudden, you want to go for this again now.
Big flash by PXS could be used right here. So Rafa needs to move forward. They need to get the pop flash. It's too late.
Yeah. And with 5 HP in a dream, PXS waits. All it takes is one headshot. Looking for the teleport. Has he overguessed it, though? There's the info, but what a snap from David. And Shinden keep the hot streak alive. And whoa, hold on, we've got a tie game.
Dude, as you speak about Shinden, again, no pun intended, but he was running while shooting. And I think a stray bullet hit the last player in the shin, literally, for PXS, because they only have 5 HP, so you could permit yourself to run and gun and try to get that pick. That was so close in the end. This is a beautiful trap play in the beginning that I felt was missing a lot from both of these teams on the defense to try to get early space. As we move through, I also respect how Shinden entered towards this B site. Because if you think about the lockdown and the KJ that's somehow back in this composition where, you know, it's a debate on which is going to be the Sentinel, the best Sentinel pick here for that team or for any team. The fact that they went for the lockdown and went for the old school way, just flush and enter the site as soon as the lockdown goes down, just to catch your opponents off guard. Instead of waiting for the 3-2-1 and go through to guarantee an open site, you catch some players off guard, especially on how Snow dashed in and got that pick out to Havoc. And it allowed for them to at least get some sort of a decent post-plant scenario until Rafa almost got it done.
Vance, this was a 9-3 game at the half.
It was.
It is now 10-10. And the comeback effort's happening on the offensive side. And it almost, and I hesitate to say this because the universe loves to listen to us as casters and curse the universe, but this is all happening from the offensive side, which is surprising to say. And you kind of look at this with light armors, you say, I don't know if it's going to change much, but it needs to. It's Team Solid. They need something immediately.
And he might be now. They tried to use it with the Hunter's Fury in the defensive round on the mixed buy-up, but that they got. And now it has to come down to the rifles. And you're seeing that it's different. We're now knifing. We're now trying to find some early information against Digizine on the line that allows for you to rotate a little bit more, play the buddy system, trying to find the 1 minute mark info, which it seems to potentially be Conan droning out, and that might bait out a swing that allows here, sorry, PXS to get a pick. Here comes that drone. But it looks like Snow didn't want to commit to push forward, so he's going to hold that back for a bit. We're going to a stalemate. It's the mid round that's going to be important right now, but with that position that you currently have from Digizine in front of that B side, I love that we're calling to over-rotate towards A, at least for now, because that might be where it might finish here for Shinden.
I mean, they have bled the defensive Sova pretty much dry, plus a knife is out from that.
Yeah.
Team Solid, nervy around mid. Dark cover to block main. Cam to look over towards tree. Good on the initial line as the Paranoia does what it's intended to do, and Havoc follows up. 5v3 offense running out of time. They haven't got to commit to this if we're going to go at all. And, well, with that reveal, Rube will be traded. Good flash over the top, but safety by way of dark cover gives some maybe momentary help, but not enough. And Team Solid will finally get another round on the board, 11-10.
Yeah, no shenanigans of swinging a 1 versus X after time and dying. At least they commit and get the kill. And that's off beautiful anchoring by both Havoc and Rafa towards that A site. Again, we were just mentioning before into mid round, there hasn't been too much inserts on a default on that B side from the attack. So it allows here for Team Solid to get some good information towards that B main and to close that gap. Gets your position, your pieces at the right spot. And now finally regaining the lead.
Oh, big reveal. But Miris can still stay here, grab the orb. That'll give him the null command for an execute opportunity. Or if they can find clean entryway, you can stop the retake early.
And Havoc's trying to run as far as he can right now because he was expecting this null command to plow out towards middle. So he still wants to be in range to keep his trips up, but now it's moving towards the A site. At least he's there to drop down and help out with Rafa.
Well, Miris will be back to life. Team Solid will be pushed back over into hell. Timing good. 2 for 2 though, the exchange. 3v3 situation. Paranoia comes out late. And oh my goodness, Vi just jumps into the action and says, I don't care if I'm nearsighted, you're right in front of me. So now it's just down to Conan for a 1v3. And he's really far outside the picture with really not much to play with.
That was so hard to do. They did their best for both anchors inside the site there for Solid. But the null command being thrown by Maurice doesn't allow for you to throw a sight smoke to continue after these trades for both Havoc and Rafa. So now this is a scenario where you have to save for Conan, and it's 11-11 for the third map. It took a huge ult though for Shinden to really get in to that site, because everything else in terms of positioning and plays from the side of Solid was actually super nice on defense. Now I could reset things a bit going into the next round, because now you have a couple of ults that could trade out between Shinden and Solid for this important round number 23 coming up.
Wow. I mean, yeah, it takes an ult, but like, hey, who cares? We're in the late game here, and that is about as good as it gets in terms of the null command stifling, like you mentioned, the control on the site, and then you burst through tree door, and that play right there is massive to avoid the paranoia, which was just unable to come out when you wanted to.
Yeah. That's because of the null command again, right?
Yep.
As soon as he has it available for Rafa, he throws it as soon as possible, but you've already scaled so much into the site so he doesn't get the best value to anchor up towards A.
David, quick teleport up towards the orb, a little bit deeper.
Ooh. Look at the
No
econ
trap
as well, Shift.
Yeah.
This is a big buy for Solid. They lose this one here, they're back onto a forced buy of nothing versus Shinden, who could buy for the rest of this regulation.
Spike drop.
Patience, though, as a couple of tags had gotten sent to David. Resetting with a minute on the clock over towards B main. And if Rube gets information here on the KO, that would be absolutely massive. Nano Swarm out, underhanded fragment, kind of similarly so, blocks the movement into B main. But the defense doesn't know this is a full hit yet. So here comes the pop flash. Here comes the hit. Fragment over the top is actually pretty well placed, to be fair. But the knife reveals. And now it's just down to, can you find the kills in the site? And oh no, Shinden was waiting to see if Team Solid would come through market or the defensive spawn. Instead, it's going to be just spam from the site that turns things around. Team Solid with the numbers, looking for a flawless as David could not find anything, and it will be Team Solid on match point.
Oh wow, that was clean. That was very clean. When you would think here that the paranoia on the attack exit was going to be perfect for Shinden, that molly being thrown right in front at their feet doesn't allow for them to scale behind a dash here of Snow. Beautifully played by PXS to delay. And then when you swing towards that back, that recon dart, you're 5 into the site pretty much here for Shinden, but where's the control to break the dart?
Exactly. Like, if we're going to stack and sit Boathouse, we have to have some sort of a counter protocol for anything like a reveal like that.
Yep.
Like, just stuck in indecision. So now you've got a Stinger online for Shinden, but a Hunter's Fury as well. On the other side, just the Neural Theft will be utilized. But the op for Dijin is huge.
Yeah, this will be a 4-player slam with a late lurk from Rukoide. So the most standard play that we could really do here with this Hunter's Fury, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that Smoke's going to say differently.
Yeah, I was going to say...
going to try to go for it.
I was going to say, Vi, I'm sure, would be loving to use this Hunter's Fury as a post-plant defense, but may have to utilize this to get in, and we're jump peeking for what? Dijin finds the first. Rafa in the corner finds one more for free, and Shinden are falling apart. The Hunter's Fury gets nothing. We're teleporting into B arches, and David has to sit here and wait for everyone else to rotate over.
But you get ulted, so now they have all the information. Now the door is going to get closed at least.
30 seconds left.
But look at how you're pinned for Vi right by the shed.
Yeah.
You can't even cross back towards B.
He is so stuck. Good dark cover as well. So now that mid-market defense, you've got to just move it. You got to move it. And they're going to get into sight for the plant. No immediate contest. Team Solid saying we'll play our numbers. Rube finds the first, but nothing behind it. It's just down to 1. Vi for the 1v4. He's stuck in a corner. And as he drops off the box, Conan is there, finds the kill, and in a slobber knocker, Team Solid is able to survive the comeback effort for Shinden with a couple of rounds in a row at the end.
Oh, it was so good. It was a beautiful fight for both teams on their attack side. They really made both teams really work hard on their defensive side. The macro was perfect. The map rotations was really good on both ends. And when we came down to these slams and chaotic rounds, they had always went back and forth. We never knew who really had the full grasp of this game.
No, we didn't.
I actually, you know what? I feel like one team really had it. It was Solid until that 1 versus 3 that really started everything to come back for the side of Shinden. But thankfully, though, it's still Solid that regains that lead and are able to close out that series.
Yeah, it's just... That was a fun match of Valorant, but for the weirdest of reasons. Like, the defensive
to say the least.
pull, like, brothers, we need to do some review on defense, because it was a lot of space given for free, and just the initial points of contact never looked comfortable for the defense, which is so weird to say for Ascent. But Team Solid survived. They make it to the 1-0 side of the bracket, Swiss stage, if you want to call it that. So
yeah,
they'll be in the same ranks as teams like Envy, who had a very quick 2-0 earlier. And then, of course, the other half of our opening matches will be happening tomorrow. But wow, what an affair of matches. Vans, I'm going to give you just a brief moment to kind of recap that match in your own words.
Yeah, if anything, in one word, chaos. But if anything, showing promise in terms of the firepower that these teams have on this stage. So despite macro, if it's not really working out, it could still be anybody's game. So again, I have to agree and echo what the Des was mentioning. This is one of the most stacked ascensions that we currently have in the Americas, and it just shows by the mechanical skills and prowess from a lot of these players.
Indeed the case, but we head things back to the Des to break down the day and give us their final thoughts.
Thank you, guys. Team Solid, they get the win in a map of Ascent that was very close between these two teams. And the Brazilian team finally is able to find some success. Just looking at a few days ago, that Brazilian team of Red Canids did not move forward, but this time around, Brazil on top with this victory. And it was something that we were talking about, Roy, that at some point, this map of Ascent turned attack-sided, and that's what we saw today.
Yeah, I think somewhere along the journey of Ascent, people have sort of figured out the map and they kind of understand the inner workings of it. And it's probably the reason why we're seeing this sort of shift from this map being so heavily defense-sided to this sort of like slightly balanced, slightly attack-sided. And it has a lot to do with the fact that, you know, defenders just sometimes they just sit on sites and they play a lot for A main, and it leaves so many weaknesses in the mids, and people are just starting to realize that it's very abusable. And I feel like both teams did a really good job at recognizing that on their attack sides. But they kind of forgot about that detail on their defense sides, and they still continue to play for that A-sidedness of the map. So it happens, you know?
It definitely is. That's something that I definitely agree with. The point coming from Roy, especially with a lot of that mid control that was coming out. And it was good protocoling for sure that we saw from both teams on attack to take down that utility early into mid so they could allow that contact exploration to come up a little bit later on. But taking a look at also just how this map ended up panning out, I really want to give credit over to Team Solid. It felt like those last two timeouts that they called so late into that second half really made the difference for how they were looking to try and change things up and approach that defensive side to close this map out after Shinden were starting to run away with insane momentum.
Yeah, I mean, Shinden was actually getting scarily momentum based towards the end. Like they were just on the ball. And I feel like if it wasn't for the performance that came out from DJ's in, this map might have been completely different, to be honest. He went absolutely beast mode. Dan, shout out to you. I got to give you your flowers. You called it. DJ on this map is a beast. He went crazy. I mean, it felt like every play that he had in mind just worked out. Bro was walking on water. It was sick to watch. And yeah, shout out.
That is a classic Digizin on this map, on the jet. Every single time it just seems like he can't do any wrong. Every single opening is going his way. Every single kill is going his way. And it was a big reason why this side of Team Solid were able to get this win, because you can see how close it was. I mean, from the first kills to the post plants, everything it felt like it came down to the wire, Ash.
It really did. Even rounds where it didn't feel like one side should win or not. I think back to that round 11 where DJZin and PXS were in that 2v3 over on that A site. They had 10 seconds to plant, and for some reason, Shinden gives them the respect of allowing it to go down instead of going for the blast flood. And it's just those small, crucial moments that really helped carry Team Solid over the line.
I really like this growth as well for the team, where, yeah, we talked about the compositions, but it also comes down to the adaptations that they're doing in you know, setting up DJSIN for success, or having those openings, or finding the little things that are going to be the difference maker. Because if it wasn't because of those individuals, you would not have a map that is so close between the two. If DJSIN was not having this kind of insane performance, Roy, it would have been a different story.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can just tell by the structure that it's a lot of focus on the way DJZin is playing around the map, right? He's getting a lot of KO flashes. He's getting a lot of Omen flashes. Like there's constant flow of helping DJZin, sorry. But yeah, I mean, honestly, as much as I want to give praise to his team, I also felt like on an individual level, he was just so on point. Shout out to his team, obviously, for helping enable him. But individually, whether he got support or not, it felt like he was getting value. And hey, the will to win was strong with this one, and it came out on top.
Yeah, we were definitely giving credit over to him for the insane performance, especially that 21-5 that he started off that first half with. But you're talking about the support on the side of Team Solid, and Conan was such a big part of that. He had insane plays in the first two maps on that Viper, providing especially just so much, I think, great utility, especially with when it came down to like the snake bites, being able to slow things down when we saw him playing over on Lotus. But then in that last game they're on the Sova, there were just so many great moments coming out from them, so much value that we saw out of those recons and that support that he was able to give his team so they could frag out that Roy was talking about.
I love the opportunity that a lot of these players are getting of kind of resetting and starting again. Conan and all the players that we talked about on the side of Team Solid that we've seen in VCT, and now they're putting some of the best performance that we've seen from them, and it's something that we expect to keep getting better and better for them, Roy.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I think there's also, they have the home ground support, guys. It's the Brazilian energy, the Brazilian passion. You gotta love that. But yeah, I'm excited to see more of them. I'm excited to see the 1 and 0s, and also to see who gets eliminated soon. I'm sure we'll find out. But yeah, I'm excited, guys. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's been really fun, and let's keep the fun going. We have an interview with PXS, who is on the line directly from Sao Paulo, Brazil, to talk about this victory and this experience. First of all, PXS, congratulations. How does it feel to be in this sort of situation where you're going against the North American teams, the LATAM teams, and also your Brazilian teammates as well? How do you compare the level and also the different styles of all the regions to make sure that today you were able to come up and top against LATAM?
Hey guys, well, first of all, the difference here is just that we also have a lot of experienced teams, and it's been pretty hard to adapt the practice over Sao Paulo here at the hotels, but we are practicing with a lot of teams in the region still, and we are getting pretty ready to face every single type of style, especially NA and LATAM. So yeah, we feel pretty confident about that, and yeah, that's all.
Something that your team has and no other team has here in Ascension is that every single one of you guys has at some point played at that top level in VCT Americas, played international events. Even your coach Peo as well has been in VCT Americas. Do you think that experience that you have is an advantage against those rookie teams or those players that maybe don't have that experience that you guys have?
Yes, I think it is. We have a lot of experience. That's right. Every single one of us played a lot of lands already, so yeah, we have that advantage, of course. But it's still hard, everyone here is trying to prove themselves to get to a franchise, so it's still hard,
What do you think is the hardest thing to make sure that you were able to win this series? Because we saw how close a map of Ascent was. What was kind of the difference maker that at the end allowed you to close it out and make sure that it doesn't go overtime and doesn't go any further?
I think the thing was that the stage is so loud, we can't even hear like the drone, the Omen TP, like anything. It's super loud, so we gotta keep you gotta keep calm, try to hear everything, hear the comms, try to calm everything that's happening on the map. So that was the hardest part, but we managed to keep the calm and finish the third map.
Absolutely. And my last question for you, as you move forward, is there a team that you would like to face? Is there a team that maybe you wouldn't like to face? What are your expectations for everybody else?
Maybe Envy, because of the different it's really different, the play style. They are really aggressive players, and yeah, it will be a great match.
I would love to see that. That would be a very, very cool matchup. PXS, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck in your future matches. And with that being said, we're going to come back to the desk to close out what today was, because it's been pretty crazy. We started with a 2-0. We started, I mean, let's even go back. We started with a very one-sided first map to start us off, and then we close it up, Ash, with a very close map of Ascent. So we get a little bit of everything today.
We got a little bit of everything except for that overtime that we thought we were going to maybe find on Ascent. It was still nearly an hour-long game anyway, so almost felt like it. But taking a look at how this has panned out, again, you got to remember, with Team Solid and Envy picking up their first wins today, they're only one match win away from qualifying into the playoffs here for Ascension. So it was a huge advantage that you get to be able to win out your first matchup here in the Swiss stage. And I think what's great about the interview that we heard as well is the fact that for TSS, they're looking forward to playing Envy. And I want to see these teams not underestimating them. And I think that after their performance up against 9Z, that'll be hard to find.
And I feel like the confidence makes sense too. Like this, guys, I want to remind us, this is probably one of the most stacked VCL Ascensions that we've ever had. Like it feels like every team has some sort of like very recent VCT experience, whether it's on the coaching staff, whether it's in the players. Like there's so much potential. There's so much talent in this tournament. It kind of makes sense why they have so much confidence to play anyone in this league. And again, just want to remind us that the draws have not been made. So the 1-0 teams, TSS can still play Envy. We're just waiting for tomorrow's matches to see who plays who. And just look at that bottom bracket, 9Z, Shinden, both teams are waiting to see who they play as well for the elimination match. Like this is shaping up to be so crazy already. And we're only on day one, guys.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy already. It was a bit of an unfortunate day for Latin America as both of their teams get that first loss, but for Brazil and for NA as well, specifically Envy, it was looking pretty good. For tomorrow, we're going to have SHI Gaming against TSM, and then we're going to have Winthrop University against 6 Karma. So we do get a double NA, Ash, and I'm very excited to see not only Winthrop again after not seeing them or in a few days since play-ins, but also TSM, a bit underrated team right now.
Oh, 100%. I think on the note about Winthrop, what's the most fun about it is we did see them recently, but it's also going to be that like rematch that happened so recently as well. But then with that TSM game, I think that this is a team that's consistently been flying under the radar. They were flying under the radar during stage 3 and then make it all the way to Ascension and not even having to deal with that play and something that they were worried about at the end of our last stage of VCL. And they've also had time to cook. And we talked about it. You asked me my predictions actually on the day of the play-ins right at the end there. And I was like, hey, TSM could do one of the most TSM things when they are the most underestimated. Sometimes that's when they make one of those kind of like sneaky little runs and then they really creep up against you and take you by surprise.
And it could happen again, but it could happen for TSM, and it could honestly happen for any other team. That's how insane this Ascension is and is going to continue to be. But that being said, this is everything that we have for today. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you here tomorrow.
Just fighting on different angles. The waterfall fight's about to happen. Nags is at least able to top them both.
Now you've got the Steel Guard now. Poppin will be affected by that. He does see Takolila, and wow, this is the opening op shot. Nags follows up for their third. Inspire, the last one left. Able to get a tag at least closer towards where the spike is. He finds the 1v3 for Inspire, and the clutch comes through, and that's a pop-off well warranted. Shoulder seen on Delzik. Eggster trying to cause an issue. Page shells to push him back. Inspire hits the tree toggle. And how has Eggster just gotten away with that? No help, no follow-up. Shot through the side working, but it does not matter. Eggster was down to critical health, and he's still able to find the final two.
Inspires at the same time.
Well, there's the kills for 9Z. Poppin still keeps the play alive, and Kane will connect. Klaus up top, denied as Kane connects once more, just down to Delzy. He's gonna find the first. 1v2 now. And this is the next difficult moment. Where is Envy? And he's got to go quickly. And now we're spending a lot of ammunition. Does he clear this corner behind the small box? He does, finds the 1v1. Now with Poppin. Dark cover will block the angle. There's the toggle. Shock dart not gonna land. Poppin has one more to spend. Does he get caught with the bow? No, it's a recon bolt first. Now you've got a shock dart, and that will be how Envy do it. What a comeback effort. It looked sloppy at the beginning. You take a timeout, you say, all right, let's just kick the brakes a little bit. after the timeout. This didn't go well. Maybe a chance to still isolate, though. Good from Conan for the first. Good overwhelming presence as they come back to it. And whoa!
It was perfect. It was perfect.
Where's our trades? Where's our trades?
Hey, if anything, I was going to say there was a little bit of pressure. I think you could have given that flat back to Havoc. But they're realizing that they only had a small window for Conan to get the 4K.
We're talking 3v5 and all three survive? After they had... I mean,
so try to group up together, trying to see if David's going to play towards backside. And you are.
Just the Guardian. Have to hit the head. Solid moving quickly together. Do they swing it? 1, 2, 3, go. Yep. Whoa! Oh. No way! I mean, it's as absolutely perfectly peaked as you could possibly. It's not good, but you've got Hunter's Fury, you've got Lockdown, you've got Nulthwind, you've got a lot of opportunity to try to play off this if you're Shinden. But DJZN is feeling it, my man! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Trap. That'll work out for another. And it's just down to Rube with a Vandal in a bonus round that was really starting to build, but instead Rube gets caught. And Team Solid do not want him to get out with this weapon, but they may have to respect it. And what? For as well. So now that mid-market defense, you've got to just move it. You got to move it. And they're going to get into sight for the plant. No immediate contest. Team Solid saying we'll play our numbers. Rube finds the first, but nothing behind it. It's just down to 1. 5 for the 1v4. He's stuck in a corner. And as he drops off the...